The scene crashes open at a grand palace, a crowd buzzing with anticipation. A guard's voice slices through the air, announcing the arrival of Russell Raymond. Russell, stone-faced, flashes his badge and tosses it to the guard. The guard catches it, his eyes narrowing as he inspects the insignia, wondering if this guy could seriously be the Raymond. He belongs to one of the founding families, but this man's ragged clothes and rough appearance screamed anything but nobility. Still, the badge was legit. After a final, skeptical glance, the guard confirms his identity and waves him through. With a silent stride, Russell enters the palace. Another guard shuffles over, completely baffled. "Dude, what's going on? You know who that is?" The first guard scoffs. "That's one of the Raymonds." "Yeah, a founding family." "No way." The second guard shoots back, still eyeing Russell's back. "Look at the state of him." The first guard just shrugs. "He's dressed like some fallen aristocrat, I guess. Maybe the founding families aren't the big shots they used to be." He adds with a smirk. "Heard the White Tower is hiring mercenaries. You think that's why he's here?" He speculates, then lets out a cruel laugh. "Guy barely looks like a peasant, and here he is, a so-called noble, about to sling swords for chump change." As Russell stalks down the hall, their whispers stab at his back. He clenches his jaw, internally branding them a couple of meddling idiots. And just like that, a memory floods his vision. He's back at the moment he first laid eyes on the capital, Camelot. He was standing on a high mountain ridge, staring down at the endless city, his gaze locked on the shimmering tower in the distance. That place was a fortress of magic, the training ground for the kingdom's most elite guardians. There was a time when getting into that tower was his entire world. He poured his blood, sweat, and tears into that goal, convinced it was the only thing that could save his family from utter collapse. He remembers it all so clearly. His father, swallowed by the war against the Empire, forcing their family to abandon their home. The raw devastation of that memory hits him like a tidal wave. An entire city engulfed in flames, its people butchered, the streets slick with blood. He sees himself as a child, being ripped away by a strange woman, his voice hoarse from screaming his mother's name. It's an image that still poisons his dreams. His mother was left to the flames, and he was too weak, too small to do anything. He knows now that saving her was always a pipe dream. He got himself expelled from the academy before he even got a shot at applying to the magic tower. The memory shatters as a voice from the past calls his name. "Russell Raymond," it says, cold and clinical. "You've received 3 failing grades, setting a brand new record for the academy's worst performance in history." The voice drones on. "Your theoretical knowledge is impressive, but you've never managed to reach the second circle. With your mana veins constricting, it's only going to get worse. I suggest you find a different path in life." He didn't need to be told. The words mana vein constriction had been his personal curse. He was born with it. His veins were thin, brittle, and useless. He couldn't absorb enough mana to matter, and he couldn't unleash what little he had with any real force. It was, he thought, the ultimate punishment for anyone who dreamed of being a mage. He remembers sitting outside the guild hall, just another face in a crowd of desperate men. He thinks back on his mercenary days, on how, by some absolute fluke, he scraped and clawed his way into the second circle. But even with that, he was nothing. A third-rate mage, at best. He glances down at his hands, a familiar wave of disappointment washing over him. A priest appears, his voice flat and bored. "Registration for today's temp jobs is now closed. You can all come back tomorrow." A man in the crowd explodes with anger. "We've been waiting here half the day." Another man just sighs. "It is what it is, man." The priest just sneers at them. "Beggars can't be choosers." Then, a new voice cuts through the grumbling. "Hey, I heard. The museum is hiring temporary mages. We could try our luck over there." His buddy looks at him like he's crazy. "What are you even talking about? They're only looking for first circle mages, to do cleaning duty. You want to go there just to get laughed at?" Russell, still sitting nearby, hears everything. He reaches into a worn-out pouch, his fingers closing around a single coin. A quiet decision settles in his soul. He's going to the Great Museum, Louvreum. Sometime later, he arrives. As he's led into a grand hallway, a staff member addresses the new hires. "This is the largest museum in the entire kingdom. We have nobles visiting this week, so I expect every single inch of this place to be immaculate. Watch your power levels when using wind magic for cleaning. If your carelessness causes any damage, trust me, you will pay for it." Russell scans the display cases as they walk. They're all probably fakes, he thinks, inwardly scoffing at the ridiculous pomp. Then his eyes lock onto a door. There's a strange script carved above it, a language he doesn't recognize. But the aura seeping from beyond it, it feels weirdly familiar. As he stares, a notification window pops into his vision. It is the fantastical species room. He whispers the name aloud, almost a prayer, right as a faint sound slices through the silence. His head whips around, searching the shadows. A deep thrumming suddenly vibrates through the floor, and his hand instinctively dives into his pocket, his fingers closing around his mother's ring. A strange, electric energy buzzes to life within him. He grips the cold metal handle and shoves the door open. He stumbles across the threshold, stunned by the fact his legs are moving on their own, as if some immense force, like destiny itself, is physically dragging him forward. Elsewhere, his absence doesn't go unnoticed. Someone asks where the new hire, Russell Raymond, has vanished to. They shout his name, but Russell is already deep inside the domain of fantastical species. As his gaze lands on the colossal skeleton of a dragon, that intense vibration amps up, forcing his eyes down to the ring, now glowing faintly on his finger. A single thought cuts through the noise. If you have something to tell me, then show me. Just tell me, Mom. Instantly, a memory erupts in his mind, a blinding flashback to the very first time he came to this place, with his mother. He remembers his heart pounding with raw excitement as he pointed wildly toward one of the exhibits. As the vision shatters, his feet carry him in that same direction, moving on pure instinct. A single stone, nestled in a box, snags his attention. What could it be? A system window materializes before him, declaring it's the heart of an ancient dragon. He glances back down at the ring. The pieces click into place. A dragon's heart, and a ring crafted to look like a dragon's eye. As he slides the cool metal onto his finger, he's haunted by the memory of his mother's tears that day, and the burning question of why she brought him here. In that exact moment, the vibration dies. Turning back to the skeleton, he feels a wave of doubt. He must be losing his mind, just imagining the whole thing. He sighs at his own delusion, but then a violent surge of brilliant lightning erupts from the ring. A blinding light explodes from the dragon's heart, and in a flash, the skeletal frame begins to regenerate. The massive dragon is reborn in its true form. Its voice thunders, "The heart and the eye have been reunited," it proclaims, "and now another eye shall open." Russell, it declares, has been deemed worthy to become the foundation of a new mythology. For the sake of this future legend, he is being given another chance. In that instant, Russell understands. The gears that once drove the world had shattered, and a long slumbering destiny was finally kicking off. A system window appears. The divine Dragon King's eye is now scanning all of the world's information. Another message immediately follows. The status window and mission for the victor, Russell Raymond, are being activated. His vision blurs, and the world twists, throwing him into the past. Russell's name, a voice roars. Russell's head is swimming. He knows that voice, but can't quite place it. It's furious, but also strangely familiar. Smack! A book slams against his head. He jolts awake and shoots to his feet, completely disoriented. Professor Hubert is standing over him, scowling. The professor says that while Russell's grades are insane, having the sheer nerve to fall asleep in his class is a whole other level of bold. Russell just stares at him, baffled. Professor Hubert? But that's impossible. The man was dead. A student nearby gives Russell a weird look, confused by his shell-shocked expression. Laughter erupts from the other students. Russell touches his own face in utter disbelief, trying to process what's happening. Somehow, he's actually traveled back in time. Hubert notes that this behavior is totally out of character for Russell, but insists that a punishment is still required and tells him to get out of the classroom. Russell bolts from the room, his mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Time travel? Can you even call this magic? He doesn't have a category for this. His thoughts reel back to the dragon's declaration that with the opening of another set of eyes, Russell would become the cornerstone of a new age of myths. He was warned not to fail, for the sake of that legend, and was explicitly granted another chance. They said it loud and clear. A second chance. He looks down at his hand. The ring is gone. He wonders if his mother was somehow behind this. Just then, Professor Hubert steps out of the classroom and calls his name again. He mentions once more how unlike Russell it is to be sleeping during a lecture. Russell just dips his head and mumbles an apology. Hubert tells him they're going to need a one-on-one talk and orders him to his office during the lunch break. Russell confirms he understands, and Hubert gives a sharp nod before walking off. Russell thinks to himself how long it's been since he was last in trouble like this. Still, there's a weird comfort in the familiar routine. He watches the professor leave, a faint smile on his face. In that moment, another student steps out and delivers a sharp smack to the back of his head. Russell spins around, ready to snap, but the other guy just smirks, casually asking what his problem is. A second student chimes in that Russell seems way too relaxed, raising his own hand to deliver another strike. Before the hit connects, a third student intercepts, grabbing the attacker's wrist and warning that the professors are watching. He reminds Russell that he'd asked him to take notes, but it seems Russell was too busy dreaming. Russell stares at him as a wave of recognition hits him. Could it actually be Coma Frederick? The student confirms it with an icy glare and snarls that if Russell knows what's good for him, without even waiting for an answer, the guy just pivots and walks off, expecting Russell to follow like a puppy. Russell just watches him leave, his mind flashing back to all the times this exact scene played out. And as the memory clicks perfectly into place with reality, a glowing blue screen flickers into existence right in his face. He just stares at the screen, totally confused, and mutters, "The heck is this?" A system window suddenly flashes to life, detailing a new mission: escape the cycle of bullying. The objective? Teach a lesson to the 3 clowns who have been making his life a living hell. He touches the screen, half convinced he's hooked. Or maybe, this is real. Koma's voice cuts through his thoughts. "Yo, what are you doing? You comin' or not?" Adding with a sneer, "You know there's no point in running." He gestures around them. "We're in the academy, dude. But hey, if you're scared, go ahead and try something." For now, Russell decides to just ignore the mission. After all the years he spent surviving as a mercenary, he thinks, schooling these wannabes is going to be a piece of cake. Compared to the raw, bloodthirsty killing intent he's felt from actual monsters, these guys, they're almost kinda cute. Pathetic, really. Just look at them. Koma smirks. "So, you finally decided to join us?" Then drops another insult. Russell just nods, his voice flat. "Yeah, let's go, you bedbug." One of the other lackeys scoffs. "This idiot's finally lost it. Looks like you're begging for a beatdown." The kid rushes in, throwing a wild punch, but Russell leans back, the punch whistling past his ear, and counters with a solid fist to the gut. The third guy yells, "You piece of trash," but only gets a knuckle sandwich for his trouble. Russell sends him flying. Koma's playful smirk is gone, replaced by a dead serious glare. "Since you can't use magic, you must have picked up some cheap martial arts." He sneers, so typical for a fallen family. Flicking his cigarette away, he reminds Russell, "Magic is banned inside the academy building. But I guess you're too dumb to know we can use small artifacts." Koma lunges, his voice dripping with venom. "Try dying, little boy." Russell blocks the incoming punch, his grip like iron. "Koma Frederick," he says, the name hanging in the air before he twists the kid's finger with a sickening crack. Koma crumples to the floor, screaming his head off. He starts rambling, blaming his brothers for pushing him down the ranks, how his own family wrote him off as a failure. He basically admits he acts tough with the weak because he's a coward against the strong. Then, in a demonic whisper, he growls, "Trash like you dares to bring up my family," and tries to attack again. Koma yells for Russell to listen, but Russell cuts him off, his voice ice cold. "Behave from now on, if you don't want to die." Russell takes out the remaining bullies with chilling efficiency, then calmly walks away and slumps against a wall. He sighs, wondering if he might have gone a little overboard. He can feel the exhaustion setting in. Just then, the system window reappears with a notification. The lowest grade magic stone is consumable. He stares at the glowing rock in his inventory. "Wait, it expects me to eat this?" Russell mulls it over. It does say consumable. He can barely believe it. No shot. Am I really supposed to eat this thing? He thinks to himself. Even literal barbarians never resorted to munching on rocks. As he's hesitating, the system flashes another message. Use it. That's all the prompting he needs. He pops the stone into his mouth. A new notification confirms, lowest grade monostone has been consumed. He figures, hey, if he can regress in time, this has to be another opportunity, right? The taste is bizarre, otherworldly. A brilliant light suddenly erupts from his body. Whoa, what is happening to me? The system chimes in, notifying him that the mana within the stone has been successfully obtained. He can feel the raw energy surging through his veins, being drawn directly into his mana circle. The system window refreshes. Notification. Mana within the circle is increasing. Russell feels the chaotic energy slowly begin to calm down. Thank God, it's stabilizing. With this method, using this power, he knows he can finally overcome the curse of his narrowed mana veins. His dragonstone seems to pulse in response, as if echoing his thoughts, reminding him of everything he lost, the fall of his house, getting expelled from the academy, his miserable life as a third-rate mercenary mage. A new message appears, not from the system, but from the stone itself. Your foreseen fate can now be changed. Sometime later, Russell walks up to Professor Hubert's office and gives a polite knock. Come in, take a seat, Hubert says. The professor studies him for a moment. You don't seem like your usual self, Russell. Is something difficult going on? He adds, I've heard some rumors that you're being bullied by some of your classmates. Russell remembers this man. In his past life, Professor Hubert was the one person who never, ever gave up on him. Right up until the very end. There was something he always wanted to say. With total sincerity, Russell replies, There's no need for you to worry, Professor. And thank you. Hubert just smiles. It's only natural for a professor to look after his students. However, he continues, his tone shifting. I did notice you dozing off in my class. So, some form of punishment is definitely necessary. I'll warn you, it won't be easy. I want you to write a full analytical report on pages 62 to 74 of Intensive Elemental Studies. Hubert explains that it's a section that even the upper-year students find incredibly challenging. He slides the massive book across the desk, and right on cue, the system window dings. A new mission has appeared. Complete Professor Hubert's assignment. Depending on the quality of his report and Hubert's satisfaction, additional rewards will be granted. The next challenge had begun. The reward is a bottom-tier, consumable mana stone. Russell scoffs internally. Even simple homework is being framed like a high-stakes quest now. Hubert leans in, asking, "Is something wrong? Is the assignment giving you trouble?" Russell just shakes his head, offering a polite refusal to the man's implied help. With a quick thanks, he's out. Later, Russell is back in his room, papers spread before him. He knows this assignment isn't the real challenge. It's a cakewalk. In his past life, his mana abilities were a complete joke, so he relentlessly buried himself in books, mastering theory to make up for his pathetic practical skills. To compensate for his weakness, he never stopped hitting the books, not even during his brutal years as a mercenary. But in this new life, he knows book smarts aren't everything. There's another grind that's way more important. He starts breaking down the art of mana vein training. Think of the mana vein as the body's spiritual highway system. You breathe in mana, and it cruises through these pathways. It's all carried through the veins until it pools at the heart. Then, a memory flashes, raw and visceral. Him, sprinting through an endless desert. A colossal monster tears after him, its roars shaking the very sand, dead set on making him its next meal while he scrambles to survive. This sheer terror triggers his reversal magic. With a desperate shout, Russell spins and unleashes a torrent of fire magic, blasting the creature head-on. The narrator's voice echoes the core principle. The stronger your mana veins, the bigger your mana pool, and the faster you can throw down. But his power isn't enough. The monster smashes through his magical shield and lunges again. The impact sends him flying like a ragdoll, obliterating nearby structures as he crashes through a solid wall. He remembers how his mana veins used to be impossibly thin, as fragile as spun glass. The narrator wonders if the heavens took pity on his tragic fate, or if it was just a stroke of pure, dumb luck. Russell is barely pushing himself up from the rubble when he stumbles upon it, an ancient ruin of unknown origin, swallowed by the desert sands for millennia. Sealed deep inside were two legendary grimoires, Over Vein and Wizard Body. Russell's mind races back to that moment, his hand reaching out to claim his destiny. He snaps back to the present, his feet pounding the pavement as he sprints toward a campus building, his mind replaying the grimoire's secrets. Over Vein was a brutal physical regimen designed to expand the mana veins, while Wizard Body was a game changer, allowing him to literally substitute muscle tissue with pure mana pathways. The formula was simple. The more jacked his body became, the thicker and more refined his mana veins would grow. As a full-grown adult, the effects were minimal. But now, in a young body still in its prime growth phase, the results would be absolutely explosive. A confident smirk spreads across his face. This time, he was going to shatter the curse of his narrow mana vein. Sometime later, he's gasping for air, slumped against a tree. He wheezes that he can't push himself a single step further, but this will have to do. Today's brutal training session is officially over. Then, a system window flickers to life before his eyes. A mission alert. Practice the ancient magic Over Vein by running 5 kilometers. His progress bar mocks him, 0.0, 5 out of 5 kilometers. The fine print is what matters. Though, completing the mission will permanently buff the rate of constitutional improvement he gets from Over Vein. He wonders why the notification is only popping up now, muttering that the system has been dead silent up until this point. As he stares at the glowing screen, a second alert appears. This one is a special notice. It clarifies that while he's practicing Over Vein, this mission is a daily, repeatable quest. The required distance will scale up, depending on his current Over Vein level. A final window informs him that once he hits a certain level, this mission will disappear forever. He shakes his head, wanting to refuse, but ultimately, he gives in. "Fine, I'll run," he says, knowing he clawed his way into this second chance and can't afford to waste a single moment. He pushes his screaming muscles back into a sprint. The system window dings, 1.4 out of 5 kilometers. Not long after, another update, 2.7 out of 5 kilometers. He grits his teeth, almost done. Just a little more. His body is screaming, on the verge of total collapse. Finally, the system chimes with the words he's been dying to see. The mission is complete, and the rewards have been delivered. He immediately faceplants onto the ground, utterly spent. He thinks there's no way he can take another step, wondering how he'll even drag his body back to the dorms. But at that very moment, from the nearby shadows, a figure watches him with utter contempt and murmurs, "What a waste of time, such pointless struggling." Meanwhile, Russell's mind drifts back, still amazed that he managed to piece together such a revolutionary theory using nothing but academy-level textbooks. When he presented his findings to Professor Hubert, the man was incredulous. asking if he was absolutely certain he'd prepared the entire report himself. Russell confirms without hesitation, even offering to swear a binding mana oath to prove it's all his own work. The mention of a mana oath stops Hubert cold. The kid is throwing around a magical contract so casually, his confidence is almost arrogant. But the work speaks for itself. He admits that he is beyond satisfied with the report. Then, the system window lights up again. A new notification pops up. Mission complete. The rewards start rolling in for Russell, a low-grade mana stone, a second gem of the same size, and a major boost to his understanding of beast summoning. Because of this newfound insight, a few sick buffs are about to kick in. His raw magic power spikes, his mana consumption drops, and his casting time gets a massive speed reduction. A thought clicks in Russell's head. The more he understands, the more powerful he'll become. If that's the game, then bet. He's going all in. Hubert gives him a nod for his work and dismisses him. But Russell doesn't move. He stops the professor and says he needs a favor. His request? Access to the faculty-only library. Hubert raises an eyebrow, questioning why he'd need it when the student library should have more than enough books for him. Russell drops a bomb, explaining that he's already devoured every single book in there. Stunned, Hubert asks, "Are you seriously telling me you plan to read through the entire faculty library too?" Russell's answer is a firm yes. The professor admits that's pretty insane. But even if Russell is telling the God's honest truth, getting access to the faculty library is a whole different beast. Hubert tells him he'll have to prove he's even qualified for such a privilege. Russell just nods, saying that's completely fair. All the while, the system is pinging nonstop, notifying him that Professor Hubert's assignment is officially done. Snapping out of his thoughts, he can't help but be amazed at the sheer volume of tasks Hubert piled on him. He lets out a small laugh, admitting that, as expected, the professor is incredibly thorough. He knows that. A deeper grasp of theory directly translates to stronger magic, and he absolutely has to get his hands on the advanced knowledge, hidden away in that faculty library. He pops open his water bottle, thinking that scoring a mana stone as a quest reward is a total 2-for-1 deal. He's leveling up his power, while staying hydrated. Just then, Anton Frederick ambles over and starts grilling Russell, saying they were told it was just a monologue. Penalty? But he's starting to think Russell is just some kind of workout freak. He then accuses Russell of making his friend suffer. Russell just asks, "What's your deal? Are you here for revenge or something?" Anton scoffs. "Revenge? Don't get ahead of yourself," he sneers. "Who would waste their time getting revenge on a worthless loser like you? Just stomping you into the dirt is more than enough." He tells Russell he'll see him in class, then taunts him for not fighting back right then and there, especially with no one around to watch, calling him a total moron. As they part ways, Russell's mind flashes to the practical magic. Combat class, a course where students' grades are literally decided by their sparring matches. It's the same class where he has been relentlessly humiliated, time and time again. He suddenly launches a desperate attack on Anton, who easily parries it, sending Russell crashing to the ground. Lying there, Russell looks up, a grim realization dawning on him. He can't believe he was foolish enough to forget. He has to be ready. A system window alerts him. The mission to achieve the second circle and deepen. His understanding of his current attributes is now in progress. Some time passes. Russell is holed up in his room, furiously scribbling down pages of notes. By morning, they're handed over to Hubert. The system goes wild, pinging that the mission is complete and rewards are being distributed, again and again. Later, he's standing in his room, staring at a collection of magic stones, wondering if his body can even handle the raw power they contain. He decides he has to put his faith in all the brutal training he's endured for so long. He begins absorbing the mana stones, and an overwhelming surge of power floods his system. It feels like his entire body is being set ablaze from the inside. He knows he has to forge a path for this energy and fast. He has to wrangle this chaotic flow of mana, twist it, and shape it into a brand new circle. If he fails now, his heart will literally explode, but his mind is already set. A glowing magic circle materializes on his chest as he tries to heal himself. He's determined, no matter what, to make this immense power his own. A brilliant flash of mana erupts from his room. After a moment, he knows he's done it. He's achieved the second circle. As he slumps to the floor, completely drained, the system announces that the mission is complete and his rewards are being granted. Another window confirms. His understanding of the fire attribute has leveled up dramatically, and the sheer power of his fire magic has been seriously amplified. A different screen reports a massive jump in his understanding of the water attribute, with a matching boost to the strength of his water-based spells. Yet another notification declares that his comprehension of the electricity attribute has seen a major improvement, and the raw energy of his lightning magic absolutely surges. A second notification pops up. His insight into the earth attribute has fundamentally deepened, and the power of his earth magic roars to life. He takes a quiet moment to process the upgrade. The next morning, Sunlight slices through the blinds of Hubert's office as he murmurs to himself. This is absolutely unreal. He can't wrap his head around it. Every single one of those tasks has been completely demolished. Leaning forward, he declares, "All right, one final question, but this one isn't like the others. This one digs deeper, cutting straight to the very soul of magic itself." He asks, "Of the four structures that form the foundation of magic, which is the most critical?" As Russell sinks into thought, Hubert has a moment of self-doubt. He's challenging a student with a concept that he himself only just recently managed to grasp. His fingers tap the table, a flicker of frustration on his face. "Wait," he says. "Let me ask something different." But it's too late. Russell is already starting to speak. Hubert's mind races. Could he possibly know the answer already? "The mental image," Russell states, his voice unshakable. Hubert leans in, completely hooked. "And why is that?" Russell lays it all out, explaining that magic is fundamentally the art of dragging something from your imagination into the physical world using mana. He breaks this down into four distinct stages. The first is assimilation, which is the phase where you absorb the principles of how natural phenomena work. That's followed by the mental image, the point where you vividly construct those principles inside your own mind. From there, you move to the construction of formulas, the code required to transform that mental picture into a tangible, magical framework. And the final step is manifestation, where your magic explodes into reality, shaped by those very formulas. He points out that building formulas and manifesting them are skills anyone can master if they just grind hard enough. The mental image, however, is a whole different beast. It's not something you can achieve just through sheer effort. It's dictated by your innate talent. It's the raw courage to shatter your own perceived limitations and unleash a torrent of pure, unbridled imagination. That, he proclaims, is what truly defines the power of a mental image. To prove his point, a flame materializes in his hand. If I envision this flame as an arrow, it becomes second circle magic, fire arrow. But if I imagine something totally different, the outcome will shift to match my vision. He gets a glint in his eye, reflecting that if he completely erases the boundaries of his own visualization, he can create literal miracles, even things that have no right to exist in this world. Hubert is floored, silently agreeing. It's like feeling sunlight in a place that's never known warmth. It's a paradox, like the concept of hot ice. Magic starts with understanding the world's rules, but its ultimate purpose is to bend them until they break. To Hubert, that is the very essence of true magic. He realizes this kid is everything he thought he was, and more. The student library, he thinks with sudden clarity, is a cage far too small for a mind like Russell's. In that exact instant, a system window flashes into view. Mission accomplished. Permission to access the professor's library, first floor, has been granted. A low-grade mana zone is now consumable twice. Sometime later, he steps into the library and is immediately awestruck. Just the first floor alone is a vast, hallowed space, leagues beyond the student library. He scans the shelves, seeing titles on three-dimensional ballistic trajectories and intensive magic botany alongside other hands-on subjects. Yet, they still painstakingly cover the absolute bedrock theories of magic. He pulls a heavy tome off the shelf and cracks it open. A soft voice cuts through the silence. "Now, that's quite an interesting book you're reading." Russell whips his head around, asking, "Who's there?" A woman glides from behind a towering bookshelf. "This way, child," she says gently. He just stares at her. His mind reels. Is that Dariah Snow White? He scrambles to his feet, offering a deep, respectful bow. "I'm Russell Raymond." He stammers, "It's an absolute honor to meet you, the master of the Flame Tower. You have to understand, this woman operates in the Eighth Circle, a realm of power so rare that few in history have ever touched it. And while she's over 80 years old, she's burning a colossal amount of mana just to maintain her youthful look. She's a top dog in the Red Tower faction, the #1 magic tower, period." She gives a small smile. "So, you know who I am." He's internally freaking out, wondering what a legend of her caliber is doing here. "Don't be so nervous," she tells him. "I'm just another traveler walking the same path as you," she explains, offering him a small piece of candy. He hesitates. Is that for me?" She counters with her own question, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "How did a student like you get access to the professor's library?" And with that, she turns and walks away. He pops the candy in his mouth, replying, "Professor Hubert gave me permission." She stops in her tracks, looking genuinely surprised. That old stick in the mud actually did? Russell suddenly remembers Hubert complaining that his ear was itching. "Yep, that's Hubert for you." "Well," she says, "I suppose it makes sense. You were studying something pretty fascinating. After all." Her gaze sharpens. "Your mana is exceptionally pure. Its distribution is also incredibly stable. That's a rare quality." A spike of fear hits him. Did she see something more? As if reading his mind, she reassures him, "Don't worry. I haven't come here to lecture you or get in your way." He breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, she simply says. Grow to be the best you can be. He bows deeply again. I will. Walking towards the exit, he can't stop replaying the encounter in his head. I never thought I'd meet her here. What an insane stroke of luck, he thinks. But the moment he steps outside, a familiar, mocking voice calls out, well, look who it is, if it isn't Russell. As he stumbles out of the professor's library, he's already muttering that Russell must have sucked up to some prof to get access. Let him try his best. He scoffs to himself. It's not like it's going to change anything. Later, out on the academy grounds, a professor's voice booms across the field, announcing the start of the live magic combat class. The rules are simple and brutal. The first student whose name is called has to march down to the arena floor and handpick their opponent. And everyone knows the unwritten rule the professors always call the weakest links first, to give them a shot at picking someone on their own pathetic level. Russell sits silently in the stands, his mind drifting back to his past life, where his name was always the first one called. Anton, smirking nearby, loudly bets it'll be Russell again. A classmate agrees, saying it's obvious he has mana vein narrowing. And right on cue, the professor's voice cuts through the crowd, calling out, Anton Frederick. He tells him to come down and select an opponent. Another student immediately jumps up, screaming to be picked, instead of that idiot. The professor roars for silence. The entire crowd is absolutely shook. Everyone had banked on Russell being called first. The whispers erupt. Wait, why Anton? As Anton struts onto the field, he gives the professor a smug, thank you. The professor replies that this is just a small gesture compared to the many favors he's received from the Frederick Merchant Association. Russell just watches from his seat, his face unreadable. He totally saw this coming. Anton spins around, a nasty grin plastered on his face, and sneers, well, what are you waiting for? Get your butt down here, Russell Raymond. A little while later, Hubert sits in his office across from Daria, remarking, you know, a little heads up about your visit would have been nice. She just smiles back. Oh, it's perfectly fine. It's not so strange for a teacher to visit a student. Lifting her teacup, she adds, I hear you've granted a certain student, named Russell, access to the professor's library. He confirms it. Did the boy cause some kind of trouble? No, not at all, she replies. It's just, I haven't stumbled upon something so rare, so precious, in a very long time. Hubert agrees, stating, Russell's condition, mana vein narrowing, is an unbelievably rare affliction, even across the entire continent. She just looks at him and says, you're a fool. He's completely thrown off. What are you talking about? She leans in, her eyes glinting. That boy, she explains, has shattered his own limitations. He asks her to clarify. She reveals the truth. Bomb. Russell has already formed his second circle. The shock is instantaneous. Hubert stammers, his second circle? We cut back to the training ground. Russell and Anton are locked in a tense stare-down when a system window suddenly flashes into existence before Russell. It's a new mission notification. Win the magic training duel. The rewards listed are 2 of the lowest grade magic stones and the unlocking of a 40-kilogram compartment. Russell's eyes widen slightly. That's an advanced magical storage that only the most loaded mages can even dream of using. He realizes it would be absolutely perfect for storing magic stones. What's wrong, you little insect? Anton's voice rips him from his thoughts. You frozen? Still want to live? Then get on your knees and beg. But Russell just laughs. A cold, chilling sound. Beg? He asks, as a torrent of mana erupts from him. You're seriously asking me to beg? Anton feels that power surge, and his blood runs cold. He can't believe it. That level of magic. Could it be what he thinks it is? He panics, screaming for everyone to get back before yelling, let the match begin. His mind is racing. There's no way someone with mana vein narrowing could have possibly hit the second circle. Acting on pure instinct, he unleashes a second circle spell, Flamethrower, blasting a massive wave of fire directly at Russell. Caught by the sudden attack, Russell instantly throws up a mana shield to block it. From the stands, a professor gasps. Look at that defense. He made the shield paper thin and angled the surface to deflect the heat wave. That's an incredibly sophisticated technique. The professor actually starts to applaud. Another one silently questions if Russell Raymond has been hiding his true power this entire time. Down below, Anton is stunned that Russell is just tanking his attacks. He unleashes another furious assault, telling himself he just needs to crush him with overwhelming firepower. In response, Russell fires back with the second circle spell, Fire Arrow. Anton blasts it out of the sky with his own flames, but his thoughts are a chaotic mess. Fire Arrow. That's undeniable proof of second circle magic. He starts to tremble, spitting the only insult he can think of. You insect. He can't accept what he's seeing. But Russell isn't giving him time to process. A second arrow is already flying, followed immediately by a third. It's a double attack. The watching professors are absolutely losing their minds. One of them shouts in disbelief, "Is that double casting?" Another one fires back, "I'm not sure. It doesn't look like any traditional double casting I've ever seen." Then a third professor figures it out. His casting speed, he says in awe, is so ridiculously fast that it only creates the illusion of double casting. Meanwhile, Anton frantically wonders if spamming fire arrow is the only trick up Russell's sleeve. He decides there has to be a way to counter it, and immediately conjures a second circle spell specialized against flames, protection from fire. But across from him, Russell just thinks. A specialized flame shield materializes as he instantly unleashes a second circle spell, protection from fire, his mind already racing. This is it, the moment Anton's been waiting for. He smirks, thinking Russell's just trying to stall, waiting for his mana to completely drain, believing that's his only path to victory. But then, out of nowhere, Russell just cancels his own spell and starts weaving something new. Anton is shook, screaming, "What kind of trick is this?" Russell unleashes a second circle wind arrow that absolutely obliterates Anton's shield, launching him across the arena. Anton, totally floored, realizes Russell read his shield like a book and cooked up the perfect counter on the fly. Up in the stands, the professors are bug-eyed, whispering amongst themselves if this is for real the same Russell they've always known. Anton slams into the dirt, staring up in total disbelief as Russell closes in, lightning and fire crackling around his fist. And then bam, he drives that elemental fist right into him. The professors gasp at the spectacle, one of them screaming for the match to be stopped immediately, demanding to know what kind of sorcery that was. Hubert, cool as ever, just says it's not traditional magic and urges them to look closer to see what's cloaking Russell's body. Another professor's eyes go wide. That looks like a knight's aura, not some basic spell. Hubert just nods, admitting he has no clue how Russell pulled it off, but confirms the kid definitely found a way. Russell lunges forward again, hammering Anton with another brutal strike. Hubert calmly states that Russell has discovered a new path, just as Russell lays Anton out cold, silencing the entire stadium. One of the professors is silently trying to process how this is even possible, while attempting to ghost the scene, but Hubert's not having it, stopping him and asking where he thinks he's going. Hubert tells him to call the match. The professor snaps out of his daze and declares the winner, Russell Raymond, before stepping into the arena. He tells Russell he did a great job and can bounce now, but Russell hits him with, "Nah, we're not done here." The confused professor asks him what he's talking about. Russell proceeds to drop the rulebook on him, explaining that unless the winner forfeits, they get to call out the next challenger. He then points right at some other dude in the crowd and announces, "You're next." A system window pops up, flashing a successful mission victory in the magic duel. It confirms his prize, a double set of the lowest grade mana stones and a promise of bonus rewards if he can keep a win streak going. Russell, dead serious, tells the next guy to step up. A while later, Hubert is in his office, staring out the window, sipping some tea. He's mulling over Russell's insane 14-win streak and has to acknowledge the kid's insight is on another level. He remembers seeing Russell's mana just once and instantly recognizing the hidden power sleeping inside. Still, he can't wrap his head around how Russell leveled up so fast. Meanwhile, a system notification flashes, "Mission completed." As a reward, the compartment is now fully unlocked. The system states that from this moment on, all rewards will be automatically zapped straight into this new inventory. Another window pops, spamming notifications that additional mana stones have flooded in. Then another alert, an unknown item has been received. As a reward, just as a physical storage space materializes right in front of him. He's like, "Wait, so the loot goes in here?" He reaches inside, pulls something out, and wonders if it's a map. The system window dings with his first mission. Head to the spot marked on the map and complete the objective. When he gets close to the location, the lights will supposedly guide him. The prize is spelled out clear as day. 5 intermediate grade mana stones, but it comes with a heavy warning. This quest should only be taken on after hitting the third circle. Russell wonders what attempting it even means at that level. He thinks back to the third circle, remembering the countless, soul-crushing times he tried to break through before his regression, and how he never once succeeded. He questions if this time it'll be different. If he can finally reach that tier, he mutters out loud, "Where even is this place?" admitting he can't make heads or tails of the map as he stares at it intensely. After that, he dives into the library, digging through dusty tomes, figuring that if he taps into the information hoarded in the professor's private collection, he might dig up a clue. He notes down his first theory. It could be the outer territories of the Endymion Kingdom, or maybe the Empire's coastline. It has to be documented in the Outer Sea records, at least. He scours every source he can find until he's completely wiped. In a shaky voice, he murmurs that none of the locations are a match. He trudges down the hallway, thinking he's already burned way too much time hunting for this mystery spot. He decides to switch gears and focus on reaching the third circle first. A few other students shoot him looks and start whispering, with one of them snickering, that he was there the last time too. Russell glances over, reflecting that even though he's managed to dodge any real hate or bullying, he's still pretty much a loner. Just then, Hubert appears and calls out his name, making Russell spin around. Hubert asks if he has a spare moment to chat. Russell agrees, and they both head into Hubert's office. The professor pours him some tea and brings up that summer break is right around the corner, asking if he has anything planned. Russell's answer is simple: nope. Well, not at the moment. Hubert then throws him a curveball, proposing he join a personal research project. He lays it out. Depending on how well Russell does, his name could be listed right under Hubert's as a co-author. He asks for Russell's thoughts, but Russell's gaze is lost in the ancient books piled on the desk. He's trying to figure out what this proposition is really about. Hubert notices his silence, and Russell snaps out of it, apologizing to the professor. He then confesses that he actually does have plans for the summer after all. Hubert is visibly confused. He could have sworn the kid just said he had nothing going on. Russell clarifies his destination. He's going to Maldiva. Hubert, glancing at the tome in his hands, casually mentions that a vacation in Maldiva sounds delightful. Fast forward, and Russell is in a carriage, the landscape blurring past his window. He thinks to himself that this is a seriously long haul, and he should probably grab a bite. He pulls out a mana stone from his bag, figuring it should at least take the edge off his hunger. The man driving the carriage remarks that for summertime, this heat wave is on another level. Russell agrees it feels off, closing his eyes and sinking into meditation to draw mana into his core, determined to hit the third circle before they even reach Maldiva. At the same time, Hubert is also thinking that something feels strange. He, too, is making his way to Maldiva. Still, he muses that this could actually work out perfectly, considering she should already be there by now. The scene cuts to the shimmering Maldiva Sea in Endymion, where Doraya is perched on the sand, thinking that no matter how many times she sees her hometown, its breathtaking beauty never gets old. She can't even remember the last time she took a real break. Her mind drifts to the endless cycle of her duties, defending the Empire, presenting groundbreaking magical research, and shaping the minds of her apprentices. A memory surfaces of her meeting the students, and speaking the three sacred numbers, 9, 6, and 3, each one holding a universe of meaning for a mage. The number 9, she'd told them, symbolizes the final destination, representing the one who dares to walk the path of ninth circle magic, as a flame ignited in her palm. She had explained that 6 represents the harrowing trial of a sixth circle mage, and the soul-crushing suffering they must overcome to earn the title of Grand Mage. The number 3, she had said, marks the true beginning, the moment when a mage must start walking their path utterly alone. Shaken from her memories, she reflects on the profound loneliness of her own journey, and suddenly wonders if that kid she met, the one in the library, is doing all right. An image of Russell, lost in his books, flashes through her mind. Back in the present, Russell's carriage grinds to a halt, and the driver hops down to open the door for his passenger. Except, Russell doesn't appear. The driver mutters to himself, wondering what the holdup is. He peeks inside, only to find the carriage completely empty. He's stunned, asking thin air where the boy could have possibly gone. At that very moment, Russell is already sitting in a nearby tavern, devouring a plate of sausages. He reflects on the immense effort it took just to stabilize his own chaotic mana, before taking a long swig of his drink. He remembers the last time he drank, when his old carriage driver had to practically carry him, begging him to get a grip. He smirks to himself. Even with all that, he finally made it, the third circle. In only a couple of months, he's already blown past the power level he had, before he was sent back in time. Still, he knows he can't get complacent with just this. He pays his tab, ready for the next move. A system window pings with his mission details. First, get to the location marked on the map. Then, complete the objective waiting there. Once he gets close, a light is supposed to lead the way. After that, he gets to his feet, acknowledging that no matter what, he has to find that spot. The problem is, this is his first time ever making a trip like this. As he starts walking, a loud voice cuts through the crowd, shouting about a Pompeii volcano tour, led by the absolute best guide, with a massive discount that's only good for today. Before he knows it, he's at the foot of the volcano, where a tour guide is telling a story about how Pompeii was just a normal mountain in the old days. It only became a volcano after a certain special creature decided to move in. Russell instantly connects the dots. The creature literally warped the mountain's very essence just by being there. And in the entire world, there is only one creature known to be capable of a feat that insane. The tour guide points dramatically and announces the cause, the Red Dragon. Russell knows it's time to go off script. He has to handle this next part alone, As the guide starts leading the group down the designated trail, Russell makes his move, launching himself off the path and rocketing towards the volcano itself. The guide glances back, confused, asking where the other guy vanished to, completely bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Russell plunges into a roaring waterfall, his mind racing, thinking about why he was sent back, about his rapid growth through these missions and their rewards. It all has to be connected to the dragon. He glances at the map, just as a glowing orb of mana appears on it, and begins to lead him forward. He wonders if this is the light the system was talking about. As the mana orb floats straight through the waterfall, his excitement spikes. He realizes the destination must be on the other side. He sprints forward, summons a focused blast of wind that parts the curtain of water, and leaps straight into the opening. Upon landing, his eyes go wide. An entire freaking lava cave is hidden down here. Suddenly, it makes perfect sense why this place has been completely off the grid. His gaze sweeps across the molten landscape, and a chilling memory surfaces. The system specifically warned him not to even try this until he hit the third circle. And yet, the path ahead is eerily quiet, no monsters, not even the rustle of a wild beast. He presses on until a lone pillar juts out from the gloom. Intrigued by its bizarre placement, he reaches out and touches it, wondering just how many centuries it has stood here. His gaze then drifts to a doorway, and a grim realization dawns on him. So this is where his target had been hiding all along. With newfound purpose, Russell strides toward the door, but as he draws near, every nerve ending screams danger. He curses himself, thinking, I can't believe I've already forgotten my mercenary instincts. He'd completely dropped his guard in a place where the absolute silence, the total absence of monsters or beasts, was the biggest red flag of all. This dead quiet could only mean one thing. He had just stumbled into the territory of an apex predator. And in that exact moment, a monstrous Komodo lizard materializes from the shadows. The creature lunges, a blur of scales and fury, but Russell dodges just in time. The beast's attack misses him by an inch, completely obliterating the stone pillar behind him. Russell vaults high into the air, his eyes locked on the lizard, his mind racing. A monster this powerful usually requires at least 2 full mercenary squads to even stand a chance against. He knows instantly that fighting is not an option. He has to run. Channeling second circle magic, he summons a lightning arrow and hurls it at the beast. Buying himself a precious second, he makes a desperate sprint for the stone gates. But as he closes in, a gatekeeper manifests, blocking his escape and demanding he prove his worth. By offering up his mana, Russell scoffs, thinking, are you kidding me? If I can't pass, then I'll just have to carve my own path. He ignites his magic again, launching a firebolt straight at the giant lizard. At that very instant, another lizard appears within the chamber, only to lower its head in a bow. Russell freezes, confused by its sudden submission. The first lizard calmly sits down before him, and Russell can only stare back, completely bewildered. Then, the creature's voice echoes in his mind, declaring that Russell has indeed proven himself. The massive gate grinds open, and Russell cautiously steps inside. He finds himself standing on a floor made of pure ice. He lets out a puff of frosted air, asking aloud, is this for real? Ice? He's baffled, wondering where he's been teleported to. This had to be teleportation magic, since just moments ago he was deep inside a cave. As he scans his surroundings, he spots a colossal horn suspended by heavy chains. A system window materializes before him, announcing his second mission: defeat all the ice golems in the area, and clear the trial of fire. The reward is spelled out in glowing letters: 5 intermediate-grade monastones. Ice golem, Russell mutters, and as his eyes adjust, he realizes that the massive, hulking figures all around him are the golems. He thinks, you want me to beat all of them? And lets out a curse at the insane difficulty of this challenge. Wasting no time, he channels his fire mana and unleashes a powerful blast at the golems. He reminds himself that to take down a golem, you have to shatter its core, but his fiery assault barely even cracks the surface. He grits his teeth, wondering how frigid this ice must be, to shrug off that kind of power. Figuring his fire magic might not cut it, he attempts to switch over to wind magic, but the spell completely fizzles out. Stunned, he tries a lightning skill while stepping back, but again, nothing happens. His mind flashes back to the system notification, and a key phrase clicks into place: defeat all the ice golems, and clear the trial of fire. His blood runs cold. He gets it now. During this trial, he can only use fire-based magic. As the golems begin their relentless advance, Russell falls back, desperately evading their attacks, but a hurled rock clips him and slams him into a wall. He groans in frustration, muttering about the sheer cruelty of the trial as he trembles, watching the giants close in for the kill. Biting back the pain, he wipes his face and forces himself to his feet. Channeling his second circle magic once more, he unleashes a firebolt and declares with a surge of adrenaline, I will finish this. Russell's second circle magic, firebolt, slams into a golem. His aim is perfect, the powerful strike shattering the icy behemoth into a million pieces. Gasping for breath, he sees that only 2 remain. But at this rate, his mana reserves will be completely empty before he can destroy them all. He knows he needs a new strategy, a way to smash through their rock-solid ice defenses in a single blow. As one of the golems swings at him, he nimbly dodges the incoming strike. He has to concentrate every last drop of his power into one single point. Ultimately, the answer is density. To do this, he has to fall back, giving himself enough room to safely cast the spell. He starts by conjuring a fire arrow, then weaves in the amplification formula to drastically enhance its power, until a blazing projectile roars to life. He then decides to incorporate the replication formula from Firebolt, and finally combine all the elements. Using the compression formula, his goal is to forge a cluster of firebolts and bind them into one supercharged attack. However, the combination immediately becomes unstable, sparking with chaotic energy. Desperate, he screams for the merge to hold, enduring waves of agony as the volatile fusion tears at him. Despite the searing pain, he shoves the attack forward, blasting a gaping hole through one of the golems. Then, he unleashes his brand new skill, the Russell Origin Blaze Lance, against the final target. A system window immediately pops up, informing him that his comprehension of the fire element has just shattered its previous limits. He has achieved mastery over intermediate fire magic, has surged exponentially. He can literally feel his power knocking on the door of the 5th circle, but just keeping the spear materialized is draining him dry. He grips his firebolt and lunges into the chaos, yelling that he's taking the lead as the golems thunder towards him. In a flash, he shatters 3 of them, and slams back to the ground, only to be completely boxed in by 4 of the stone monstrosities. He scans the battlefield, 4 left standing. He unleashes another furious assault, blasting 2 more to smithereens, and now only a pair remain. He dives back in, thinking if he can just obliterate this next one, he can finish this fight fast. He rockets toward the final golem, his lungs burning, and puts every last ounce of strength into his strike. He knows without a doubt that if his spear hadn't blocked that last blow, he'd be a smear on the pavement. Now, the blistering heat is starting to warp his weapon, and as he watches it melt before his eyes, he realizes he's down to his last gasp of mana. In that instant, he knows this has to be his final, all-or-nothing attack. He roars, charging the massive golem and hurling his spear, praying it strikes true, and punches through its defenses. The spear rips through the golem's torso, leaving a gaping, smoking hole. He did it. A system window immediately flashes to life. Mission complete. The rewards start pouring in low-grade mana stones, 2 of the lowest-grade consumable mana stones, 3 other consumables, and a single unknown item. And that mystery item? It's the Forgotten King's Horn, pulsating with the pure essence of fire. A notification pops up, confirming an unknown reward has been acquired. The Forgotten King's Horn, Fire Essence. But then it gets weirder. To claim the reward, he must first enter the Forgotten King's thoughts. Suddenly, his world dissolves, and he's back in that dark space, bound in chains. The system repeats itself, announcing that the unknown reward, the Forgotten King's Hornfire Essence, has been obtained, and that access to the Forgotten King's mind is being initiated. He mutters to himself, what in the world even is this Forgotten King? Because if that wasn't the horn of a fire dragon, he has to wonder if this can even be called a reward. This feels a lot more like some kind of twisted torture. Then, a deep, booming voice, the dragon's echoes in his mind. It proclaims that the one who has survived the trial of fire and arrived at the thoughts of a sublime being is finally here. It hits him. These are the king's lingering memories. At the same time, a splitting agony erupts in his head, as if it's about to crack wide open. The dragon declares that a fragment of the king is now being bestowed upon him. A massive blast of fire slams into him, launching him violently through the air. He cries out, "What is happening to me?" as mana begins to flood his body uncontrollably. The dragon commands him to use this newfound power to shatter the chains and manifest in that place. He obeys. Sometime later, he's discovered passed out on a sandy beach. As he comes to, he pushes himself up, trying to figure out where he is. He lets out a cough, looking around and wondering if this is Maldiva, completely clueless about what just went down. The system window dings. The Forgotten King's Horn has been fully consumed. He's reached his capacity, and the overflow of mana, his body can't yet handle, has settled inside him as dormant potential. Then, another notification appears. His intermediate understanding of the flame attribute has hit its maximum level and has now evolved into an advanced understanding of the flame attribute. He clenches his fist as the new power courses through every fiber of his being, and a thought crosses his mind. If this is truly his mana now, he's so close to the 4th circle, he can almost touch it. A wide grin spreads across his face as he realizes the reward was definitely worth the hell he just endured. Daria suddenly appears, greeting him with a look of pure astonishment. He turns to meet her gaze and asks what she's doing all the way out here. She explains she felt a sudden, massive surge of mana and raced over to investigate, only to find him. She offers him something to drink. He takes it with a nod of thanks, admitting he never expected to run into her here. As he sips, she's sizing him up, and he can tell. She's thinking that he's already on the verge of the fourth circle after such a ridiculously short time, and his mana has become unbelievably refined. In her mind, there's only one word for it. The kid is a certified genius. He places the glass on the table and casually asks what brings her to a place like Maldiva. She replies that it's a well-kept secret, but Maldiva is actually her hometown. He's visibly surprised, and she confirms it, explaining it's why she makes a trip back here every single summer. Then, she turns the tables on him, asking what brought him to this remote island. He hesitates for a second, knowing it's way too early to spill the beans. Instead, he just says he came out here to see more of the world. She nods, seeming to accept his answer, while secretly deciding it's time to see what this kid is truly capable of. Say, she begins, would you mind giving me a little help with something? In response, he simply snaps his fingers, and a whirlwind of fire mana instantly ignites and coils around his body. His eyes lock onto a symbol materializing in the flames. There's no mistaking it. That's the crest of the flame tower, which he knows is a total cakewalk for him. A system notification flashes, dropping a brand new mission, Daria Snow White's Test, a challenge that tasks him with helping her crush the human trafficking pirates at Maldiva Harbor to prove his worth. The prize is dangled right in front of him, an intermediate-grade mana stone. He can't help but wonder, wait, what are pirates even doing around here? She lays it out for him, saying that even though he probably already gets it, Damien has a zero-tolerance policy on slavery. Because of that strict rule, human trafficking vessels are absolutely banned from ever docking in their ports. But, she lets out a heavy sigh. Some lowlifes still try to make illegal landings near Maldiva anyway. She makes it clear that while she could totally wreck them solo, this mission isn't just about fighting, it's about saving the victims and seizing the ship, an operation that demands a smarter, more coordinated strike. As they hop onto a small boat, slicing through the waves toward their target, he asks if the plan is to fake them out before hitting them hard. A small smile plays on her lips as she confirms he's a quick study. He thinks to himself, if she'd just asked for backup, hundreds of mages would have sprinted over, not even stopping for shoes. The fact she picked him, and only him, means one thing. This is a test. She calls out to Russell, warning him that what's about to go down might be a lot heavier than he's expecting. The life of a guardian, she explains, isn't always some glorious noble fairy tale. It's just another piece of a mage's destiny. She gives him his orders, grab their attention, while he swoops in and gets the victims out. And with that, she launches herself into the air, a blur of motion streaking toward the pirate ship. Russell just watches her fly, mulling over the true weight of a guardian's path. She halts midair, deciding this is the perfect spot. Then she shouts to Russell, giving him the green light to kick things off. The pirates spot her glowing mana circle, and immediately scream that they're under attack. They scramble into action, firing everything they have at her, but their shots just ping harmlessly off a shield she materializes out of thin air. One of the pirates shouts in disbelief that their attacks aren't even getting close, as she calls them absolute fools. She roars, asking if they seriously had the nerve to hide out in her hometown. Now, she declares, they're about to see if their skills can cash the checks their audacity is writing. She unleashes a torrent of fire mana, and searing flames begin to crawl over their bodies. One of the pirates starts to freak out, screaming about what she's doing and why she won't put out what he thinks is just some minor campfire trick. They try to bolt as the fire slowly, agonizingly, consumes them. She then invokes Doria's Snow White origin and the Dwarf of Burning Wood, cranking her assault up to a whole new level. In that exact moment, Russell vaults onto the ship's deck, right as some pirate is yelling at everyone to get a move on, insisting it's no big deal. Russell scans the scene and instantly recognizes the magic. It's Doria's signature, the same legendary magic that single-handedly leveled an entire castle. He fires off an attack at the fire dwarf, but the blast just fizzles out, completely useless. Russell is floored, thinking how insane it is to see this level of power up close. The fire dwarf, after its initial rampage, suddenly splits into two separate beings. In that split second, Russell's mind races, analyzing the change. A pirate shrieks in terror that the monster just changed its form. Russell shakes himself out of his trance. This is no time to be starstruck. He bolts down the stairs to see what's below, dead set on rescuing any prisoners, while Daria keeps the enemy completely distracted. Down in the hold, a guard is chilling, asking what all the racket upstairs is about. A captive says it must be the Navy, while another prisoner, trembling with a sliver of hope, whispers that they're finally being saved. That hope gets stomped out real quick. when the guard slams his club against the iron bars, snarling that no matter what happens topside, not a single one of them is ever getting out of his sight. The guard sneers, "You got that?" right as Russell zaps him from behind with a lightning-fast skill. Russell thinks to himself, just as he figured, none of the guards bothered to go check the chaos upstairs. A prisoner looks up and asks if Russell is here to save them. Russell gives a nod, confirming he is, but he warns them to stay put inside until every last pirate is taken care of. It's the only way to guarantee their safety. The prisoner collapses to his knees, praying to God, certain that his desperate prayers have finally been heard. Meanwhile, Russell is disgusted, wondering how many people they crammed into such a tiny, wretched space. His eyes then lock onto a small child, and it hits him like a punch to the gut. They're even selling kids. At that very moment, a few more pirates stomp down the stairs. Russell glares at them, thinking they're nothing but trash, the absolute scum of the earth. They yell out, demanding to know who he is, right before they spot their buddy knocked out cold on the floor. Panic erupts as they scream, "Capture the intruder," blades flashing as they lunge forward. Unfazed, Russell just strolls toward the chaos. A crackling sphere of raw lightning materializes in his palm. "You've got that backwards," he declares coolly. "I'm the one apprehending you." A magic circle flares to life at his feet. Second chain lightning. Arcs of pure energy rip through the air, zapping every single pirate. A prisoner stares, his jaw on the floor, whispering, "No way, he's a mage." The inmate mutters, "But what happens if the captain shows up?" Russell doesn't waste a breath, unleashing another devastating lightning blast that drops every pirate to the deck, out cold. With the grunts handled, he saunters over to a locked cell, peering into the darkness. "So, what's the deal with this particular cage?" A prisoner fires back. "Are you a mage from the flame tower?" Russell ignores him, conjuring a glowing mana orb to cut through the shadows and asking, "Are there elves locked in here?" The prisoner stubbornly repeats himself, his voice more urgent. "I asked if you are a mage from the flame tower." Russell glances at the emblem he wears, realizing the source of the confusion. "Nah," he clarifies. "I'm not a member of the flame tower. Not yet, anyway." An elven voice from within the cell scoffs dismissively. "Like I care. Just bust the door open already." Russell pauses. The sheer entitlement in the elf's voice rubs him the wrong way, and he can't help but think about their infamous pride. He internally debates if someone this insufferably arrogant even deserves the title of elf. Maybe he should just ditch them. A sharp voice from inside cuts in, "Stop. Mind your manners." Then, a different, softer female voice asks, "Is that you in there, Alo?" Alo's voice is filled with awe. This is no ordinary human. His mana. It's as pure as the light of a sunset. She continues, "I can even smell the scent of spirits on him." Another elf sounds bewildered. "What do you mean? He's not an ordinary human." Alo simply confirms her strange observation. "I can sense the unmistakable scent of a spirit emanating from him." The scent of a spirit? Russell thinks to himself, totally confused, while another elf in the cell grunts in disbelief. A third elf questions, "How is that even possible for a human?" Russell literally sniffs his own arm, wondering what the hell they're talking about. Alo's tone shifts to a desperate plea. "Mage from the flame tower," she begs, "please, you must rescue us." Russell marvels at how the legendary, unbending pride of the elves vanished completely after one comment from this girl. He starts to connect the dots. She's not just any elf. She must be a high elf, or something even more unreal. With that, he shatters the lock. Alo immediately asks, "Guardian, are all the pirates and their bosses taken care of?" Russell raises an eyebrow. "Bosses? What bosses?" She explains gravely. "These individuals are on another level stronger than my own elite warriors, who are masters of magic." Right on cue, the pirate captain storms onto the deck, surveying the chaos. He spots the fire and the dwarves, and lets out a derisive scoff. "Just a little firefight? How amusing." Drawing his massive sword, he charges straight for the flame dwarves. One of the other pirates watches in disbelief. The captain was struggling against this? Recognizing the captain, another pirate's face drains of all color. "It's him. The captain's here. We're screwed," he shrieks. "That kid is going to be torn limb from limb." At that exact moment, Daria materializes before them, a curious glimmer in her eyes. The captain sneers at her, trying to close the distance. "Are we? You must be the captain." "Then," she replies coolly. He confirms it with a boast. "I'm the captain of the Dawn's Blade." Daria observes, "You're using aura, so you must have been a knight once. What is a knight doing in a place like this?" He roars back. "Does a knight's honor put food on the table or pay the taxes, while lowlifes like the Kelt brothers get disgustingly rich from the slave trade?" she asks. "What do you mean, brothers?" But before he answers, the captain lunges at her with furious speed. But she's like smoke, nimbly evading his savage attack. At the same time, a pirate rushes Russell. "Watch out!" Russell yells, as the pirate's wild swing completely demolishes a nearby wall. Russell gets nicked by the shrapnel, stumbling back as he desperately tries to manifest a shield for protection. He stares down at the broken spears in his hands, his mind reeling. What just happened? Did my weapon seriously just break? The captain lets out a booming laugh. Ho, you actually blocked that? You must be one hell of a mage. But Russell knows that wasn't just raw power. The attack was infused with aura. He realizes with a jolt, this guy's an actual knight? A system notification flashes in his vision, announcing that he's facing a formidable battle. It identifies his opponent as a swordsman. It notes that the situation is tough, but pushes him to defeat the enemy regardless. The reward is listed as 5 intermediate-grade mana stones. Ilo cries out a warning. Guardian, be careful, the pirate declares. I'm the vice captain of this ship, as he draws his blade. He smirks. You may be a mage, but you're still nothing but a kid. He gestures to his knocked-out crewmates. You only put them to sleep instead of finishing them off. The vice captain grins cruelly. You should have killed them if you actually won. Allow me to demonstrate how it's done. Russell's mind races, realizing flame magic is off the table. The collateral damage would absolutely wreck the ship. He unleashes a lightning strike, immediately followed by his circle magic, the second lightning bolt. The vice captain scoffs, wondering if Russell is seriously trying to use lightning against a master swordsman. Bracing themselves, the two warriors charge at each other, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. Russell knows he's fighting smart, using his brain, but his attacks just aren't breaking through. He goes for it again, blasting another second lightning bolt directly at the vice captain. The vice captain effortlessly deflects the bolts with his sword, smirking that such weak attacks will never work on him. Russell fires back. Is that sword a non-conductor? The vice captain's only reply is another vicious sword swing. Russell instantly materializes a shield to block the hit, but the raw power of the strike sends a crack spiderwebbing across its surface. He wonders if the shield can even take another hit. At the same time, the captain launches an assault on Doraya, but she counters with a blast of her own flames. He's impressed, asking if she's a mage, noting her incredible skill at evasion. Doraya shoots back a question of her own. Is your brother a knight too? The captain confirms that he is, though he's quick to add that his brother is nowhere near as skilled as him. He then sneers, asking if the flame dwarf has come back for more. Doraya's reply is chilling. Not exactly. On cue, a swarm of dwarves charges the captain, weapons ready. The captain realizes there are now 2 of them, and for every one he cuts down, more seem to pop up. In that exact moment, Doraya unleashes her ultimate technique, Doraya's Snow White origin, the Dwarf of Hellfire, launching a full-scale attack on the captain. The dwarves swarm him from every angle, completely boxing him in. This is impossible, he screams, demanding to know how the Witch of the Flame Tower got involved. Meanwhile, back with the other fight, Russell expertly weaves past an attack from the vice captain, shoving him backward. The guy is shocked, thinking to himself that the strike should have sliced him in 2. Russell channels his mana, his wounds beginning to knit themselves closed. The vice captain sees this and realizes Russell must be using magic to amp up his physical stats. But whatever the trick is, he scoffs, thinking it changes absolutely nothing. In his eyes, Russell is just a cornered rat with no hope of escape. Suddenly, Alo's voice rings out, calling Russell the Guardian. That word triggers a memory from Russell's past life. He'd met this psycho before, when the vice captain slaughtered an innocent, mercenary crew just because one of them accidentally bumped into him. He recalls that the only person who had barely managed to halt the vice captain's bloody rampage was a mage, and the technique they used was a simple, defensive shield. He's jolted from his thoughts as the vice captain attacks again. Russell throws up his shield to block the sword, and he can practically feel the vice captain's frustration. He knows the guy is thinking that he's been blocked yet again. Russell immediately capitalizes, casting circle magic, second wand arrow, which slams into the vice captain and injures him. But the move took its toll. Russell is wounded too, and the room starts to feel dizzy. He wonders if he's lost too much blood. Pushing through it, he channels his remaining mana to shatter the locks on the cages, yelling for everyone to get out. Ilo cries out his thanks, and the other elves echo their gratitude. Follow me, now, Russell orders. The vice captain spits a curse, muttering that he should have aimed for Russell's head. Russell, however, knows he made the right choice, and tells Alo to lead the other captives upstairs. One of the elves asks if Russell wants them to free the human prisoner too, while another elf questions what he's even talking about. Ilo simply acknowledges the order and gets the rescue underway. The vice captain lets out a deranged laugh, mocking Russell for thinking he has the luxury of playing hero. He then charges forward, screaming that Russell needs to worry about himself. He brings his sword down again, but Russell's shield materializes to block the hit once more. The vice captain realizes that Russell is creating a shield every single time, giving him 0 openings to land a decisive blow. All Russell can think is that he just has to hold on a little longer until everyone is safe. At the same time, Alo is ushering the last of the prisoners out. He then shouts to Russell that everyone is clear. The vice captain snarls, asking if Russell thinks that changes a thing. Russell's answer is cold and confident. It changes everything, because now, I'm going to crush you. He explodes with a massive wave of fire from all directions, engulfing the vice captain in a vortex of flames. The man looks around, completely bewildered, as the entire atmosphere in the room shifts. He can feel a change in his opponent's intent. It's turned lethal. Pure instinct makes him take a step back. He has a gut feeling that the next attack will tear right through his shield and his body. In that instant, Russell activates his origin, Blaze Lance, and a spear of pure fire materializes in his hand. The vice captain sees it and questions if it's just a simple fire spear. But no, it's not. The power radiating from this weapon is on another level entirely. And then, Russell launches his attack. At the same time, the fire dwarves are hammering away at the captain, who strikes back furiously. But their numbers just keep multiplying. He's trapped in a horrifying loop. The more of them he kills, the more appear. And he knows he can't kill them fast enough. He screams in his mind, "Where is my foolish brother? If he were here, they might have a chance to catch the witch, but only if he can somehow survive this onslaught and hold the line against the fire dwarves." But then, he feels a massive surge of raw fire mana erupting from deep underground. He instinctively leaps back, trying to get a read on the chaos. A pillar of flame bursts from the deck, utterly vaporizing a chunk of the ship. The blast sends the vice captain flying, who screams out in total shock. The captain gets hit too, letting out a blood-curdling cry. Doraya just stares, horrified by the carnage. She gasps, "What is that?" And her eyes snap to Russell, now crumpled on the deck. She realizes with dawning horror that she completely misjudged this fight. Russell took the brunt of that. And in that exact moment, a system window pops into view. The mission is cleared. Rewards are now being distributed. Russell has acquired an intermediate-grade mana stone. "The captain's down!" one of the pirates screams. The order rings out to encircle them with the guard ships and get intel on the situation. In response, Doraya's mana flares to life. She grits her teeth, admitting to herself she needs to have a serious internal debrief about this screw-up. She summons colossal orbs of pure energy, slams her magic staff into the deck, and unleashes the glowing spheres in every direction. The blast launches the pirates screaming into the ocean. At the same time, Alo is desperately trying to heal Russell, who groans, asking what happened as he tries to sit up, but she pushes him back down, telling him not to move. He mutters that his mana isn't fully back yet, which is why his healing is so sluggish. Doraya praises him, saying he did some solid work, taking out 2 knights all by himself. He just replies that he thought he was only fighting 1, to which she claps back that, surprise, it was actually 2. Alo then declares that she now owes him a massive debt, one she can't possibly pay back right away. "But I, Ilo of the White Ash tribe," she vows, "swear on the honor of my ancestors that this debt will be repaid." Russell introduces himself as Russell Raymond, brushing it off by saying he just did what any guardian is supposed to do. Doraya cuts in, telling Ilo not to forget about them, the Flame Tower. The moment she says it, another elf's jaw drops. He stammers, asking if she's the master of the Flame Tower. The other elves also report in, confirming that the prisoner's conditions have been checked. Doraya just nods and says, "Good work," while noting that Russell has some seriously kind subordinates. Russell observes that the elves are suddenly acting completely different, a total 180 from how they were before. He turns to Lady Alo and asks what she meant by her comment back in the cabin. She clarifies, asking if he was talking about when she mentioned the scent of a spirit. Doraya's ears perk up at this, looking totally floored, while Russell confirms that's exactly what he meant. Ilo then gets straight to the point. "Is it possible," she asks, "that you're part dragon?" He echoes the word dragon before admitting that, yeah, he actually does have the blood of the green dragon flowing through his veins. Ilo nods, explaining that it's probably more like a single drop in a lake, but even a tiny amount like that is a magnet for spirits. She grabs his hand, takes a sniff, and says, "I could smell a powerful spirit aura on you. That's why I had to ask if you were a dragon-blooded." Doraya eavesdrops on their chat, her mind racing. Could being dragon-blooded be the secret to Russell's insane growth rate? She wonders if he's destined to become a legend, who could shake the foundations of the Endymion kingdom, or maybe even the entire world. They all arrive safely at the port, where soldiers begin helping the freed prisoners off the ship. Doraya then asks Ilo if she plans on laying low until her mana is fully restored. Ilo confirms it, so Doraya offers up her mansion, which she says isn't too far from there. She pitches it as a safe place for her to crash, adding that she might even be able to help with Russell's training. Russell immediately asks Doraya what she means by training, while Alo chimes in that if it helps repay her debt, she's all for it. Doraya raises an eyebrow, asking why he'd pass on the opportunity. He quickly clarifies that, obviously, he'd love to get some special training from the Flame Tower Master herself. Doraya smiles, saying that settles it. Then, the carriages should be arriving any minute. Alo thanks her again, and the whole group starts following Doraya. Russell pulls Doraya aside, asking if this is really okay since the school semester is about to start. She just waves it off. She tells him not to sweat it. Hubert will handle everything. Russell's mind flashes to Professor Hubert. A short while later, they're all loaded into carriages, making their way to Doria's estate. As they pull up to the front, she announces, "Well, we're here." Russell hops out of the carriage, looks up at the mansion, and can only think, "Dude, this place is massive." Doraya tells them not to get overwhelmed and to just make themselves at home. Alo comments on how gorgeous the estate is, and thanks Doraya again for her hospitality. Russell keeps looking around, a strange feeling of déjà vu washing over him. He's positive he's been here before, with his parents. He calls out to Doraya, saying he has a question for her. She stops and turns back, asking what's up. He asks if this villa was always hers. She whispers that if anyone heard him, they'd think she stole it. He lets out a laugh and apologizes. She says that, jokes aside, he's right. The villa originally belonged to a merchant association, a property she snagged a few years back. It clicks for him just as he suspected. This mansion was once his family's. A ghost of a memory flashes through his mind. Him, a child, playing in this very garden with his father. She cuts through his thoughts, asking if there's anything else. Russell just shakes his head. He remembers hearing it was sold off for pennies after his family's empire crumbled. And now, he's back, but not as a master, as a student. The scene cuts. 1 week later, Doraya strolls into Ilo's room. "I'm here," she announces. Ilo replies, "I heard you calling." Doraya takes a slow sip of tea, a small smile playing on her lips, relieved. "Looks like you've recovered a good chunk of your mana," she observes. Alo gives her a nod. "It's all thanks to you." Doraya shifts gears. "About that thing we discussed earlier." Ilo immediately catches on. "If you're talking about training, you must mean spirits, right?" And to prove her point, she lets her immense mana flare to life. Doraya confirms she's on the right track, prompting Alo to ask where Russell is. "Oh, I gave him a little assignment," Doraya says cryptically. Cut to the woods, where Russell is grinding through some intense practice. His foot slips, the ground vanishes beneath him, and he plummets from the mountain's edge straight into the raging sea. He surfaces, sputtering. "Failed again, huh?" he mutters, recalling Doraya's question after his last fight. "What did you learn from that duel? With the knight?" He'd answered that he'd learned nothing, before backtracking, asking, "What did you mean about needing to cover the distance between two mountains?" Doraya had affirmed it. "For a mage," she explained, "distance is everything. It's life or death. Watch me. Watch closely and think." Then, she folded space itself, her mana warping reality as she teleported from one peak to the other. Russell's eyes go wide. That's spatial distortion magic. Blink. Doraya's voice echoes in his mind. "Now you try. Cross the cliff. Using blink. Master this, and it will become one of your deadliest weapons." A system window materializes before Russell, declaring a new mission. Learn blink, the spatial distortion magic. The reward for pulling it off? An intermediate grade. Mana Stone. We snap back to the present, with Russell scrambling up the cliff face again. Blink, he realizes, isn't just about raw power. It's about understanding the fundamental logic of space. He channels his mana, attempting the spell once more. He fails, his grip slips, and he's left dangling precariously over the abyss. Is this blink practice? He gasps, or just brutal endurance training? Shaking his head, he tells himself to refocus. Think. Fold space. He gets back to it. But just as he's zeroing in, Doraya shows up, calling his name. He glances back at her for a split second. That's all it takes. He loses his concentration and starts to fall. Later that night, Doraya lays out the new plan. Starting tonight, you learn to contract with spirits. Alo is going to guide you through it. Alo beams, happy to be of service, and Russell thanks her. Slowly, close your eyes. Alo instructs softly. It doesn't matter what you picture, the morning light, the midday sun, a roaring fire. Anything will do, as long as you let the fire mana circulate through your entire being. As the fiery energy courses through Russell, Alo can feel it and is completely floored. To find mana this pure inside a human body, it's unheard of. I'm going into your subconscious to guide you, she announces, placing a hand on his back. She takes his hand, and together they dive into his inner world, a breathtaking realm that looks like an entire galaxy, glittering with stars and moons. She muses that most people never realize the door to the spirit realm is open to everyone, whether they're human, elf, or any other child of nature. Every path eventually leads here, and that door swings open when a powerful surge occurs. Suddenly, She feels it a violent, raging torrent, erupting from his heart. And when she sees a vision of him plunging a blade into someone, she knows what it is: hatred. Alo spots a door inside his mind, glowing with a brilliant light. She thinks it might be his own mana, now overflowing from his body and pouring into hers, before it suddenly detonates in a massive explosion that rips through everything in all directions. Even Daraya, watching from the outside, is visibly shocked by the display. Sometime later, back in the mansion, Russell's eyes slowly flutter open. "You're awake," Daraya says, her voice laced with concern. He pushes himself up. What? What happened? He recalls a sensation like his mana just spontaneously combusted. His eyes dart around frantically. Ilo, she was, in my mind. Then he sees it. Her arm, bandaged and injured. Your arm. What happened? I'm fine, she says, trying to brush it off. But he knows. Did I do this to you? He claps his hands over his mouth, horrified. I'm so sorry, he chokes out, true remorse flooding his voice. Later, he stands outside, needing space. Daraya watches him from the window before turning to Alo. What exactly happened in there? Alo's expression is grim. It was overwhelming. The very source of his consciousness. We were on the path to the spirit's gateway, but we couldn't go any further. A massive emotional torrent just erupted out of nowhere. Daraya presses. A torrent of emotion? Alo nods. At first, I thought it was pure hatred, but it was heavier than that. It felt more like sorrow, a sorrow so deep and immense. I have no idea how he's been able to bottle it up for this long. They both step outside. Daraya calls out to him, Russell. Daraya announces that a new phase of his training kicks off today, and he just bows his head, asking if that's her official command. She confirms it, then drops the bomb. His training is cleaning. Russell is visibly shook. She explains that for one solid week, he's on janitor duty, helping the servants give the entire mansion a deep clean from top to bottom. He's thinking, what in the world does she mean by a deep clean? While she casually mentions that she and Alo are bouncing to the capital in the meantime. Alo gives him a quick, see you in a week, and he plays it cool, just telling them to stay safe out there. Daraya makes it crystal clear that this isn't some kind of punishment. Russell nods, but in his head, he's already plotting to spend his time, grinding on both the cleaning and his own practice. But then she adds one final, devastating rule. He is absolutely banned from using magic. Not a single spell for the entire week. With that, he trudges into the mansion and gets to work. He mumbles to himself that he might as well just frame this as intense physical conditioning. He repeats the mantra, no magic allowed, and then, bam, he slips, careening into a vase and sending it shattering into 1,000 pieces. The headmaid materializes out of nowhere, her voice sharp. Who cleans with this much recklessness? She scolds, pointing to the mess. You just destroyed a vase that Lady Daraya treasures. Russell's mind flashes back to Daraya's parting words. When it came to cleaning, the headmaid's orders were absolute. He stammers out an apology, but the headmaid just narrows her eyes, stating that she's well aware he's forbidden from using magic this week. Therefore, from this point forward, he'll clean exactly as she commands. She shoves a cloth into his hands, explaining, when you polish a vase, you support it from the bottom. She then gestures to a dusty corner behind the door, her tone dripping with sarcasm. And I suppose you thought this area didn't need to be cleaned? My apologies, she adds, roasting him. Perhaps you just failed to see the filth. He's then thrown into a grueling cleaning marathon that feels like it lasts for days. He's completely wiped out, wondering if this is some twisted form of mental endurance test. Picturing the headmaid's phantom, constantly barking orders at him to scrub the windows, wash the rags, and purify every last inch of the estate. Her actual voice finally cuts through his daze. It's lunchtime, she announces, telling him to follow. He forces a laugh, saying he'll eat later, but she isn't taking no for an answer. After she insists, he finally caves. He follows her into the staff dining hall, where everyone is already eating. As he steps inside, the first thing he notices is the sheer number of people it takes to run this place. A butler immediately approaches, sizing him up. Your name? Russell Raymond, he answers. The butler's jaw practically hits the floor. A Raymond? You're actually a Raymond? Russell's mind starts racing. What does this guy know about his family? A nearby maid starts whispering about how handsome he is. Black hair and red eyes, she gushes. That's a seriously killer combination. But suddenly, a presence looms up behind Russell. A pair of hands grab his shoulders as a voice booms. Damn, you look solid. And then asks, mind if I check out those biceps? Russell spins around, totally confused. What are you talking about? The guy just snatches his hand back, laughing. Just messing with you, kid, he roars. Russell lets out an awkward chuckle, thinking to himself that this absolutely has to be part of the training. He tells himself to just power through it for 1 week. It's all part of the grind, right? A little later, Russell is outside, tasked with chopping firewood. He hefts a huge log onto his shoulder, thinking that this whole ordeal would be over in a flash if he could just use his wizard's body. Once the work is done, the whole crew gathers around to unwind with some drinks. One of them shoves a cup into Russell's hand. Here, you earned it. Great work today, everyone. They all let out a huge cheer and raise their cups to the sky. But just as Russell takes his first sip, someone slams down on the bench next to him, whipping their head around and knocking the drink right out of his hand. What the hell was that for? Russell demands. The guy just smirks back. You're still a student. Drinking will kill your gains, bro. And in that moment, Russell realizes he'd completely forgotten he was even supposed to be a student. For a split second, his mind had flashed back to his old life as a mercenary. But another guy just laughs it off, saying it's no big deal. Learning to drink with your elders is a rite of passage, he declares, pouring Russell another cup. He gestures to the stunning view. Besides, with a sunset like this, it'd be a crime not to have a drink. As they all watch the sky ignite, Russell gets lost in thought. Just then, the head maid appears, remarking that there's another kind of crime, drinking without any snacks to go with it. She's brought out more drinks for everyone. One of the servants raises his glass high, yelling, "A toast to the newest member of the family." The whole group keeps the party going, drinking and laughing together. But later, it's back to the grind for Russell. He finds himself up on the rooftop, scrubbing away, with the same maid from before keeping him company. After that, he grabs some dinner, and ends up just crashing on the rooftop under the stars. By sunrise, he's already back at it, working in the garden before breakfast is even served. It hits him that the week is almost over, but strangely, he feels this weird sense of disappointment. He's sitting quietly in the garden, just looking at the sky, when the head maid walks up. "You seem quite fond of this place," she observes. He immediately jumps to his feet to greet her formally, but she just lets out a small laugh. "Exactly how many times do you plan on greeting me in a single day?" He cracks a smile back at her. "Has it been that many?" She called him out for acting on impulse, then softened, asking if there was some special reason he was drawn to this exact spot. He confessed that this place, it made him think of certain people he could no longer see. Puzzled, she pointed out that she'd heard mages could teleport. "So why not just go see them?" she asked. He sighed, explaining that teleportation magic is insanely complex, and even if he could pull it off, the place they were in now was completely beyond his reach. Her eyes widened. "For real? I always figured mages were, like, above having problems." He gave a short, bitter laugh, calling that idea completely absurd. She then switched gears, reminding him that tomorrow was his final day of cleaning duty. "So, you better give it everything you've got till the very end," she said, starting to walk away. He watched her go, giving a quiet acknowledgement. "Yeah, I got it," he murmured. She paused, turning back slightly. "Look, I don't know the first thing about magic," she admitted, "but I can tell you're a decent guy. Even if you don't become some legendary mage, I'd still want you around as a dependable servant." He just replied with a simple, "Okay," adding, "I'll think on that." The very next morning, Doraya was back. Russell's head snapped up. "You returned. Have you been well?" she asked, her gaze searching his. "Feeling a little more settled?" He just nodded, saying he'd been fine. "Come with me for a second," she instructed. As they stepped inside, Doraya commented on what a grueling week he'd endured. He brushed it off with a humble reply. "It really wasn't that big of a deal." Doraya pressed on. "Finding a cure to restore Elo's mana," she explained. "It took forever. An elf's mana is a whole different beast. Plus, I had to double-check something deep within the archives." "Sounds like you were swamped," he remarked. She met his eyes. "This entire estate, it once belonged to the Raymond family." She continued, "Elo told me he senses a raging torrent in your heart. It's the reason you can't reach the door of spirits." She then posed the question directly. "Do you feel wronged, furious, or just sad?" His answer was heavy. "All of it. I feel all of it." A thoughtful look crossed her face. "It takes me back. Watching you first develop your magic, you were always fighting by yourself. But looking at you now," she mused, "I see a lonely patriarch, desperately trying to rebuild what he lost. So, I think you should take this estate." He blinked, stunned. "What are you talking about?" She held up a hand, clarifying, "Oh, I'm not just handing it over. Become the war mage of the Flame Tower. Serve as this nation's shield. Make a fortune doing it. And then you can buy this land from me fair and square." She leaned in slightly. "You understand, young one?" The title caught him off guard, making him wonder why she'd call him that. "Just stop trying to carry the world alone," she advised. That night, circled around a crackling fire, Doraya laid out the new plan. "Last time," she said, "when I guided you to the door of spirits, I didn't awaken your consciousness." Elo chimed in. "She only used her subconscious mana to lead you." Doraya nodded. "So let's switch it up. This time, we approach that door together." Panic flashed in his eyes. "Wait, what if I mess up and hurt you again?" Elo immediately tried to soothe his fears. "We brought a ton of medicine this time. You'll be fine." But Russell shot back. "That's not what I'm worried about. Daria's voice cut through his anxiety. Close your eyes. Picture a flame, just like you did before. I'll meet you inside your mind. He obeyed, and as the world dissolved, he saw her standing in the void. Daria? He called out, and her voice echoed back. Can you see me? He stared down at his own hands, realizing he was looking at his pure, untainted mana. It felt serene, just as it had before. But that violent storm was still raging deep inside him. Together, they ventured into the landscape of his mind, arriving at a cliff's edge. Across a vast chasm, a door pulsed with blinding light. He grimaced, frustrated. It's still so hard to get to the origin, the path to the door of spirits. The torrent was pulling at him, and as he stepped forward, she grabbed his arm. Don't, she yelled. Getting any closer is suicide. Even just trying to perceive that storm is dangerous. But it was too late. He stumbled to his knees as a dragon's voice thundered through his mind, chanting his failures. Academy graduation, tower selection, rebuilding your family, avenging your father. And just like that, the floodgates of his past burst open. I'm sorry, he choked out. This isn't something I can just get over. She placed a firm hand on his shoulder. When you came out of your trance, how did you feel? He looked up into Doria's eyes and whispered her name. She simply replied, You are a good person. Just then, the head maid appeared. He stared, completely confused. What are you doing here? Doria turned to the maid. You didn't leave him to suffer alone, did you? The maid gave a small, determined shake of her head. Of course not. In that instant, memories flooded him. Hubert, placing a hand on his shoulder, saying, Come with me for a moment. Another servant, clapping him on the back. All right, cheers to the new family member. The headmaid's voice echoed in his memory. I don't know magic, but I think you're a good person. And finally, Doria's words. Stop trying to carry the world alone. The weight of it all shattered his composure, and he began to sob. I can't just get rid of it, he wept. But I can leap over it. A new resolve hardened his expression as he focused, visualizing the very fabric of space bending to his will. Ignoring the immense danger, he charged toward the cliff's edge, ready to make the jump. Elo screamed a warning. It's too risky. Don't go any closer. But in his mind, he just thought, it's going to be okay. Even as he plummets, he's not alone. With a desperate surge of will, he activates Blink, dissolving from one cliff face and instantly rematerializing on the other. Ilo watches, breathless, and declares that Russell actually did it, just as the system window flashes, confirming the mission is cleared. His reward is an intermediate-grade monostone. He knows he's crossed the threshold, but the next step is a total mystery. Alo's voice directs him to a shimmering door of light ahead. She materializes within his mindscape, and as he turns to face her, he breathes her name. Surprised? She asks, explaining that because their mana is still linked, they can communicate like this. Another system notification pings into existence, a new mission to forge a contract with a spirit, following the guidance of the mixed elf, Alo. The goal is to summon a spirit and successfully form a pact, with another intermediate-grade monostone on the line as the reward. She tells him to lay his hand upon the door, and as he obeys, he asks what's supposed to happen. Her reply is cryptic. Now, the spirits get to decide. She warns him that nobody can foretell which spirit might answer the call, or if one will appear at all. He could very well be rejected. So, all he can do is extend his hand and wait. He stands firm before the glowing portal, as she confirms their part in this is over for now. In the physical world, Daria watches over his motionless body. Inside his own mind, he accepts the possibility of failure. Even if this proves to be an impossible challenge, he refuses to be disappointed. He waits with absolute patience for the spirits to make their move. And then, a colossal shadow emerges behind him, a dragon. As it reaches out to touch his hand, a profound sense of gratitude floods his entire being. He's thankful for every single moment that has led him to this point. He snaps back to reality to find a baby dragon sitting right in his lap. The tiny dragon lets out a fierce roar and bites him, making him question if this creature is truly a spirit. Daria erupts in laughter as Ilo congratulates him, her voice shaking with pride. Daria adds that there's even more to celebrate than just this. His mind immediately jumps to the fourth circle, replaying the intense moment when he struggled to conquer the raging torrent of his own mana. Daria clarifies that in that very instant, he shattered a monumental barrier within his own mind. The system window confirms it, notifying him that the awakening of new knowledge connected to spirit summoning has triggered a breakthrough. He has officially leveled up to the fourth circle. The system also mentions he's set to receive additional rewards, but keeps the details under wraps. His mind races, wondering what these extra prizes could be. The baby dragon flutters up and settles on his head, and Alo steps closer, reaching out to it. She remarks that this doesn't feel like any ordinary spirit, and then asks if he plans on giving it a fitting name. She explains that naming the creature is the final step to solidifying their contract. She gently places the dragon into his hands, and he accepts. Jiraiya encourages him to pick a good name. He looks at the fiery red creature and says, "It's so red, how about bacon?" All three women are left absolutely stunned by his suggestion. He bursts into laughter at their expressions, admitting he was only joking. He then puts forward a new name, Pepper. The dragon lets out a happy roar, and Ilo remarks that it's a cute name. Jiraiya agrees that it isn't half bad, while Russell privately thinks Pepper could also be short for pepperoni. Jiraiya then proclaims that to properly celebrate this massive achievement, the real special training is going to start tomorrow. Alo announces she will be handling the spirit lessons, and he replies that he's definitely looking forward to them. He then turns to his new baby dragon and says, "It's nice to meet you, Pepper." The scene flashes forward 1 month to the academy, where all the professors have assembled. One professor notes that the time has finally come for the Great Towers to begin selecting their new students, and he ponders how many graduates are going to be picked this year. Another professor remarks that the result is basically already decided, noting that the judge from the kingdom's White Tower has just arrived. The man is seen stepping out of his grand carriage. He adds that each tower has been scouting and selecting candidates all semester long. The judge from the kingdom's Yellow Tower also makes his appearance, emerging from his own carriage. Another professor then asks, who else would they choose if not their absolute best students? The response is that the judge from the kingdom's Spear Tower is also present, and he too steps out from his carriage. One of the professors nods in agreement. He insists they should be doing more for the students. His colleague retorts, asking if he means for the students' sake or to boost the school's reputation. With a chuckle, he freely admits it's for the school's own glory. At that moment, Hubert arrives and questions how they can even call themselves educators. He challenges them for focusing only on a small handful of gifted students. Suddenly, an announcement cuts through the air. The judge from the kingdom's Flame Tower has arrived. He steps out from his carriage, and the students start buzzing anxiously, asking if that's the legendary Vermilion Olsen. Hubert, watching from the crowd, wonders why in the world Olsen is here. Olsen casually remarks, "The person I'm looking for hasn't arrived yet." Hubert instantly understands. Olsen's presence as the judge probably means Jiraiya has no intention of selecting Russell. At that very moment, Russell uses Blink to vault between rooftops, a brilliant trail of his fire mana blazing through the air behind him. He lands perfectly on the academy's rooftop as the onlookers below gasp in absolute awe. Hubert spots him, and his eyes widen in realization. Russell barely makes it, landing just as he quips about nearly being late. But then his eyes lock onto Olsen, and a slow smirk spreads across his face. This is about to get interesting. And oh, is he going to relish breaking him? The scene snaps to Jiraiya's opulent mansion. Inside, Russell is giving his thanks to everyone, voicing his hopes for a safe journey back to his hometown. Alo offers his own thanks, and then Russell turns his full attention to the head maid, his voice laced with promise, telling her he will absolutely be back. He vows to return as the rightful master of the estate, and charges her with its care until that day comes. The head maid scoffs, saying they'll see about that, but her eyes betray a flicker of hope. Jiraiya cuts in, asking if he's certain he doesn't need a carriage. Russell just grins. If he wants to beat the clock, running is way faster. Hearing this, Jiraiya makes one last request, addressing him as the youngest. She hands him a sealed letter, tasking him with its delivery to Hubert. He accepts it with a firm nod, assuring her it will reach its destination. She rewards him with a warm smile. A short time later, Russell stands before Hubert. Hubert breathes a sigh of relief, glad that Russell made it just in time, but his tone quickly turns serious, warning him that during this selection, his hands are tied. He gestures to the letter, now resting on the table. Russell simply says, "That's fine." Hubert leans in, urging him not to underestimate Brother Olsen. He makes it crystal clear, this isn't about trying your best. It's about being the best. Period. He claps a firm hand on Russell's shoulder, adding that if anyone is capable of it, it's him. A fire ignites in Russell's eyes. "Yeah," he says, his voice dripping with confidence. "Don't you worry." At that exact moment, a system window materializes, announcing the mission start. The mission, Tower Selection. The objective, establish an overwhelming gap in skill and secure the approval of the selection judges. The current acknowledgement score from the judges is a big fat 0 out of 10. The reward for succeeding is listed as a mid-grade monostone. The scene dissolves, reforming into a classroom setting. Every student is in their seat as the professor announces the commencement of the first trial, the written exam. For Russell, this test is a cakewalk. He's already flunked it so many times in his past life. He knows every question by heart. The only thing giving him pause is the content of the teacher's letter. According to that message, Professor Hubert was scheduled for more and more frequent trips, to the point where he'd become a ghost in his own lecture hall. Russell remembers it clearly. Not long after that year, Professor Hubert took a sabbatical he never returned from. The exact circumstances remain a mystery, but the memory of a memorial service attended by every faculty member is burned into his mind. After the exam, Russell steps out of the classroom, and his gaze is immediately drawn to a snake coiled on a tree branch. His instincts scream that this is connected to some seriously dangerous mission, the kind of job only a top-tier mage from the Flame Tower would be assigned. A moment later, a professor's voice cuts through the crowd, declaring that Russell Raymond has achieved the top score on the exam. A wave of whispers immediately erupts. "He got the highest score?" one student mutters. "No way, that's insane," another whispers back. "He must have been grinding like crazy. Man, I'm kinda jealous," a fourth admits. Amidst the gossip, the professor formally presents Russell with a certificate in front of everyone. As he accepts it, a single thought consumes him. Can I actually prevent their deaths this time? The professor's voice interrupts, announcing that the second stage will commence shortly. The interview is next. One by one, students are called from the anxious line, waiting outside the room. When the professor calls out Russell Raymond, he stands and walks into the room, his mind repeating a single mantra: I have to stop what's coming. He knows he has a chance, because the proof, the key to rewriting history, is sitting right in front of him. He scans the judges' faces and freezes. Brother Olsen was never a judge in the original timeline. The future has already been warped. This changes everything. He must get into the Flame Tower to save the professor. He has to win their approval, right here, right now. One of the professors lays down the rules. When a judge asks a question, the answer must be concise and spoken aloud. Russell confirms he understands. The judge from the kingdom's White Tower declares the interview has officially begun. He lobs the first question, a tricky one about a formula crafted 300 years ago by the mage Origin Gong. Russell barely hesitates, replying that modifying the formula requires applying the concept of material cycling. Heh, these questions are even easier than the written exam, he thinks, but I know there's another layer to this test. The Yellow Tower's judge fires off more questions, and Russell answers each one flawlessly. Then he feels it an intense, crushing wave of mana flooding the room. He realizes this is the true test. They're trying to mentally break him with their sheer power. In his past life, this is the exact point where he always crumbled. But this time is different. He remembers the weakling he used to be. As the judges amplify the pressure, his own mana begins to surge and overflow. It roars through his body, but his voice doesn't waver as he calmly explains. By altering the ingredient proportions, it's possible to triple the medicine's effectiveness. The Yellow Tower judge leans forward, an impressed look on his face. Incredible. His expression hasn't changed at all, even in this tempest of mana. And that's when Olsen speaks. Is that all you've got? Olsen scoffs. He rises from his chair, and the air crackles as a crushing tidal wave of mana erupts from him. He unleashes it directly at Russell, who freezes, his eyes wide in shock at the sheer, overwhelming power. The Yellow Tower judge is internally freaking out. This guy is a certified madman, he thinks. At this rate, the candidate's gonna die. But then he looks over at Russell, who is just standing there, impossibly calm, under the suffocating pressure, and wonders, is he actually tanking this? Even the Spear Tower judge is floored, muttering that some of the newly hired professors struggle against this kind of pressure. And he's right across the room. Several professors are visibly sweating, gasping for air under the weight of Olsen's immense mana. This kid is an absolute prodigy, the judge realizes. A system window pings, selection judge's acknowledgement, 1 out of 10, then 2 out of 10. The number just skyrockets, climbing relentlessly until it hits a staggering 9 out of 10. Olsen stares, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He's really withstanding this? Not for long. He cranks the power up even higher. Russell's body begins to tremble, his knees threatening to buckle, but he refuses to go down. That's when the Spear Tower judge shoots to his feet. He claps a firm hand on Olsen's shoulder. That's enough, he says. We have more interviews. It's time to stop. Olsen just glances back at him, a smirk playing on his lips. But it was just getting interesting. What a buzzkill. Still, he dials back his mana. The entire room lets out a collective sigh of relief, the professors feeling like they just dodged a bullet. The White Tower judge gives Russell a nod. You did well. You're dismissed. He then calls for the next candidate to enter. Russell stumbles out of the room, collapses into a chair, and gasps for air, thinking, holy crap, I almost blacked out in there. The system window is still visible, and the judge's acknowledgement is frozen at 9 out of 10. He lets out a dry, humorless laugh. So even that wasn't good enough, huh? The sheer difficulty of this challenge is finally sinking in. A while later, the judges are walking down the hall, and the Spear Tower judge mentions Russell. Raymond, he says. He's the one the Flame Tower master has her eye on. The Yellow Tower judge sighs. He was the one everyone wanted. Such a shame. The White Tower judge then turns to Olsen. So, are you planning to discipline him? He is our youngest disciple, after all. Olsen barely turns his head. Who said he was going to be my junior? He quickly backtracks. Wait, that's not what I meant. But before anyone can question him, Olsen just turns and walks away. The scene flashes back. We see a group of warriors desperately trying to maintain a protective barrier. One of them screams at a rookie, "Do your job and defend the line." The newbie's eyes widen in terror. There's a crack. The barrier is breaking. In the next instant, a brutal attack shatters their defenses, wiping them out. Sometime later, Olsen arrives to find nothing but bodies scattered everywhere. "One weak link," he murmurs, tears streaming down his face. Then, snap, we're back in the present. Olsen is lost in thought. If the strongest pillar falls, the rest will crumble with it. After a moment, a priest steps forward to make an announcement. The third round of the screening test will now commence. This round is a treasure hunt. He holds up a glowing crystal. Deep within the dense Walker Hill forest, you must locate these green Mona stones. Points will be given, based on the quantity you find and the speed of your return. Russell stands among the other candidates, his mind racing. This is going to be a free-for-all, he thinks. Everyone's going to be trying to steal stones from each other. The priest then shouts for the candidates to get in position. As Russell waits, a system window pops up. He thinks of Olsen and wonders, even if I crush this third round, will senior disciple Olsen ever actually acknowledge me? The priest's voice booms. The test begins now. It's a mad scramble as everyone sprints towards the forest entrance. Russell hangs back for a second. Okay, for now, there's only one thing I can do. He decides to summon his spirit, thinking, he must have been feeling cooped up. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out Pepper. "Hey buddy, it's been a while," he says. "Sorry I couldn't use magic at school. Think you can give me a hand?" He then pulls a sample stone from his pouch. "Okay, here's the deal. I need you to find more stones that look just like this one." Pepper sniffs the stone intently before zipping off into the trees. Russell remembers hearing that spirits from the Mana world can detect even the faintest magical signatures. He can tell Pepper has already locked onto something. Just then, Pepper darts back towards him. "All right, lead the way," Russell says. And at that moment, he spots a glowing magical star etched into a tree. "There it is," he grins. "Finally found one." Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Professor Hubert, his face hidden by a mask, slams a man against a brick wall, gripping his collar. "Where is the mage you made the trade with?" he snarls. I don't know," the man stammers. "I just sold him raw materials for a ritual." Hubert leans in closer. "Were you aware that this ritual was for a forbidden pagan spell?" The man's face goes pale with shock. "A pagan? What?" But before he can finish, bam! Professor Hubert smashes his head against the wall again, his grip tightening like a vice. "Assisting a cult is treason against the kingdom," he growls, his voice dangerously low. "I'm going to ask you one more time," and grills him about where the mage vanished. The man swears he's completely clueless. That's when Professor Hubert feels a memory click into place, recalling hushed whispers about the infamous woman who incinerates her victims, taking on an apprentice, a rumor he had intended to chase down himself. A short while later, Professor Hubert rips off his mask mid-stride, his mind racing through the terrifying possibilities. If the cult's beef is with a specific woman, it can only mean one person, the teacher, and that puts Russell in grave danger. In a flash of horror, he understands the entire screening test is compromised, and as smoke begins to choke the air, he bolts forward without a second thought. Elsewhere, another candidate stumbles through the woods, muttering under his breath, wondering where the hell all the mana stones are. He knows he can't even risk a flicker of light. It'd be like painting a target on his back. Just then, he spots a silhouette lurking in the shadows and freezes, wondering what it is. The figure suddenly bellows, "Wand arrow," and slings a wand directly at him. The candidate instinctively hurls himself backward, totally rattled, and gasps that the attacker totally blindsided him. He figures if it's just another candidate, it's not like they're trying to actually kill each other. This is a competition, after all. Then a thought hits him. Maybe that guy is holding mana stones. He scans the area, but there's no one there, and he's left wondering where the dude disappeared to, completely oblivious to the monster now looming right behind him, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Russell navigates the forest, thinking he must be getting close to the center. He discovers a cluster of pouches loaded with stones, just lying on the ground, and his gut tells him this is all wrong. Why would all the mana stones be dumped in one spot? He gives Pepper a quick pat, telling him he did a great job. That's when he spots a shattered crystal ball and kneels down to examine it, his eyes narrowing as he realizes this is a golem's core, already destroyed. It looks like it was smashed before the golem could even be activated. He wonders who on earth could have pulled this off. In that instant, the ground beside him erupts in a massive explosion. He's stunned by the blast and barely manages to leap clear with Pepper. His mind races. The attacker is wielding both earth magic and light magic. A second later, glowing orbs of light come hurtling toward him. He dodges again, shielding himself from the attack, and the orbs detonate the moment they slam into the ground. He realizes this isn't the work of just one mage. Suddenly, a lethal volley of arrows streaks toward him, but Pepper unleashes a torrent of flames, incinerating them in midair. Russell grins, saying, "Nice one." Pepper replies with a proud little karuk. Russell raises his own arm, weaving light into shimmering orbs, and launches a counter-barrage of fire arrows, shattering the light orbs and triggering another massive blast. As the smoke starts to clear, he sees other candidates standing nearby and calls out, "Who are you?" One of them sneers that they are honor students, handpicked by the tower, before accusing Russell of using cheap, cowardly moves. The green-haired guy tells him to shut his mouth, and demands to know how a nobody like him found the monastones before they did. He thinks to himself that their group was the only one who should have known the stone's location, and that information is way beyond what some low-level spirit could have sniffed out. The blue-haired candidate chimes in that if a spirit is in play, it would explain how Russell located the monastones so damn fast. Meanwhile, the orange-haired one thinks silently, "So that's Russell Raymond. I had no idea he was hiding this insane level of power." Russell fires back. "What's so amazing about finding the monastones quickly?" He then adds that they're acting as if he was never supposed to find them in the first place. You know, when you think about it, it almost sounds like you guys cut some shady deal with one of the professors. The green-haired candidate flinches, thinking, "This guy's sharp." Russell declares that he wants no part in their drama and tells them to move. As one of them lunges forward to attack, Russell grabs his shoulder, stopping him dead in his tracks, and warns that if he doesn't stand down, he'll seriously regret it. The student is floored by his blinding speed and crushing grip. Russell calls out for Pepper, but in that same moment, he feels a bizarre, unnatural shift in the forest around them. He shouts a warning to the others, and the green-haired candidate snaps. "What are you even talking about?" Russell asks if the professors helping them also mentioned anything about destroying the golem's core. The green-haired kid admits they said nothing about it. The blue-haired one confesses they also thought something felt really off. Russell's hands erupt in flames as he announces that something is closing in on them. After a tense beat, he sees them. An entire army of the undead is shambling out of the trees, and his jaw drops in shock. The blue-haired candidate asks how it's even possible for undead to be inside the test zone. The orange-haired candidate, completely stunned, just mutters that it's impossible. The green-haired guy is freaking out and asks, "What is going on?" His mind screams for him to run, to get out of there, but he quickly realizes they're completely trapped by a tide of zombies. He yells that there's no way out. Just then, Pepper unleashes a roaring wall of fire, encircling them all. The green-haired kid's eyes lock onto the shimmering barrier, a firewall. And not just any firewall, he realizes it's fourth circle magic. Russell's voice cuts through the chaos, barking orders. "Face front, get ready to crush anything that makes it past that wall." Everyone else is just frozen, totally shook. Russell's sharp tone snaps them out of it. "Did you hear me?" They finally stammer their agreement. The green-haired candidate is sweating bullets, thinking they were absolute clowns for even thinking about picking a fight with this guy. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, grotesque figures start vaulting through flickering gaps in the flames. His stomach plummets. It's not that something terrible could happen. The nightmare has already begun. Without a second of hesitation, Russell unleashes a storm of fire arrows, knowing full well the wall is just a temporary shield, buying them precious seconds. They have to pinpoint the sorcerer pulling the strings of these undead puppets. But from the shadows, they're being watched by Xavier. Well, Xavier muses, a smirk playing on his lips. If it isn't the child from the flame tower, the bald mage beside him just cackles, wondering aloud how long the kid will manage to stay alive. A monstrosity lurches through the shimmering firewall, lunging to attack. In a flash, Russell strikes, and its head explodes into nothing but dust. His mind is racing. These aren't just zombies. They're heretics, twisted by forbidden rituals, summoned by some blasphemous power. A flicker of a memory, his own master putting down scum just like this in the past. If these abominations are leftovers from that old war, why are they crawling out of the woodwork now? He's jolted back to reality as more undead charge directly at him. He can't help but wonder if they're specifically targeting him. Shaking off the thought, he takes aim again, loosing another volley of fire arrows. He has to stay locked in. This foul energy, it's a form of curse magic, and one of its nastiest traits is that it barely consumes any mana. The longer this drags on, the more the scales tip against him. The enemy mages chant in the distance, and jagged spears of rock erupt from the earth, launching toward them like deadly projectiles. Russell pivots, shouting to the others, "Conserve your mana, drop the power on your spells, and aim for their vital points." The green-haired kid scoffs under his breath. "Easier said than done, dude." The orange-haired candidate blasts an undead with an orb of light, yelling, "Just hang on. The selection judges will be here soon, as long as we can hold out." But the blue-haired candidate's voice is grim as he cuts in. "They're not coming." "What are you talking about?" The green-haired kid shouts, panic creeping into his voice. Russell just draws his bow, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He's right. There is zero chance the bigwigs from the capital's magic tower haven't sensed this wicked energy by now. The blue-haired candidate sidesteps an undead lunge. They must have used a trap, he says, something to completely mask their mana signature. Russell's mind flashes back to that strange star symbol carved into the tree. It was a trap all along. So it's just us against this entire army? Green-hair despairs. The blue-haired kid counters, then we shrink the target and make the edges sharper. He fires a concentrated ice arrow. The undead is almost on top of him, its claws outstretched. Damn it, is this complex strategy even worth the risk? Meanwhile, the orange-haired candidate is just spamming light balls into the horde. Watching from his perch, Xavier smirks. They're quick-witted, at least, saving their mana. The bald mage next to him grins. Must be students of that damned woman. But I have to wonder, what will they do when a threat appears where saving mana is no longer an option? Right on cue, a hulking troll smashes through the firewall. As it lumbers toward them, the orange-haired candidate instinctively lobs a ball of light at the behemoth. Everyone is stunned into silence. A troll? Russell breathes. The blue-haired candidate drops into a slide, casting an ice field to freeze the creature's foot solid. The orange-haired candidate follows up with a crystal laser. The beam hits the troll dead on and does absolutely nothing. The beast just roars and swings its massive club. He's petrified. That's when Russell steps in, unleashing his Origin Blaze Lance. He pushes the spell to its absolute maximum output. The impact is staggering. Miles away, the communication stone in Xavier's hand cracks and shatters. He's speechless. How in the world did that kid just one-shot a troll? The blue-haired candidate is reeling, realizing the magic he just witnessed had the destructive force of Fifth Circle magic. If Russell really is just another student from the same academy. Russell's gaze snaps upward, spotting Pepper frantically circling one specific area. The hidden mages see the bird, too. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Russell's face. There you are. He activates his wizard body skill, his entire aura erupting with power. In his hand, a spear of pure energy materializes, and he takes aim at what looks like empty air. The blue-haired candidate can only stare. What is he trying to do? With a guttural yell, Russell hurls the spear. This time, it's my turn. The mages see the projectile screaming toward their hiding spot. Dodge! Xavier shrieks. He found us? The bald mage yells, his eyes wide with terror as the spear closes in. He frantically channels his power, screaming, block it. But the spear phases right through his shield, vaporizes an undead soldier, and slams directly into the mages, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. As the immense cloud of dust begins to settle, Russell squints into the carnage. Did I get him? His eyes are locked on Xavier when, in a flash, a bald mage snatches Xavier into a chokehold, using him as a human shield against an incoming blast. He screams that the woman has created a monster, roaring that they were saving this power for the selection judges, only to blow it all on him. Russell is frozen in shock as a literal army of the undead swarms the other candidates, pressing cold steel to their throats and boxing them in completely. In a different location, a professor desperately calls out to Professor Hubert. The other professor tries to block his path, saying he's terribly sorry, but only the judges are allowed past this point. Hubert just blows past him, striding into the Olsen room and calling him Senior Brother Olsen. Olsen pivots, his face grim, and announces that the entire mission is a failure. He reveals that the cultists are finally making their move. Their number one target is Russell, which means every candidate still on the examination grounds is in mortal danger. Olsen seethes, how dare they pull a stunt like this right under my nose? Meanwhile, the bald mage issues an ultimatum. If Russell so much as twitches, he'll slaughter every single candidate and raise them as his undead soldiers. The awful truth dawns on Russell. The gag is there to stop him from chanting spells. He knows that if he can't stop this lunatic, even using Blink, every single one of them is going to die. His mind races, visualizing every possible angle of attack. The mage orders Russell to stop resisting and step forward, sneeringly calling him the kid from the flame tower. Russell thinks, yep, just as I suspected. I'm the real target here. He starts walking forward, straight into the lion's den. The mage sneers at how impressive it is that he's willing to sacrifice himself to save his so-called friends. Russell just scoffs. Friends? He shoots back. These people call you weak when you're weak, and strong when you're strong. They scorn you, they hate you, and they envy you. They're nothing more than a bunch of jealous haters. He continues, you wouldn't understand this, but a guardian's mission is to protect people. The bald mage clutches his head and lets out a crazed laugh. A mission of justice? In a dog-eat-dog world where the strong devour the weak? That's just some high and mighty nonsense that weaklings tell themselves. Russell just smirks, pointing out how the man is cowering in the back, too spineless to risk his own life. He declares, Since you want me so bad, I'll be the one to kill you with my own 2 hands. Calling him the Flame Tower Kid again, the mage summons a wicked-looking bone sword, sighing that it's a real shame. He won't get to hear him scream, but he has no other choice. An undead soldier then yanks a rope tight around Russell's mouth. Russell's mind races, searching for a spell that requires no chanting, one he can cast inside his own head. As a memory flashes, a system notification pops up. It announces he has completed the mission and will be rewarded with an intermediate-grade monostone. He's also gained immense enlightenment by summoning the spirit, and has broken through to the 4th circle, which grants him an additional reward. His eyes lock onto the bonus reward, a ring. He realizes it's the legendary artifact magic known as the Cloudy Ring. It looks like a simple band but can transform into a thundercloud at will. Its true power unlocks as the user's own strength grows. The bald mage raises his sword to strike, declaring that Russell's death will signal the start of their grand revenge. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cracks across the sky, and as he looks up, Russell's voice booms telepathically. Thunder hooves, crush them. His entire body explodes with lightning as he activates the Call Lightning skill. A massive pillar of light crashes down from the sky, instantly vaporizing the undead. The bald mage's sword shatters into a million pieces, his body scorched by the raw electrical power. Russell struggles to free his hands, and the blue-haired candidate immediately rushes toward him, to help, saying he can't believe Russell pulled out artifact magic in a clutch situation like this. The guy is on another level. Russell rips the gag from his mouth and thanks him. The blue-haired guy insists they should be thanking him, saying they need to summon the judges immediately. He glances over at the other candidates, where the green-haired and orange-haired guys are already helping the others to their feet. He observes that it looks like everyone here is going to need medical attention. The green-haired candidate, while untying a girl, tells her not to forget to let the judges know what a hero he was for her. Russell calmly states that the judges will be here any minute. The blue-haired candidate asks how they would even know what happened. Russell replies with a small smile that a friend of his is showing them the way. Cut to Pepper, unleashing a massive fireball that engulfs a tree, creating a blazing signal to guide the judges straight to Russell. Back on the ground, the blue-haired candidate just stares, wondering how many steps ahead Russell was thinking. At the same time, Russell notices a faint glow on his finger, and realizes with a start that it's the Cloudy Ring. It's consuming way more mana than anyone anticipated. Wounded and sprawled on the ground, the bald mage begins to chant, offering a desperate prayer of devotion. He sacrifices his life, his remaining years, even his very soul, to summon a colossal skeleton, leaving the others absolutely stunned. As the bones of the dead claw their way from the earth, fusing into a towering skeletal horror, Russell realizes this power is on a whole other level. This is way beyond the 5th circle. The blue-haired candidate screams for everyone to scatter into the woods. The green-haired guy bolts, his only thought being to escape this nightmare at any cost. As he sprints, his eyes lock onto the pouch of monostones. Meanwhile, the blue-haired candidate watches in horror as Russell charges toward the bone giant, activating his own power. "What are you doing, Russell?" he yells. "Why aren't you running?" "I'm targeting the skeleton." Russell shoots back. "I'm the only one who can buy enough time until the judges arrive." In another part of the forest, Olsen and Hubert are seen sprinting for their lives. Back at the fight, the blue-haired candidate stares at Russell, thinking he should be completely out of mana by now. He has no idea what Russell Raymond is plotting. The skeletal monstrosity raises a bone-crushing hand, ready to smash Russell flat. Russell materializes a spear of pure flame, knowing full well a shield won't do a thing against this kind of attack. A single hit would be game over. He blasts himself skyward with a burst of fire magic and launches his spears at the beast. The fiery projectile slams into the skeleton's hip, making it roar in agony. Russell knows the hit was solid, but this fight is far from over. Then, he watches as the bone begins to knit itself back together. No way, he thinks. It can regenerate, too? He spots movement just beneath the dirt, speeding right for him. Something erupts from the ground, trying to impale him. He leaps back, realizing it's the skeleton's tail. The tail whips around for another devastating strike. Russell throws up a hand to block, a curse escaping his lips. In that split second, the blue-haired candidate freezes the tail solid with his ice field skill. "I just saved your life," he calls out. "I guess I can't just ditch you now," he adds, firing an ice arrow at the skeleton. Like I said before, this is a Guardian's mission. Inspired, the other candidates start turning back to join the fight. The green-haired candidate watches in disbelief. "What are you all doing?" he shrieks. "Have you all lost your minds?" "Whatever," he scoffs. "It's not my problem if you all get yourselves killed." Far away, Xavier lies broken on the forest floor. His eyes flutter open to the sight of the bone giant. "Is that a sacrificial summon?" he mutters to himself. He lets out a bitter laugh. "Serves Russell right," he sneers, "trying to be a lone wolf, while the rest of us already have a strategy." Just then, The orange-haired candidate slides in. "Sorry I'm late, Russell," he shouts. This was never part of the plan, Russell thinks, before igniting his blaze lance skill. "Fine. Since you've all decided to fight, I won't stop you," he announces. "But if you want to live, if you want to win, you listen to every word I say." The giant skeleton shatters the ice, encasing it. "I'm going to create an opening," Russell commands, a crack to pin it down. "I'll draw its fire." He then hurls his flame spear, aiming to get its full attention. The instant the spear is about to connect with its face, he gives the signal. Now. The other candidates unleash a volley of their own spears at the bone giant. The impact triggers a massive, deafening explosion. But unbelievably, the skeletal monstrosity begins to regenerate all over again. Russell clenches his trembling fist. "Damn it," he grits out. "Just one more time. Blaze lance." Meanwhile, Olsen is still tearing through the woods, desperately trying to get back to the other candidates and lend his aid. Russell takes a breath, realizing everyone has put their lives on the line to be here, to face this absolute menace, and not just for some mission. They were doing it for him, too. The blue-haired candidate unleashes a storm of ice arrows, hammering the skeleton's frame. At the same time, the orange-haired candidate fires off orbs of light, trying to bind its movements. But Russell knows they have to push even harder. He knows he has to protect them. He maxes out his blaze lance skill, erupting in a tidal wave of scorching flames. Gripping his spear, he hurls it with everything he has, roaring for the attack to connect. In perfect sync, the other candidates launch their spears, engulfing the skeleton in a fiery vortex that shatters its bones under the relentless barrage. At that exact moment, Olsen finally arrives on the scene, his eyes widening. "Is that a real giant skeleton?" he questions. The creature swings at the orange-haired candidate, who narrowly dodges by flipping backward. A surge of anger hits Olsen. These weaklings, he thinks. All this teamwork is just a waste of energy. They should have just run. The narrator explains that for Vermilion Olsen, fragility had always equaled weakness. If one person falls, the entire group crumbles. Russell unleashes his blaze lance once more, the burst of fire detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. Olsen is completely floored by the sight. The narrator continues, "On this day, Olsen would learn a brand new truth. Because they are fragile, when one of them rises, they all rise together." Russell's final attack obliterates the giant skeleton's head. The other candidates pour every ounce of their power into a combined assault, sparking a cataclysmic explosion. As the churning dust cloud settles, the bald mage crawls from the skeletal wreckage, his face a mask of pure fury. Screaming that it's not over, he tries to regenerate the bone giant's form. In response, Olsen just ignites his overheat skill. He slams one hand over the other, roaring at the wicked monstrosity, to just vanish as he unleashes his final attack. The candidates are left completely speechless, watching the monster get obliterated in a single, devastating strike. Russell just smirks at Olsen, saying, if he was gonna show up, he should have pulled up sooner. Just then, Hubert's hand claps down on Russell's shoulder from behind. He gives him props for the save. But as Russell's vision fades to black, a system window flashes into existence. Selection judges approval. 10 out of 10. The mission is officially complete. The reward, an intermediate grade monostone, has been granted. Sometime later, Hubert's voice cuts through the fog, asking if he's awake. Russell cracks his eyes open from a bed, immediately jolting upright to ask if the other candidates are safe. Hubert, chilling in a chair by the bed, confirms they are, all thanks to him. Russell exhales in pure relief. Hubert adds that everyone's been saying it. If Russell hadn't been there, they would have all been wiped out. Russell humbly insists he had some help, but Hubert quickly pivots, asking if he's curious about the test results. Russell's interest is piqued at the selection test. Hubert's mind flashes back to a scene of all the judges gathered together, deep in discussion. Back in the forest, the green-haired candidate offers his stone to the judge from the kingdom's yellow tower, who looks completely fed up. The judge declares that, to be blunt, the whole situation had become a massive headache. The second those heretics invaded the testing grounds, the original tasks became totally meaningless. It morphed into a crisis where cooperation became infinitely more valuable than competition. And with that reality in mind, all the judges arrived at a single, undeniable decision. He announces that for this selection test, the one person who deserves the highest score is Russell. The words hit Russell hard, the highest score. He can finally graduate from the academy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he starts to get emotional. Hubert pats him on the back, revealing that an investigation is already underway to hunt down the heretics and expose the real mastermind behind the entire plot. He promises Russell they'll dig up the root of this whole mess, and for a fleeting moment, an image of Daria surfaces in his mind. That's when Russell reveals there was actually one more heretic. Hubert is floored, asking if it wasn't just the one guy. A memory hits Russell, a heretic mage, cloaked in shadow, escaping through the woods and vowing to repay the humiliation, calling him the Flame Tower Rookie. At that exact moment, Olsen strolls into the room with a pouch, reporting that it looks like they lost their target. Hubert greets him as senior brother, and Olsen cuts right to the chase, asking for a private word with Russell. Russell is a bit taken aback by the request, and Hubert reminds him he needs to rest, but Russell just smiles and says it's fine. A little later, Russell is standing with Olsen on the training grounds. Olsen tells him that back there, fighting the heretics, he must have felt seriously held back, forced to team up with a bunch of weaklings. He flat out admits that he still sees fragility as a weakness, and that opinion hasn't changed. Russell surprisingly says that he agrees. However, he argues that the weak exist to give the strong a reason to get even stronger, to protect them. Through a flash of memories, he adds that the weak, inspired by that protection, then push themselves to grow stronger too. Nobody gets left in the dust. They all take one step forward, together. A small smile plays on Olsen's lips as he replies, "Not a bad answer." He tosses the pouch to Russell and tells him to open it. Russell catches it, his eyes widening in disbelief at the contents. He can't believe it, it's a flame tower robe. As he unfolds it, Olsen warns him not to get ahead of himself. If Russell seriously wants to join the flame tower, there's one last test. Russell is completely confused. He was pretty sure the selection test was over. Olsen calls it more of an ancient, unofficial tradition. The challenge? Russell has to force him outside of a circle, which Olsen then casually draws around himself with raw power. He tells Russell any kind of magic is fair game. If Russell succeeds, he wins. But if he fails, there's going to be a fitting penalty. Russell secretly palms a stone from his inventory and smirks, telling him not to regret this. A moment later, he reminds Olsen that he was the one who said any magic was allowed, then balls his fist, ready for a throwdown. At the same time, Hubert is walking into the academy when he's stunned by a thunderous crash from outside. Back on the training grounds, Olsen's body is wreathed in lightning, one foot already forced outside the circle. He was thinking he was wrapped in an armor, as solid as a fifth circle spell. Yet even with that insane defense, he was still being physically shoved backward. Hubert strolls in, calling out, "Senior brother, what's all this?" He looks Olsen up and down, then gestures to Russell. "Didn't take you for the type to corner a guy who's barely recovered." Olsen just strokes his chin, smugly declaring that this is simply how things are done in their esteemed flame tower. Hubert scoffs, retorting that it sounds more like something an out-of-touch old man would pull. Totally offended, Olsen snaps back. "Who are you calling an old man?" He insists he's just knocking some discipline into Russell's head, before the kid has to mix with the rest of them. Hubert just deadpans, "Any more of your discipline, and the entire academy might just crumble." He pivots to Russell, offering an apology for Olsen's behavior, but Russell just lets out a small laugh and says, "It's no big deal." Olsen then cuts in, dropping a bombshell. After that insane trial, Russell is the only one who actually passed. His mind flashes back to the fight Russell, crackling with thunderous energy, a spear of pure flame materializing in his hand, before he launched it straight at Olsen. The resulting explosion was massive. He can still hear Pepper's high-pitched scream, telling him to get out of there. Olsen muses aloud that not only was an original magic artifact used, but the kid actually summoned a spirit. He admits he was completely blown away. This snaps Hubert to attention. Wait, he really summoned a spirit? Russell just confirms it and introduces the tiny creature. Popping into view, Pepper lets out a Kia. Both Hubert and Olsen immediately agree it's the cutest thing ever. Fast forward some time, and Russell is on stage at his graduation ceremony, finishing his speech. "I am Russell Raymond," he declares, "and I hope you all continue to live in the brilliant light of mana." The other graduates erupt in applause. Later, as they walk through the halls, Hubert claps him on the back, saying that was a hell of a speech, totally fitting for the academy's top student. Russell thanks him, still calling him professor. Hubert stops him right there, reminding him he's not a student anymore. From now on, he can call him senior brother. Russell nods in understanding and makes the switch. Hubert then asks him if he's figured out a place to live in the capital. Russell admits he's thinking of just renting a cheap little room on the outskirts of the city. Hubert immediately shoots that idea down. He insists Russell crash at his place, especially since he can't go back home until his contract with the academy is officially over. Russell looks a little hesitant, asking if he's really sure about that. Hubert just reassures him that it's all good. "I wouldn't have offered if I didn't mean it," he says. This gets Russell thinking about the insanely luxurious mansion his master bought him, a place that's just been sitting empty this whole time. He vividly remembers Duria mentioning how insane the property's market value is. The memory gives him a bizarre feeling of déjà vu. A little later, while Russell is cleaning his new room, a system window blinks into existence. A message congratulates him on graduating and announces that special rewards are being handed out. The reward is a high-grade magic stone of some kind. But what really shocks him is the scroll that materializes in his hand. He instantly recognizes it. This is the same map from before, he says to himself. The system chimes in with a new quest. Mission 1. Travel to the location marked on the map and finish all the related tasks. Staring at the unfamiliar continent, he mutters, "There's no way I'd know this place." That's because it's the Forbidden Coral Island, a place where humanity is forbidden to enter. It's absolutely swarming with powerful magic beasts, a death trap so dangerous that you'd have to be at least a 6th circle mage to even stand a chance of surviving there. Shrugging, he tucks the scroll into his inventory, intrigued by the insane opportunity that just landed in his lap. He can't help but wonder what the system expects of him, especially with the so-called horns of the king supposedly being etched into his very soul. His mind races through recent events, questioning if this is all just a ploy to force him to become more powerful, or if there's a much deeper purpose behind it all, a grand destiny that requires him to be strong. He has absolutely no idea what that strength is even for. Sitting on his bed, he gently pats Pepper's little head as the spirit rests in his hands. "I have to get stronger," he whispers. "I have too much to protect now." After a while, Russell finds himself in a carriage with Olsen, who casually asks if this is his first trip to the capital. "Nope," Russell replies. "I've been here before." He immediately corrects himself in his head. "That was Raymond. I misspoke." Russell decides to probe a little. "Senior brother, there's something I want to ask you." When Olsen tells him to spit it out, Russell gets straight to the point. "Professor Hubert's current assignment. It has to do with the heretics, right?" He adds, "If not, there's no way his return would line up so perfectly with their attack." Olsen smirks, clearly impressed. "You're a sharp one." He confirms that Hubert's mission is to track the heretic organization, though he admits he's not even sure you could call it a proper society. An image of robed figures gathered around a magical sigil flashes in his mind. "I want to help with that mission," Russell declares out of nowhere. Olsen is taken aback, asking if he's serious about hunting down heretics. He studies the kid's face, expecting to see a bluff, but Russell's gaze is completely sincere. A slow grin spreads across Olsen's face. "If you're a man, you've got to dream big." He promises to put in a good word with the master, and Russell thanks him profusely. Olsen just laughs, adding, "Only if you finally master the magic I've been trying to teach you." As they roll towards the capital, Russell can't help but think that Olsen gets a real thrill out of making wagers. He then unveils his secret weapon, a spell named Overheat, a one-shot kill technique that uses insanely focused mana. A violet flame flickers to life on his fingertip, and he muses that while the power-up is temporary, it's absolutely immense. He breaks it down, saying to imagine pulling your mana back like a slingshot, stretching it to its absolute breaking point, and then letting it snap, exploding outwards. He asks aloud if it's even possible for him to master it with enough time. They're both parked by a crackling fire, as Russell practices flooding his body with mana. Later, even inside the rumbling carriage, the training doesn't stop. As he continues to supercharge his body, he concentrates all that energy into his palm and unleashes it, blasting a massive crater into the side of a mountain. Olsen's jaw drops at the sight. The result totally shatters his expectations. He wonders if he's ever met anyone with as much raw talent as Russell, who somehow integrated Overheat into his own origin magic. Russell glances down at his own hands, which are trembling. He comments on how bad the shaking is. Olsen claps a hand on Russell's shoulder, explaining that by now, he must get that Overheat demands an insane, momentary burst of focus, which means he has to be on guard for counterattacks. The second after he uses it, Russell replies that if that's the deal, then there's a huge risk when throwing it down against a powerful enemy. Olsen says, that's not the full picture, reminding him that the best defense is a truly overwhelming offense. Sometime later, the narrator chimes in that, like they always say, you never know when someone stronger is going to show up. But the truly strong almost always underestimate the weak, which creates a tiny window where their guard is completely down. Russell's carriage finally stops outside a palace, and as he hops out, he freezes, spotting Alan Page helping Hemingway Melville down from another carriage just ahead. Alan carefully gestures for Hemingway, telling him to take it slow as he gets down. Russell can only stare at the man. The narrator adds that when the moment of truth arrives, the ace you have hidden up your sleeve is what decides the winner. Later, Russell bows deeply before Doraya, expressing his profound gratitude and thanking his master for getting him to where he is now. Doraya congratulates him on officially joining the Flame Tower, remarking that luckily, his arrival lined up perfectly with a visit from the Spear Tower Master, Hemingway. The Spear Tower Master comments that he was wondering why Doraya picked this specific day for a meeting, only to figure out it was all a flex to show off the disciple she picked up in her old age. A quiet laugh escapes Russell. Doraya shoots back that of course she'd flex. After all, he's a hero who single-handedly defeated a heretic as a kid. And for real, if she wants to be proud of her own student, he has no room to complain. She says she's so overhearing about it. Russell's eyes lock onto Alan, thinking that Alan Page in just a couple of years, became the youngest Sixth Circle mage, an absolute monster of a genius. In his past life, Russell got a ton of help from him, and now, seeing him again like this feels completely surreal. Hemingway remarks that for him, a little bragging is understandable. But if you look at it objectively, Alan's skills are just on another level. Olsen slumps in his chair, thinking to himself that they're starting this drama again. Doraya asks if he's conveniently forgotten that her new disciple is even younger. Hemingway replies that he already factored that little detail in before he spoke. As they talk, the two of them start to radiate their mana. All across the room, she laughs and says he's so sharp for thinking of that. Hemingway just laughs right back and asks if she's raising her disciple just to have someone to argue back at him for her. In that moment, Alan puts a hand on Hemingway's shoulder, saying that his master isn't usually like this, but whenever he's around Doraya, his childish side just pops out. Hemingway asks him just what he means by that. Alan just says that maybe he misses his youth. Hemingway calls him a little brat for spouting such nonsense. Alan then reminds Hemingway that they also have to pay a visit to the royal palace today. Hemingway confirms that's right. Alan then turns to Russell, apologizing for being rude during their first encounter, and sticks his hand out for a handshake. Russell takes it and replies that it's all good, but then he admits he's a little disappointed, since he was dying to show Alan some of his magic. Olsen watches Alan, and thinks to himself that this kid is built different. Hemingway just roars with laughter, amused by Russell's guts, and wonders where all that confidence comes from, as he unleashes his mana into the room, forming tiny water droplets that now surround Russell. Russell stands there, completely shocked, thinking that this must be the Spear Tower Master's mana. It feels like he's being crushed at the bottom of the ocean. He didn't think that at his age, there was anything left in the world that could possibly stun him like this. Hemingway rises from his chair and offers a wager to the Flame Tower Master. Doraya asks if he's actually proposing a bet. Hemingway confirms that within 5 years, if Russell can manage to completely catch up to Alan's level, he'll gift him one of his own mythical relics. She cracks a smile and asks if he's serious. Russell's mind reeled as he processed the sheer game-changing power of a mythical relic. The narrator dives in, explaining these aren't just artifacts, they're remnants from a forgotten, legendary era. And from what Russell's heard, even the most trash tier among them is pumping out mana that rivals the Fifth Circle. Out of nowhere, Doraya states, 3 years. A startled Hemingway blurts out, asking what she's getting at. She holds up 3 fingers, her eyes glinting. If my disciple fails to surpass yours within 3 years, I'll put my own mythical relic on the table. Hemingway erupts in laughter, calling her an old geezer, and says she can't back out of that one. Doraya shoots back, you better start polishing that little treasure of yours. Turning to go, Hemingway signals it's time to leave, saying that's more than enough of a welcome party for one day. Alan gives Doraya a deep, respectful bow and confirms that they'll be on their way. Later, walking down the grand staircase behind Hemingway, Alan has to ask if they're seriously okay with wagering a mythical grade relic on a simple bet. Hemingway's answer is blunt. Of course it's not okay. A stunned Alan asks him what he's talking about. Hemingway just tells him to give it everything he's got, to not dare hold back. Alan nods, vowing to himself that he has to live up to his role as the senior, his thoughts drifting to Raymond. A short while later, Olsen sidles up to Russell, remarking that he sure can't seem to stay out of trouble, even on his first day, then asks if Alan is a buddy of his. Russell just apologizes, chuckling internally and wondering if he's really gone back in time. After some time passes, Doraya is sitting, sipping tea, and informs Russell that Olsen mentioned he wanted to help hunt down the cultists. Russell, standing at attention nearby, immediately confirms, yes, teacher, I do. She slides a document toward him, explaining that, as if on cue, a dispatch just arrived from their spies. They've picked up the trail of the fanatics who launched the attack on the academy. She lays out the details. The location is the neutral city of Sudra, and it looks like the target is trying to make a run for it, all by himself. Russell is shocked. Sudra, the infamous paradise for criminals. He thinks to himself that the guy couldn't have picked a more fitting place to vanish. Doraya clarifies that since Russell faced the attacker head-on, he'll have the best chance of tracking him. She warns him, however, that this guy is definitely expecting a fight, and will be ready this time. She asks if he's still up for the risk. With zero hesitation, Russell declares, I will carry out my duty as a guardian of this kingdom, his hand balling into a determined fist. Doraya nods, acknowledging his fire, and tells him to be ready to leave first thing in the morning. She promises a warp gate will be arranged for his trip, and throws in a reminder to stock up on supplies. A wave of relief washes over Russell. Thank God she approved. This feels like the first real step on the path to preventing Professor Hubert's fated death. The scene cuts to the next morning, with Russell riding in a carriage, staring at a pair of potion vials. He can't wrap his head around it. They actually handed him 2 highest-grade potions. These things were so absurdly expensive that in his previous life, he couldn't even dream of looking at them. He figures that, even though Doraya gave him the go-ahead for this mission, she's got to be on edge, considering he's the youngest one in the fold. Later, his gaze drifts out the window, and a massive museum comes into view. He recognizes it instantly. It hits him that has to be the Louvre Museum. He tells the driver he needs to hop out for a bit. He'd almost forgotten. This was it. The very place his entire journey through time began. A moment later, he's inside the museum, his eyes locked on a specific artifact, the dragon heart. It's been a while, he whispers to himself. He thinks about how he spent all this time trying to figure out why this miracle happened to him, and he's finally settled on an answer. He was sent back to become powerful enough to protect everyone he failed before. He clenches his fist tightly, his gaze returning to the incredible artifact before him. Right then, a system window materializes in the air, flashing with a brand new mission. Secure the heart of the dragon folk, it reads, currently stored in the Endymion Museum in the Royal City. The reward is a total mystery. A secondary quest appears below it, Draconification, a skill that would let him tap into a dragon's power. On command. The reward for that? 3 intermediate-grade mana stones. He mutters, isn't the system being a little too generous all of a sudden? He knows that to get his hands on the dragon folk's heart, he'd have to achieve something so monumental that the royal family itself would just hand over one of their prized possessions. It's a huge mountain to climb, but not an impossible one. As he stares at the screen, he wonders aloud, what in the world is draconification? The system window immediately updates, now explaining draconification. And then, it happens. An explosive surge of power rips through his entire body as he's engulfed in a violent, dark red aura. A flash of recognition hits him. This feeling is familiar. He's felt this before. That insane burst of magic that only appears in the most desperate, life-or-death situations. He catches his reflection and sees his own eyes, now glowing with a menacing, dark energy, and whispers, wondering if this power is really his. A moment later, Russell slumps onto his bed, his mind racing. He realizes this power must have awakened back during the fire trial. The system window's message flashes in his memory, confirming he had maxed out his absorption of the Forgotten King's Hornfire essence. Any mana that spilled over the limit seeped into him, becoming latent potential. He gently strokes Pepper, musing that, if he could just summon that feeling on command, he could stack Overheat onto Dragonification and seriously boost his power. He could unleash an absolute kill shot, a strike that might even rival the raw power of a Sixth Circle mage. Sinking into his bed, he groans, admitting the real issue is that he has no clue how to actually master it. The power only ever kicks in when his life is on the line. Between the mission and everything else, he has zero time to train properly, and even if he did, you can't exactly simulate mortal danger with basic image training. Right as he's wondering what to do, Pepper starts gnawing on his pen. He gripes that no matter how hard he concentrates, he can't replicate that same edge-of-death crisis mode he felt before. Suddenly, as if totally fed up, Pepper huffs out a tiny puff of flame straight at him, letting loose a surprisingly fierce growl. Russell jolts upright, asking if Pepper is seriously suggesting he can help him train. Pepper just lets out a mischievous little chuckle, then growls again in confirmation. Russell crosses his legs on the bed as Pepper scrambles onto the top of his head. In a flash, the world dissolves and reforms, and Russell finds himself standing in the spirit realm. He looks around, instantly recognizing the place. This is where he first met Pepper. He remembers that time flows completely differently here, a stark contrast to the real world, which could make it the ultimate training ground. The only problem? He has no one to spar with. Just as he thinks that, he turns and sees a colossal dragon looming right behind him. He calls out Pepper's name, and the massive beast lowers its head, giving a playful nudge. Russell pats the dragon's snout, genuinely grateful for the assist, but points out that just fighting him alone might not be enough of a challenge. Right on cue, dozens of other monsters materialize from the ether, completely surrounding him. Russell just smirks. Looks like I was worried over nothing, he says, stretching out an open hand as if to say, bring it on. So, who wants to do him the honor of being his training partner? Meanwhile, a scout bursts in, reporting to the captains that the pagans have officially evacuated the city. Another soldier immediately asks if they're giving chase. The captain just grips his weapon and barks the order to get everyone ready to move. He glances at Jackson, telling him to report that the game has changed at the Flame Tower. Jackson gives a sharp salute and confirms, yes sir. The captain warns everyone to be on their guard, but Jackson just grins, telling him not to sweat it. He reveals that a divinity personally nurtured by Doraya herself is on its way to provide backup. He's not about to miss out on that action. With that, they deploy. The scene jumps forward 3 days. Jackson is staring into a crystal ball, thinking that the divinity from the Flame Tower needs to get here, and fast, while reading a message forming on its surface. The narrator's voice drops, An urgent dispatch from Sudra reports that the Flame Tower's scout team has vanished without a trace. Later, on the bustling market streets of the neutral city of Sudra, everyone is giving Russell some major side-eye. Someone mutters about what's going on, commenting on how weird it is to see a kid like him wandering around Sudra alone. As Russell makes his way through the crowd, he reflects that, without the royal city's warp gate, the journey to Sudra should have taken an entire week. But, thanks to his intense image training in the spirit realm, where time basically stands still, it feels like he's been grinding for months to get here. The scene flashes back to the spirit realm. Russell is a blur of motion, sliding across the ground as he spars with a vicious monster. His entire body erupts in flames as he powers up. Realizing he's finally done it, he has achieved true dragonification. A system notification pops up, confirming he's successfully manifested his dragon power through sheer force of will. His dragon horns have materialized based on his current level, and while in this state, his mastery over the flame attribute is amplified exponentially. But he knows, there are still way too many kinks to work out. He channels raw energy into his spear, bracing for another clash. The countdown begins. He explodes forward, launching his attack, but the monsters counter, splashing him with some kind of bizarre liquid. Russell can only watch in shock as his spear literally dissolves before they slam into him. He thinks that the first massive issue is the transformation's crazy short duration, and the second is the brutal backlash it triggers. He crumples to the floor, cursing that the whole thing lasts for a measly 15 seconds. He struggles to get back on his feet, realizing that, just like his overheat ability, he's left completely wide open the second the transformation wears off. The scene snaps back to the present. A bald man is waving a staff right in Russell's face, asking the kid if he's lost his way. Russell, pulled from his thoughts, is stunned. He turns to face the stranger, who offers to point him in the right direction. All Russell can think is, what a crazy coincidence, and with a sharp move, snatches the man's staff. Moments later, outside the restaurant, the bald man, his face now a swollen, bruised mess, humbly extends his hand. He grunts that this is the Yellow Wyvern. As Russell nears the entrance, the goons bow low, wishing him a pleasant visit. Russell just eyes them, thinking what a bunch of pathetic clowns. He tells them to get lost and pushes his way inside the restaurant. Jackson spots him from the bar and offers a warm welcome. Russell slides into a seat across from him, and Jackson asks what he can get him. Russell lays down a very specific order: a cocktail with 37-year-old Red Drake and 12-year-old Briggs, served neat. The guy sitting next to him starts whispering that the kid must have a death wish, about to down a drink that's over 70% alcohol. Russell smirks to himself, knowing full well that a drink that strong would literally kill him. The order isn't a drink, it's a secret passphrase for the Flame Tower. Jackson's mind is reeling, finding it hard to process that this kid is a divinity from the tower. He just looks way too young. He sets a drink down in front of Russell and says, "Your order is ready, sir." Russell's eyes widen at the sight, and instantly, a shimmering shield erupts around them. Jackson explains it's a soundproofing spell, a little magic to ensure no other patrons can eavesdrop on their conversation. He introduces himself as Jackson, a mage from the Red Tower, stationed here and currently working a deep cover operation. He's the one managing the Yellow Wyvern. Russell gives his own name in return, Russell Raymond, of the Flame Tower. He suggests they should probably take this conversation somewhere more private. After they relocate, Russell cuts to the chase, asking if it's true that 3 days ago, the Flame Tower's scouts vanished. Jackson confirms it with a grim nod. Flashing back, he explains that their last report placed them heading toward the desert ruins. Russell wonders if they could have been lured into a trap. Jackson shakes his head, saying they aren't the type to act rashly or fall for a simple ambush. Russell then presses, asking if he might have a map charting the path to those desert ruins. Jackson hesitates, repeating the word, "Map?" Russell is insistent, stressing that he has to go rescue them. Jackson warns him that the ruins are no place for a solo mission. The area where the scouts disappeared is dangerously close to the Empire's borders, and going in without backup is basically a suicide run. Russell, sensing Jackson's deep-seated doubt, decides to show him. His body suddenly erupts in a roaring inferno of red mana flames. He states calmly that he's more than equipped to head out first. Jackson is absolutely floored by the raw power on display. He'd heard rumors that Russell had hit the 4th circle, but the magic he was witnessing was undeniably on the level of the 5th circle, and the kid was controlling it with zero effort. Jackson clears his throat, hand on his chest, admitting that perhaps his caution was misplaced. He agrees to give Russell the directions to the ruins. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xavier is on his knees before Beth and her crew, reporting on his orders. A deliberate trail of clues has been left behind. Beth smiles, a chilling look in her eyes, saying she can already smell the blood of the fools who will come chasing them. A while later, Russell is trekking through the blistering desert heat. He takes a swig of water, thinking he really should have put more points into ice magic. He dumps the rest of the water over his head, muttering about how brutally hot it is. Up ahead, he finally spots a palace materializing in the heat haze and realizes the place is way bigger than he had pictured. He breaks into a sprint toward it, noticing there are countless entrances leading into the structure. If his only objective was to find the cultists, he could just level the entire ruin and force them out into the open. But with the scouts likely being held captive inside, that kind of scorched earth tactic is off the table. He stands before the colossal palace, knowing he has to go in, fully aware that the entire area is almost certainly one big death trap. In a flash, he launches himself upward, landing silently on a tower and scrambling onto the roof, convinced he needs to find the most unpredictable entry point possible. He spots a glass window below and dives straight through it, using a gust of wind magic to cushion his landing perfectly. He scans his surroundings, relieved to find that at least this immediate area isn't rigged with traps. Looking at the artwork on the walls, he spots a massive mural of a dragon and a black-haired warrior, and he can't help but wonder who they're fighting. Just then, a cold laugh echoes through the hall as Xavier steps from the shadows, remarking what a pleasant surprise this is. Russell barely turns his head to look, taking in the sight of Xavier, flanked by a small army of soldiers pouring into the room. Xavier sneers, saying he can't believe the kid from the academy actually tracked him all the way here. And since Russell so kindly walked right into the lion's den, it saves him the trouble of having to hunt him down. He adds that as a little thank you gift, he'll grant him a swift death. Russell fires back. "You talk pretty tough for someone who's been doing so much running." Xavier's face contorts with rage. "You arrogant little punk, you die now," he screams, and with a wave of his hand, the undead soldiers charge. He boasts that these are the reanimated corpses of elite soldiers, fallen in battle, and they're on a whole different level compared to the trash Russell fought before. He declares that this very room will now be Russell's tomb. In response, Russell throws up a massive wall of fire, blocking the undead horde's path as he begins to gather his power. "You think I'm gonna pull the same trick twice?" Russell chants, a new incantation already forming on his lips. "Nah, this time, it's gonna have a whole different vibe." Flashes of the spirit realm surge through his mind, reminding him that becoming a dragon wasn't the only power he mastered during his training. He pictures it now. Take the standard firewall, but supercharge it with a vector formula. Summoning his energy, he unleashes the fire wave skill, blasting a tidal wave of flames that incinerates the undead soldiers. Xavier, cowering behind a crumbling wall, is in total denial. He keeps insisting his undead army won't go down that easily. But then Russell cuts straight through the smoke and locks eyes with him. "There you are," Russell says calmly. Xavier's blood runs cold. How did he find him? He suspects detection. Magic must have been woven into the inferno. He curses his luck, realizing in a panic that his window for escape has slammed shut. "It's way too late to run," Russell declares, closing the distance in a blur and landing a brutal punch that sends Xavier flying backward. Sprawled on the floor coughing, Xavier mutters a curse, wondering if this pathetic display is really the best he can do. Russell looms over him, his voice low. "Just surrender. Save us both the trouble." But Xavier just starts laughing, a broken, chilling sound. He struggles back to his feet, a wild look in his eyes. "I can't do that," he rasps. "My soul? It isn't mine anymore." And as if that wasn't enough, he admits that he sold his family's souls, too, giving away every last thing he ever possessed before staring up with pure, unhinged defiance. Suddenly, bam! Beth smashes through a skylight, her demonic claw skill ripping the roof open as her partner glides down right behind her. He uses his nightmare tail skill to descend gracefully. Russell is just frozen, completely blindsided by their sudden appearance. Beth just smirks. "Well now, looking good." "You pathetic little chaser," she spits. Her companion sighs. "I get that Xavier was supposed to be the bait, but for real, this is just pitiful to watch." She cackles again, mocking him. "The look of a dying rat actually suits you perfectly." Xavier points a trembling finger. "That's their target. He's the disciple of the Flame Tower's master." Beth's face contorts with absolute rage. "You mean that burnt-up witch, Dariah?" she snarls. "That's the last straw." Russell's protective shield dissolves into nothing. He stalks towards them, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "You'd better keep my master's name out of your filthy mouths." Right on cue, a system window pops up. A new mission, fight the cultists, has just been triggered. The objective, capture at least one of the 3 cultists alive, or eliminate them all. The reward on the table is 2 intermediate-grade monostones. Her partner tease, "He would have been so much better off if we'd just given him a quick death." Beth lets out a sharp laugh and agrees. "No way the disciple of that woman gets to die so easily," she vows. "I'm going to kill him myself, turn his body into a marionette, and make it dance right in front of the flame tower." She glances at Xavier. "Block the entrance." Xavier immediately obeys, using his power to seal the exit with a massive pile of bones. Beth's grin widens. Finally, she purrs. Things are starting to get interesting. Russell analyzes the situation. They aren't summoning undead from the shadows. No, this is a direct, full frontal assault. These guys are on a completely different level from anyone he's ever faced before. What? You're not going to come at us? Beth taunts. If you don't make the first move, we will. I have one question, Russell replies, his voice steady. The scouts who came here before I did, what did you do to them? He asks again, his tone hardening. What happened to the scouts? Beth just scoffs. Stop trying to buy time with these petty tricks. She unleashes her demon claw stinger skill, hurling a razor-sharp projectile right at him. Russell instantly dodges back. He wonders, do they genuinely have no idea what he's talking about? Her partner then attacks with his nightmare tail, sending ropes lashing out to capture him. Russell leaps away, startled. His mind races. It doesn't matter if they're playing dumb or not. He's going to get to the bottom of this one way or another. Are you trying to run? Beth screams, cursing him as she launches herself forward for another strike. Russell conjures a spear of pure fire with his blaze lance skill, expertly maneuvering it to block her attack. She freezes midair, completely stunned. He actually blocked it, she thinks in disbelief. Xavier shouts from the sidelines. It's that spear, the same one that crushed the giant skeleton. She starts to laugh, a wild and excited sound. Okay, now this is getting fun. She activates her demon claw two-hands skill. Her hands swell to a monstrous size and fuse together. From them, she forges a new weapon with her demon claw spear skill. Let's see which one is sharper. Kid, she challenges. Her partner shouts a warning. Beth, don't act on your own. But she ignores him completely, charging ahead with her spear. Being scared of a mere child is just too humiliating, she roars. Russell surges forward to meet her head-on. He raises his own blazing lance to counter her assault. Their weapons collide, erupting in a blinding flash of light and a deafening explosion. Russell's spear flares with overwhelming power, shattering Beth's weapon into a million pieces before continuing its path to scorch her arm. She lets out a piercing shriek of shock as she watches fire consume her limb. In a flash, her companion's rope wraps around her, yanking her back to safety. You fool, he shouts at her. I told you not to go in alone. He turns his attention to Russell, his expression grim. The disciple of the Flame Tower, so you truly are our enemy. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he swings his hunter's ropes, ready for his turn, declaring that from this moment on, he's going to tear Russell to pieces with everything he has. He unleashes the Nightmare Tail Twister, conjuring a vicious cyclone of ropes that barrels straight for Russell, shouting that it doesn't matter how OP he is, it won't mean a thing. He's basically taunting him, like, how are you going to block this when it's coming from every direction at once? But Russell just activates his blink skill, instantly warping right into his personal space. His entire body ignites in a blaze of fire as he grabs his own arm, supercharging his strength before slamming a punch forward, juiced up by the combined power of overheat and wizard body. Xavier just watches, completely stunned, thinking this entire situation is absolutely insane. They're getting wrecked all over again. He sees Russell grab Beth's last goon by the head and just start relentlessly pummeling the guy's face in. He collapses to his knees, clapping his hands over his ears and just muttering, I'm a dead man walking. He knows it won't be a simple death, either. He curses his teammates for flexing so hard earlier like they were some kind of gods. Then, his eyes lock onto an artifact glinting near Beth's corpse, and his jaw drops. Meanwhile, Beth's buddy is coughing up blood, yelling for Russell to quit messing around and just finish him. But Russell snarls for him to shut it, demanding answers. He grips the guy's head, getting right in his face, asking where the scouts are. The dude just sputters back in confusion, asking what the hell he's even talking about. Russell's mind races, wondering if the guy is genuinely clueless. He spots an opening and thinks, his guard is totally down, this is my shot. He quickly pulls a dagger from his inventory. In that exact instant, a shadowy tentacle whips out and coils tightly around his neck. Russell's head snaps around to find the source, and he sees Xavier holding up the artifact, chanting some dark ritual. Xavier screams that he devotes his life, his lifespan, and his very death, as more tentacles erupt from the ground, snaring Russell's legs. Russell immediately recognizes the spell. A sacrifice ritual? He asks. Beth's companion can only stare in sheer terror and wonder. Is that a freaking giant's heart? The tentacles begin dragging Russell down, and he curses under his breath. Xavier continues his chant, declaring he has devoted the lives of others, their lifespans, and their deaths, all to himself. He then screams that he won't become a part of this monstrosity and shoves a sharp, skeletal rib right through the guy. Blood gushes from the man's mouth as he lets out a final, agonizing scream. Xavier commands the abomination to descend, his body twisting and transforming into a hideous beast. Vile, green, poisonous mana begins to flood the entire chamber. Russell shields his face with his arm and yells, What the hell is up with this thing's mana? A system window suddenly appears, notifying him that the mission to fight the cultists has been updated. All the cultists are dead. The new objective is to destroy the abomination. The reward is 3 intermediate-grade mana stones. Now in his monstrous form, Xavier inspects his own gnarled hand and lets out a furious roar, demanding how Russell Raymond dared to twist him into such a wretched creature. He vows he's going to rip him to shreds right here, right now. Xavier activates the Demon Claw Stinger skill, and razor-sharp stingers erupt from his fingernails. Russell's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes that skill from Beth's attack earlier, and wonders if this is the exact same magic. He watches the stingers shoot toward him, stunned by their insane speed, and just then, a massive explosion rocks the entire building, and a surge of pure flame shatters the castle walls into dust. Russell bursts from the exploding debris, wielding a spear engulfed in fire. He curses Xavier, calling him an uncultured brute, muttering that he barely escaped getting crushed in that moron's self-destruct. He watches the rest of the palace crumble to the ground, and comments that he can't believe Xavier lost control of his own power, essentially digging his own grave. But suddenly, he sees the rubble begin to shift, and his eyes go wide with shock. He gasps, "What is going on?" Bursting from the ruins in his grotesque form, Xavier emerges once more, growling Russell Raymond's name with pure murderous rage. He swings his twister-like appendages to attack, and declares that his opponent is about to be chewed up, until absolutely nothing but bone is left. Russell hurls the flame spear right at him, trying to incinerate the beast, and wonders if the shot landed. As the smoke clears, he sees the monster and just says, "There he is." Xavier boasts that Russell's attacks are completely useless against him now. Internally, Russell has to admit the guy's right. This new form has an absurdly high defense, and he needs to figure out a new strategy. The monster whips its tendrils at him again, and sneers that Russell can use his brain all he wants. It won't help. Russell knows that for now, he just needs to buy some time. He backpedals, as flames begin to flare up all over his body. Xavier just laughs and taunts him, saying that running away and falling into despair is the only option when facing such overwhelming power. But Russell just smirks back. This is just the beginning. He then calls out, "Pepper, to me." Pepper appears at his side, and Russell asks if he's ready to lend a hand. Pepper just responds with a low growl as a ball of fire ignites in Russell's palm. All right, showtime. He unleashes a fire wave, launching a massive fireball straight at his enemy, intending to incinerate him. But the attack just fizzles out, completely useless. Xavier erupts in laughter, mocking him. "You absolute clown. Did you really think a pathetic little spell like that could ever touch me?" But when he looks up, the space before him is empty. "Where did you run off to?" he demands. From above, Russell just grins and declares, "Right now," as Pepper blasts a stream of fire right in Xavier's face. Trying to blind him, Russell dives in for a brutal close-quarters attack. Xavier roars, "Get off me, you annoying pest." He calls Russell a damn fly, but Russell is already rocketing skyward. Perfect, he thinks. I have his undivided attention now. All that's left is to deliver a blow with overwhelming force. He activates his overheat and blaze lance skills, forging a colossal spear of pure flame. Below, Pepper zips around Xavier, creating the perfect diversion. Xavier bellows, "Russell Raymond, stop these games and show yourself." Gripping the blazing weapon, Russell plummets from the sky, aiming the tip directly at Xavier's head, and states, "If you insist." His flame spear impales Xavier, punching clean through his entire body. But Xavier is totally unharmed. "All that effort for nothing?" he smirks. Russell's expression doesn't change. "I know. That was just the opening act. This is the main event." As crackling thunderlight surges around his body, he leaps off Xavier's head. He activates Call Lightning, summoning the Thunder Giant's hammer from the heavens to smash down upon the spear still embedded in Xavier's skull. The impact is catastrophic, obliterating him in a blinding explosion. Dust and debris choke the air as Russell lands softly on the scorched ground. Is it finally over? He wonders. But as the smoke clears, a lone skeleton is left standing in the ruins. The system window confirms it's over, notifying him that all participants will now receive their reward. Exhausted, Russell collapses to the ground to regain his breath. Pepper, overjoyed, immediately scrambles onto his shoulder. Russell gives his little partner a scratch, praising him for a job well done. Without warning, the skeleton's head cracks off and tumbles to the ground near Russell. A raspy voice echoes from it. "So, Daria raised quite an amazing kid in her last years, and nobody would have ever guessed that kid was a Raymond." Russell freezes, his blood running cold. The skull is talking. The disembodied head keeps rattling on. "I wonder if the son will prove to be more entertaining than the father was." Totally shook, Russell grabs his head, trying to process it. "Who are you?" he screams. The skull just lets out a dry, crackling laugh. "Oh, you'll find out for yourself. Sooner or later, you'll see exactly what your father looked like in his final moments. As it speaks, the skull begins to crumble, its voice dripping with a final, mocking taunt. He wore that exact same fierce expression. At that very moment, the heavens open up, and rain begins to pour down. Drenched to the bone, Russell drops to his knees, roaring for answers. "Who are you? Damn it!" he screams at the dust. Pepper tries to comfort him, but he just stays there, kneeling in the mud, his cries lost in the storm. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, a scout lowers his binoculars and tells his partner, "The fight's over. Send the report," he orders. A short time later, at the 2nd Battalion's camp stationed in the 12th Desert of the Imperial Army, Battalion Commander Viscount Montmart holds a dispatch. "We have a confirmed clash between a man, believed to be an Endymion mage, and a cultist. The mage was victorious. Judging by the residual magic signature, we estimate his power to be above the 5th circle." He slams his fist on the table in a rage and calls for the intelligence officer. The officer snaps to attention. "Commander!" The Viscount demands an answer. How in the world did a mage that powerful get this deep into our territory completely undetected? Bowing his head, the officer apologizes, explaining that there were no reports of any unusual movements from Endymion's high-ranking mages. Another officer chimes in. "Sir, he could be a new player. There are rumors that the Flame Tower recently inducted its youngest ever member." A cold smile creeps across the Viscount's face. If that's the case, then this mage is fresh out of the academy. He then asks what other intel they have. There's no need to worry, as long as they don't approach our borders. Viscount Montmart absolutely explodes, shouting, "You fool! Don't you get it? A fresh graduate is already estimated to be past the 5th circle. That means he could become a one-man army for Endymion down the line." He crushes the paper in his fist, covers his face, and curses. "I really didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice but to call in that maniac." Later, we find Russell sitting in the sand, drinking some water. He can't stop replaying the cultist's words. Did he actually kill my father? He forces himself to push the thought aside. I have to focus on the mission. He knows he needs to find the scouts, especially since he's already being tailed. He catches the faint glint of light off binocular glass in the distance, and realizes they have to be Imperial scouts. Considering they haven't attacked him yet, he figures their current objective is simple surveillance. From the corner of his eye, he spots Spandam's silhouette and yells out. But Spandam, flaring his aura, launches a crystal shard straight for him. Russell throws up a desperate block, but the crystal rips clean across his mouth. He scrambles to run, only to collapse onto the hard ground. Forcing himself up, he chokes out a single, dreaded word. Aura. The system window flashes a terrifying alert. This mission is on another level, a threat unlike anything he's ever known. He's up against an enemy of an entirely different caliber than he has ever battled. The objective isn't to fight, but to escape this monster's grasp with his life intact. The reward for succeeding is listed as 5 intermediate-grade mana stones, but the only way to claim it is to get away clean. No way. It can't be Spandam. Russell thinks in utter disbelief, watching as the man saunters closer, casually resting a sword on his shoulder. Spandam cracks a wicked smile. "Damn, I was definitely aiming for your neck," he muses. So the reports about a master beyond the 5th circle were actually true. A hot rage surges through Russell as he remembers the man's title, the Empire's superhuman, the prized student of the legendary swordsman McCrae. But in the end, Spandam is known for something much, much simpler. "This is going to be a blast, slicing you to bits," Spandam smirks. Russell glares back, spitting out the name the world truly fears, Spandam the homicidal maniac. The psycho just grins, thrilled. "Oh, so you even know my name? That simplifies things." Instantly, his sword pulses with raw mana. Russell mirrors the move, cloaking his body in energy as he stares his opponent down. He braces himself, declaring that he is now ready to face the absolute agony that is about to come. Russell's mind races, focused on Spandam, the homicidal maniac, and that unforgettable, blood-soaked aura. The scene violently shifts, flashing back to the day Spandam mercilessly butchered an entire mercenary squad just for brushing past his shoulder, an attack that almost took Russell's life along with theirs. In the memory, Spandam had his blade at Russell's throat, poised to strike, but Alan Page had appeared in a flash, blocking the path with a wall of ice. He glared at the madman as Spandam just sneered, trying to lunge again, but Alan didn't hesitate, instantly encasing him in a tomb of solid ice with his power. Russell remembers that in that very instant, he had finally awakened as a warlock, and even the powerhouse Alan Page had barely managed to put Spandam down. In other words, Spandam was an absolute monster. The scene snaps back to the present as Spandam announces, "All right, playtime is over," and unleashes his Volar Sang and flying blood skills in a deadly arc. In response, Russell summons a 5-layered shield in front of him, but the attack smashes through the barrier as if it were glass. Russell is completely floored by the raw power. He hurls himself to the side, his mind reeling. Even after blasting through 5 layers of my defense, that attack still had that much force? How in the hell did Alan Page ever manage to fight this guy? Spandam scoffs. Layering the shields was a good call, but your mana density is just way too weak. He hefts his sword again, charging up his blood-flying skill for another devastating blow. But Russell just grins. You were saying something about my density? He then summons a spear of pure flame to intercept the attack. Spandam is genuinely shocked. What in the world is that? To which Russell quips, just a little trick I've been holding on to. He gives the spear an expert twirl and asks, so, what do you think of this? Before launching it directly at him. Spandam watches, noting that the spear doesn't dissipate, mid-flight, and counters with a flying blood wave of his own. Hey, just as I thought, he comments, this is the best part about fighting mages. In a flash, Russell appears right behind him, spear gripped tight, ready to run him through. Whoa, Spandam yells, startled. This little rat knows how to use blink too? He snaps his head around and sees a spray of blood in the air, realizing he's managed to slash Russell's leg. With a flick of his blade, he lets out a deranged laugh. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. The leg wound sends Russell tumbling to the ground. Spandam just watches him, amused. You should probably stop that bleeding. I can wait. Russell conjures a fireball in his palm, thinking hard. While Spandam's body is reinforced with a powerful aura, his own frail wizard body is a massive liability. Spandam watches him, intrigued. You gonna cauterize your own flesh to stop the bleeding? Go on, then, he urges. Are all you mages from the Flame Tower this damn intense to begin with, or is that the only way they let you join? Russell is stunned by the question. What are you talking about? Spandam lets out a roar of laughter. The last ones I met a few days ago wouldn't give up until the very bitter end, either. The horrifying truth dawns on Russell. The missing scouts. That was you? He asks, his fists clenching with uncontrollable rage. The system notification from earlier echoes in his skull, warning him that he had stumbled upon an enemy of a tier he had never encountered before. The message was clear. If he could somehow escape this psycho's clutches unharmed, he'd get a hefty reward of 5 intermediate-grade monastones. The condition for winning wasn't fighting, it was running. He thinks about his original mission to locate the scouts. His plan was to get in, find them, and get out after a quick skirmish. But dwelling on the future is a luxury he doesn't have. Mana explodes through his body, a final, desperate surge. Spandam scoffs. So you were hiding your true power level? Let's see how smug you are. When your body is being ripped to shreds. He powers up his own blade, ready for the final blow. Russell glances at his cloud ring. It's still dark, completely drained. Welp, looks like there's only one option left. With a roar, Spandam unleashes his ultimate skill, Rodal Torrent, a devastating whirlwind of steel arcs straight for him. Russell doesn't flinch. He roars back, activating dragonification and becoming a human missile engulfed in searing flames. He blasts straight through the torrent of blades. Spandam's eyes go wide with disbelief. Did he actually just pierce my attack? Russell soars toward him, a countdown ticking in his head. 14 seconds left. He grips his spear, closing the distance in an instant. He unleashes his blaze lance. Spandam grinds his teeth, muttering, okay, this might actually be dangerous. The strike connects. Russell lands, breathing heavily, and eyes his spear. Out of nowhere, Spandam materializes behind him. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled, he sneers, but it's obvious you just temporarily juiced your stats. He swings his sword, but Russell spins, blocking it just in time. 9 seconds remain. Russell counters, his spear erupting with a furious wave of fire. Spandam leaps back, dodging the flames. If that's all you've got, it's a pretty useless power-up. Time to end this little game, he declares, launching himself forward, unleashing his Cyclone Typhoon. His entire body glows with a menacing, dark red aura. Russell braces, blocking with his spear, but Spandam's sword shatters it, triggering a massive explosion. When the dust finally settles, Russell is on his knees, completely spent, while Spandam looms over him. Are you finally finished? He asks. Russell looks up, a defiant spark in his eyes. There's still 1 second left. He slams both hands onto the ground and pours every last drop of his will into one final spell, activating his 6th circle magic. The entire battlefield begins to fracture. Cracks spiderweb across the earth, spewing fire and molten rock. Spandam can only watch in horror. The ground beneath them liquefies into a sea of lava. This is Russell's trump card, Meltdown. The scene cuts to a flashback. We see a younger Russell, devouring a book, his mind racing as he studies the theory behind Meltdown. He understood the principles, but as a 6th circle spell, it was an advanced magic far beyond his reach. From a few tiny embers, the magic ignites, swallowing the entire area in a raging inferno of magma. Back in the present, Pepper is at Russell's side, and Russell gives a weak thanks. Sometime later, Russell trudges through the scorched desert, the only sound being Spandam's agonized moans in the distance. He barely turns his head, seeing the knight's mangled form. Russell approaches, his fist crackling with flame. Any last words? Spandam lets out a broken, humorless laugh. Funny. They send you to war, to protect the country, but they never tell you how to leave it. He continues, I had to kill, again and again. The path of a guardian is a bloody one. Welcome to it. The words stun Russell, but a faint smile crosses his lips before he finally collapses. A system window pops up. Mission complete. Requirements exceeded. As a bonus reward, he'll receive 8 intermediate-grade monastones. Later, a man sits across from Jackson inside a soundproof dome. He reports that rumors are flying about Spandam, an Imperial Knight operating secretly in the desert. The scouts who went missing? It was probably his doing. Jackson pulls out a card, his mind racing. Damn it, he thinks, if this is true, the Flame Tower's divinity is at risk too. No matter how good Russell is, against Spandam, he's just too weak. Right at that moment, Russell himself walks into the restaurant and drops something heavy on the table, right in front of Jackson. Jackson's jaw drops. Is that Spandam's sword? He stammers. Russell just slumps into a chair. Red Drake, Briggs, I don't care what it is. I'd like a glass of water, please. Jackson, completely bewildered, just nods. Yeah, of course. You can have anything you want. A bit later, Jackson is staring at a crystal ball, reading the report displayed within. He clutches the orb, processing the message. Sudra report, Flame Tower Scouts. A warrior on a mission, Russell Raymond, has successfully eliminated the pagans and Spandam. Model. Word explodes across Camelot, the very heart of Endymion. The gossip on everyone's lips is that Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen House Raymond, single-handedly crushed the abomination, a monstrous magical beast of the pagans. Not only that, but he also wiped the floor with Spandam, a knight of the Empire. The tea was piping hot, especially considering Russell was a total rookie at the Flame Tower. But let's be real, the story sounded too wild to be true, and the reactions were all over the place. A moment later, Russell himself materializes from a portal. He's completely shocked to find Daria Olsen and Hubert waiting right there for him. Without a word, Daria gently places a hand on his head. She's just overflowing with relief, telling him she's so glad he made it back in one piece. Later, Hemingway is clutching his head as he scans a letter, muttering that this bet is about to get seriously intense. Standing nearby, Alan Page admits that their junior is a whole lot more of a beast than he ever expected. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the conflict, McCrae Hughes, the Empire's legendary swordmaster, calmly wipes his blade with a napkin. So, Spandam is dead? He asks with chilling calm. Is that all you have to report? A soldier stands before him, bowing low, and confirms that's the whole story. McCrae's eyes narrow. An eye for an eye, a disciple for a disciple. And with a roar, he slams his sword into the floor with devastating force. He vows that Daria Snow White will pay for this, no matter the cost. So, yeah, the city was buzzing. Some felt a wave of relief, while others saw a new rival to dominate. And then there were those who were just consumed by pure hatred and rage. But despite all the different vibes, everyone could agree on one thing. The name Russell Raymond was now permanently burned into their minds. A little later, inside a carriage, Daria sits close to Russell. She asks him quietly, "Is it true? Were the pagans really involved in your father's death?" He just confirms it, his voice low and certain. She sighs, explaining that countless records were destroyed in the war, which makes digging up the real story a nightmare. Identifying the one responsible won't be easy, she adds. Russell just nods. He knows this all too well. Daria takes both of his hands in hers. But one thing is certain, she says, her voice firm. If we keep hunting the pagans, we will drag the truth into the light. Don't you agree? She asks softly. She promises that she and the entire Flame Tower will have his back every step of the way. Russell simply thanks her. Just then, the carriage pulls to a stop, and the driver announces they've arrived. Daria steps out of the carriage. She tells him she hopes that, at least for today, he can set aside his heavy doubts and crushing anxieties. She wants him to just focus on broadening his mind. As she speaks, she's already walking towards a magnificent palace. This place is the Magic Tower Council, a kind of secret society for mages, bringing together the masters of more than 20 different magic towers, from all across Endymion. And guess what? Just 2 months ago, because Russell epically defeated Spandam, he scored an invite to this exclusive gathering as a master's aide, even though he's technically still a newbie. Later, inside the palace, a man points at Russell, whispering, "That's him, the legend." An old man beside him agrees, "It's an honor." Russell just offers a small laugh and a thank you. In that moment, Niccolo Machiavelli makes his entrance, striding up to Daria. "It's been a while, senior." he says smoothly. Daria turns to face him. It certainly has, Yellow Tower Master. She then gestures toward Russell. Pointing at Niccolo, she explains. This is Niccolo Machiavelli. He's the one who organized today's Magic Tower Council. Russell gives a respectful bow. Niccolo just laughs and tells him there's no need to be so stiff. He claps a hand on Russell's shoulder. You're the kid who took down that damn idiot's disciple, aren't you? Russell is totally confused, thinking to himself, the damn idiot? Daria quickly clarifies. He's talking about McCrae Hughes, the Empire's sword master, the man whose disciple, Spandam, you put in the ground. Niccolo cups his own face, a wicked grin spreading across it. Ah, hearing that is like a breath of fresh air. Startled, Russell suddenly notices the wicked scar by Niccolo's eye. At that exact moment, Hemingway barges in, telling them to stop bringing up painful memories. He reminds Niccolo that he has a presentation to get ready for. Haven't you been saying that you have a major agenda for today? He then turns to greet both the Flame Tower Master and the Yellow Tower Master. How are you both? He asks. Daria recognizes him instantly, the Spear Tower Master. She throws some shade. Someone sounds a little jealous that my disciple is getting all the praise. He scoffs. You really think I'm as petty as you are? And gives her a smirk. Niccolo just laughs it off, saying he'll go get ready, and turns to leave. Hemingway immediately seizes the chance. You haven't forgotten our bet on that relic from the Age of the Gods, have you? She replies coolly. Of course I haven't. Good. Hemingway goes on. Because my dear Alan is ready to go. At his name, Alan grabs Hemingway by the shoulder, urging him toward their seats as he starts physically dragging him away. Hemingway immediately starts complaining. Get off me, you brat, he yells. You little punk, let go. Russell can't help but crack a smile at the chaos. A little while later, Niccolo stands on a platform and formally opens the session of the Magic Tower Council. All right, the meeting kicks off, and the main topic on the table is the ancient ruins being dug up at Mount Calvin. The big reveal is that these ruins date all the way back to the end of the mythological era, and so far, there are zero signs of anyone having raided them. In other words, there's a crazy good chance a powerful relic is still just sitting there, completely intact. Russell chimes in that it could be a legit relic from the Age of Myths, while Daria adds that they might just unearth an artifact that could literally rewrite history as we know it. Niccolo clarifies that this is why they need their muscle to lock down the site. He's looking right at Sir Alan Page of the Spear Tower and Sir Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower, basically asking them to step up and handle security. A woman in the room thinks it's a solid plan, and another mage points out that Russell has already more than proven his skills. Daria thinks to herself, no surprise there, considering who his master is. But just as everything seems settled, the whole vibe of the room shifts. Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower Master, makes his entrance alongside Jaron, another Red Tower mage, and immediately voices his objection. Niccolo is visibly thrown off by his appearance, and, collecting himself, asks the Red Tower Master just what his problem is. Blaine's eyes lock onto Russell, and he spits out that his issue is the humiliating defeat of Alex Raymond. Someone in the crowd immediately questions it, asking how a son can possibly be held responsible for his father's failure. Another agrees, pointing out that the war with the Empire happened ages ago, but Blaine claps back, arguing that the defeat still cost the kingdom its most elite soldiers, claiming many of them died after deserting the battle. Daria immediately calls him out, firing back that this is just a wild theory, since no records from that time even exist. Blaine insists he isn't wrong, dropping a bombshell that sends a shockwave through the room. I was there. He adds that he personally witnessed Alex Raymond flee the battle with his own 2 eyes. Russell is completely floored, his mind reeling. My father ran away? He thinks to himself, everyone knows my father died in that war, so why is this guy spewing such utter nonsense? Blaine doubles down, declaring that the Raymond family owes a massive debt to the kingdom that has to be paid back. He then asks how the kingdom's youth could ever look up to them if such a critical mission was handed to the son of a deserter. He drops the ultimatum. If Russell is leading the guard, the Red Tower is pulling all of its support for the expedition. Period. The room instantly erupts into whispers and gossip. Niccolo watches it all unfold and thinks, damn, Blaine swayed the entire room with just a few sentences. That's the Red Tower for you. But then he remembers who Blaine is connected to, and it all clicks. Blaine is in the pocket of the king's uncle, Archduke Bismarck, the single most powerful man in the nation. Niccolo realizes that challenging Blaine is the same as making an enemy of the Archduke's whole faction. Looking around, he figures the only people not totally terrified of Blaine are probably just Daria and himself. Hemingway, now completely fed up, shouts that this is completely unreasonable. Daria puts a calming hand on Russell's shoulder. Don't get involved, she says. I'll take care of this. She turns to Blaine, her expression cold, and says she has a question for him. But Russell, consumed by a white-hot rage, steps forward and demands, "Can you take full responsibility for what you just said?" Blaine just scoffs. Responsibility for what? Russell clarifies, his voice low and dangerous, for dragging the name of House Raymond through the mud. Dariah quickly grabs his shoulder, telling him now isn't the time. Russell tries to argue, but Blaine just laughs in his face, mocking the very idea that a fallen, worthless family like his has any honor left. He tells Russell Raymond that he should be grateful Dariah is even his master. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the room. Princess Hecate Rathmos strolls in, remarking that if she'd been there, she would have already ripped out Blaine's tongue and used him as a warning to all the other arrogant mages. She adds that Master Blaine seems to act more like royalty every day, so much so that you could almost mistake him for the king himself. The entire room goes dead silent as everyone sees her, dropping into a deep bow and greeting. "Your Highness." Blaine also bows low, his mind racing, wondering why on earth the princess is here. Hecate lets out a light, chilling laugh, explaining she'd been eavesdropping from outside. Then she turns to Blaine and, to everyone's shock, says he actually has a point. Her eyes shift to Russell as she declares that when a debt is owed, it must be repaid. Dariah immediately starts to protest, saying, "But," Your Highness. Hecate cuts her off. Even so, he must be given the chance to repay it. For this dig, she commands the Spear Tower and the Flame Tower to serve as guards right alongside the Red Tower. Blaine immediately objects, arguing that this isn't a decision to be made so carelessly. In response, Hecate simply calls out to the Yellow Tower Master, Niccolo. He answers instantly, "Yes, Your Highness." She then asks who the #1 financial sponsor of this whole excavation is. Niccolo replies that it's Her Highness. Hecate gives a wicked little smile and says that in that case, her decision is final, and then she pivots and walks out. Niccolo lets out a small laugh and announces that the next item on the agenda is the excavation schedule. Russell just stands there, completely zoned out, trying to process what just happened with Hecate Rathmos. Later, Blaine is in his carriage, absolutely fuming. He thinks that this was his one perfect chance to completely crush the Raymonds for good, entire family, and he is absolutely livid that the princess decided to interfere. Across from him, Geron, completely startled, scrambles onto the carriage roof while Dariah plants herself directly in their path. Blaine locks eyes with her and sneers that she clearly still hasn't learned any manners. Dariah fires back coolly that she figured he wasn't the only one. Geron's sword flashes out, aimed at her throat, but she just calmly asks if he genuinely believes that's going to be enough. Blaine orders him to lower his weapon. Geron immediately bows his head and retreats. Blaine strides towards her, a smirk playing on his lips, and says that given their history, he doubts she's here to offer an apology. He demands to know what she wants. She cuts straight to the chase. Alex Raymond. She asks if Blaine witnessed his death as well. He admits he didn't see it happen directly. "What a shame," she replies, explaining that she's trying to get to the bottom of the whole affair, and figured she might as well ask him directly. A nasty smirk spreads across Blaine's face, as he says he can't believe she's going to such insane lengths, asking if she was personally close with the late Mr. Raymond. Her expression hardens into a frown as she states that this is about her youngest disciple, and a disciple's problems are their master's problems. She's simply here to back her student up, and even the score, no matter who she has to go up against. With a sharp tap of her staff on the ground, she vanishes in a ripple of magic. Blaine spins around to Geron, his face grim, instructing him to turn the carriage around and head straight for the Archduke's mansion. He mutters that there's something he absolutely has to confirm. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a skull rests on a table. A star-shaped sigil is etched into its forehead, and its empty sockets suddenly ignite with a menacing glow. A short while later, Dariah's voice cuts in. "You're leaving tomorrow," asking how he expects to perform on the mission when he's so clearly distracted. She hovers in the air on a floating shield, remarking that she bets what that old snake said is still eating away at him. Russell kneels on the ground below, clutching his spear, and insists, "No, master." Dariah thinks to herself that the very same people who once hailed him as a living god are now dragging his late father's name through the mud, calling him a coward. How could he possibly not be shaken to his core? She gracefully lands, approaches him, and says that the truth will always claw its way to the surface eventually. She tells him to focus on forging his own path. Russell contemplates her words, forging his own path, and says, "Master, please, guide me, one more time." A faint smile touches Dariah's lips as she thinks that while his journey won't be easy, it's a road that must be traveled, because all children must eventually escape the shadow of their parents, no matter how impossibly large that shadow seems. Meanwhile, Hecate Rathmos moves like a ghost through a crowd, disguised in a cap and a simple shirt. She shoots one last glance back towards the palace. The scene jumps forward 3 days to the frigid slopes of Mount Calvin, where Russell emerges from a shimmering warp gate. He takes in the icy landscape and mutters that Mount Calvin is brutally cold. He immediately flares his flame mana, wrapping himself in a cloak of warmth that instantly raises the temperature around him. A man carrying a crate feels the sudden wave of heat. After a moment, his eyes land on Russell, and he asks if he's Sir Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. Russell confirms that he is. The man gestures to the side, saying they've been expecting him, and asks that he follow him. A little while later, Russell follows the man, taking in the massive scale of the operation. He sees the distinct flags hanging everywhere, and realizes the Royal Path Yellow Tower, the Everall Yellow Tower, and Acho's Yellow Tower are all represented. This means that literally every major player in Earth-type magic has gathered in this one location. He asks if the scale isn't absolutely insane, pointing out that even the buildings themselves are constructed entirely out of magic crystals. Russell finds himself standing before a wall of pure ice, seeing his reflection alongside the guides. They're like mirrors, he observes. The guide nods, saying that's exactly why these ruins are called the Temple of Mirrors. Moments later, a man named Spiegelman firmly shakes Russell's hand and says, "Welcome," introducing himself as the Yellow Tower's chief for this whole expedition. Russell places a hand over his chest in a formal greeting, introducing himself as Russell Raymond from the Flame Tower. He immediately recognizes the name. Spiegelman is a legend, a man who clawed his way up from being a commoner to become an elder of the prestigious Royal Path Yellow Tower. He's also the kingdom's most famous archaeologist and adventurer, having discovered more ruins than anyone else alive. Russell thinks to himself that maybe, just maybe, Spiegelman might have the answers he's been searching for. Right then, Alan rushes over, exclaiming that he's finally here. Sir Russell. Russell turns to see him and says that he's already arrived. As they shake hands, Alan says it's great to see him. Russell replies that Alan is such a hardworking genius, it almost feels like a cheat code. Alan just laughs, saying he's just passionate about protecting relics from the Age of Gods. He adds that now, all they need is for the Guardian from the Red Tower to show, and they can finally map out their shifts and mission objectives. Spiegelman watches them, stroking his chin, and thinks that it's undeniably reassuring to have the literal divinities of the kingdom protecting this excavation site. He's sizing up the ancient ruins, thinking there's no way they'd dispatch this many elite operators unless something seriously bad was waiting inside. The whole security detail just screams overkill, and then a massive explosion rips through the silence. Every head snaps toward the sound. "What the hell is going on?" Russell demands. Speechman's eyes widen in horror at the sight of a roaring monster. He's completely shook. "That's a crystal golem," he explains, his voice trembling. Alan immediately barks out orders for everyone to find cover, now. The crystal golem unleashes a deadly volley of crystal shards right at them. The soldiers try to tank the hits with their shields, but the razor-sharp projectiles tear right through the metal. They pierce through the defenders like paper. Speechman realizes with dawning horror that their shields never stood a chance. He slams both hands on the ground, his magic surging as the floor cracks and erupts into a massive earth wall, blocking the incoming crystal storm. "Raise the walls, block the attack," he screams. In the chaos, Hecate is already hauling a wounded soldier over her shoulder. "Just hang on a little longer," she pleads. Without warning, the golem materializes directly behind her, launching another lethal crystal spike. She sees it coming and preps her magic, but Russell is a blur of motion, diving between her and the attack with his Origin Blaze Lance skill. He slams his spear into the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames that vaporizes the crystal shards mid-air. He whips around to face her, asking, "You good?" But then he gets a clear look at her violet hair, and he freezes. "Wait a sec. Are you the princess?" Hecate looks just as stunned by his question as the golem charges them again. But Alan is already loosing an arrow from his Origin Glacier bow. The shot hits dead on, but it has zero effect. The golem just powers through it, its entire body now glowing with dark mana. Alan is in disbelief. He was aiming to blow its entire torso to pieces, but the thing is an absolute tank. The golem rears back for a final, crushing blow, but Jaren appears out of nowhere, his Origin bloody flame sword shattering the crystal golem in a single, epic strike. "Don't think I'm too late," he says coolly. Russell and Hecate are just staring, completely blown away by his power. He introduces himself with a smirk. The name's Jaron, from the Red Tower. The scene cuts to 3 days prior. We see Blaine standing over a creepy skeleton head, complaining that Alex Raymond and Dariah have started looking into his death. "Does it even matter?" he scoffs. The skull replies that it has no idea, and that it can't think of any other reason, other than you faking your own death, it says. "Are you scared they're gonna find you out?" In a fit of rage, Blaine smashes his fist on the table. "It's not fear, you idiot. It's disappointment," he yells. "If I had just handled Russell Raymond properly during the tower screening, Dariah would have never suspected a thing. He rants that this entire mess is because he got bad intel, making him think Russell Raymond was just some nobody kid. So, you're blaming me? The Skull asks. At that exact moment, Bismarck Rathmos strolls in. Did you summon me? Just to watch the two of you throw a tantrum? He plops down in a chair while Blaine immediately bows, greeting the Archduke. He notes, I hear my little niece decided to get involved. My, how quickly the years fly by. Blaine confirms it, explaining that their original plan involved keeping the number of guards on site down to a bare minimum. Cut to the chase, Bismarck interrupts. How are you planning to take the ruins? Blaine reveals that Jaren, his own disciple who is already there, will be joining the guards. The moment Jaren punches a hole in the protective barrier that the Yellow Tower put up, the Pagans' goons are set to ambush the whole expedition crew. Bismarck strokes his chin. As we all know, for the real plan to succeed, the masters protecting the king must be taken off the board, and to cut them off, we have to secure the artifact inside those ruins. He then holds up a box, radiating a dark, sinister aura. In that case, shouldn't we bring along a little extra insurance? We snap back to the present, where Russell is being dragged along by Hecate, begging her to wait up and let him go. Princess, hold on, he calls out. She puts a finger to her lips, shushing him. You have to be quiet. Me being here is a state secret, she whispers. It has to stay that way. From now on, you just have to ignore me, and just keep walking your own path, she adds, tying up her hair. I know that might be hard to understand, he remarks. You must really love these ruins, huh? If it were me, I'd be pretty bummed not to see them. With my own eyes, too. You don't have to worry about me, I get it. She comments that the king himself and all his ministers are losing their minds trying to keep her locked up, yet he doesn't seem fazed at all by what she's doing. He remembers something and says, even if it was just for a second, I saw your aura. Your Highness, he says, his tone dead serious. You're packing such monstrous power that most knights wouldn't stand a chance against you. So yeah, I'm not worried at all. She's visibly stunned by his words, the term monstrous power echoing in her mind. Then she playfully flicks him on the forehead. Whatever, she says, turning to leave. I'm heading out now. You do your best. At your post. A faint smile appears on her face as she thinks to herself, you know, he's actually a decent guy, but deep down, he's still just a kid. He's kicking himself, thinking he should have demanded a dragon heart for looking the other way, calling himself a total moron. In another part of the camp, Spiegman pours his energy into maintaining a shield, shouting for everyone to hold the line together. Just then, Russell slides in, apologizing to Alan for his tardiness. His jaw drops when he sees Spiegman and the other mages straining just to keep the barrier from shattering. He yells out, completely baffled. Magic isn't doing jack. What in the world is going on here? Alan lays it out for him. It's a spatial disruption, one of the most ridiculously overpowered protective barriers known. Under the intense pressure, the mages and even Spiegman start to falter. Spiegman, absolutely furious, smashes his fist into the ground and lets out a string of curses, raging that they had finally located the gate to the ruins, only for a spatial disruption to pop up at the absolute worst moment. And as this chaos unfolds, Jaren is just leaning against a wall, coolly observing the whole mess, figuring he needs to fire off a report to the Archduke. A moment passes before Spiegman, looking desperate, asks if there's any way to break through the barrier. Alan reveals that the spear tower has a relic from the Age of the Gods, a tool powerful enough to pierce the barrier and let them pass. Spiegman scoffs, doubting that they would hand over such a priceless artifact without a serious fight. That's why, he declares, he's going to retrieve it himself. Spiegman offers his hand in a pact, promising that if Alan can solve this crisis, he'll personally guarantee a favor in return. Speaking for the entire Yellow Tower, Alan accepts, promising he'll try to get back as fast as he can. It's clear he hates this, but he admits he's now in debt to both of them. Russell just claps him on the back, telling him not to sweat it and that everything's going to be all right. With Alan Page gone, Jaren notes to himself, there's only a single war mage left on site. Russell turns to Jaren, wanting to sort out the duty rotations for the night watch, but Jaren just flashes a creepy smile, says he's exhausted and will take the first watch, and then promptly dips. Russell is left stunned, thinking to himself that Jaren's grin was seriously unsettling. Sometime later, a couple of soldiers are huddled by a fire, trying to stay warm. Suddenly, a group of mages materializes on the far side of the protective barrier. One of the soldiers shouts, "Who goes there? Halt! This entire area is under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Tower." In that instant, Jaren whips out a volley of needles, impaling the soldiers and causing their bodies to burst into flames. He then carves a path straight through the barrier with his magic, informing the newcomers that the plan has changed. A spatial disruption has conveniently appeared, right where the ruins are being guarded. As beasts begin to pour through the opening, he orders his allies to bring the artifact that can tear the barrier down. casually mentioning that Alan Page is already en route to the Spear Tower. The masked mage just raises his head, sniffing the air and commenting on the stench of burning bodies, remarking how disgustingly wonderful it is. Jaren lays out the new strategy. To blackmail Alan, they just need to grab Spiegman and hold him hostage. Then he turns his attention to the so-called divinity of the Flame Tower. Jerome's response is cold. Kill him. I won't stand for a repeat of last time's failure. The Black Iron Warrior, flanked by the other mages, cuts in, complaining about the constant nagging from a mere spectator. The masked mage rests a hand on his hilt and declares that since they're supposed to be allies, he can't let that happen. He then reveals that the kid is actually Sir Blaine's cherished illegitimate son, and is therefore completely off limits. Enraged, Jaren lunges with his sword to strike, but the masked mage conjures a portal that instantly swallows the blade. Another portal rips open right beside Jaron, his own sword rocketing out, aimed right at his neck. Jerome is in total shock, stammering, "What did you just say?" The masked mage just tesks, saying Jerome really can't take a joke and needs to learn to relax a bit. While they're arguing, the other mages begin to draw a dark, magic circle on the ground, and from its depths, grotesque monsters begin to claw their way out. He remarks that just like these summoned creatures, their plan is doomed to fail, but he adds a warning that if things go sideways, he better not forget about the special item that the Archduke entrusted to him. The scene flashes back to Blaine, telling Jaren to remember that once the mission is over, he is to live as a ghost, until the day the Archduke takes the throne, because not a single survivor can be allowed to return from the expedition. Jaren asks if it's okay to use the item the Archduke gave him if the situation gets dire. Blaine simply puts a hand on his shoulder and asks if Jaren doesn't crave his approval, stating that he's simply choosing to believe that Jaren will succeed, no matter the cost. Flashing back to the present, Jaren stands before a raging inferno and declares with chilling finality, "As you wish, I shall become a ghost, one that spreads only fear and despair." Elsewhere, Spiegman looks at Russell and remarks, "What's going on in that head of yours? You want to talk about the multi-horned dragon, don't you?" Russell is taken aback, asking why he would bring that up out of the blue. He then recalls a memory, explaining that he saw a mural in the mission zone that was so bizarre it really caught his attention. Spiegman confesses that, in all honesty, he can't give him a straight answer on the subject. Russell presses him, asking if he's absolutely sure. Spiegman hesitates, then admits that there is one particular creature that might fit the description. Even for a divine dragon king like Russell, the concept was insane that such a creature could actually be real. Spiegelman strokes his chin, lost in thought, admitting that with so few historical records, these beings are a total mystery. But legend whispers that one of them raised a hero, someone capable of facing down any great evil. And right on cue, Pepper just pops into existence on top of Russell's head. Russell's eyes widen. Spiegelman's face lights up, asking if he's also got the skills to summon spirits. But Pepper isn't staying. He leaps from Russell's head and bolts for the exit. Russell is stunned, watching him just dip. Suddenly, a monstrous, gut-wrenching roar shatters the silence from outside. They whip around, and what they see freezes them in their tracks. A heartbeat later, a colossal explosion rips through the other side. A soldier screams, "We are under attack." Then, a massive shadow falls over them as the Black Iron Warrior strolls in, casually resting a gargantuan hammer on his shoulder. A soldier shrieks, "That's an enemy! Everybody, focus your fire and take him down." At his command, they unleash their magic, sending a barrage of razor-sharp earth needles flying at him. But the Black Iron Warrior shatters the entire volley effortlessly. "How pathetic," he sneers. The soldiers are in disbelief, staring at him without a single scratch. One of them yells out, "No way, he's fine even after taking all that damage." The Black Iron Warrior's hammer begins to pulse, with a sinister dark aura. He smashes it into the ground, and the very floor cracks and shatters. The terrified soldiers immediately fall back. Meanwhile, the masked mage just chills, hands behind his head, watching the soldiers scramble in terror. The soldiers skid to a halt when they spot him, instantly aiming a fresh volley of earth arrows his way. The masked mage just conjures a portal, which swallows their arrows whole, before opening another one right behind them. The soldiers watch in horror as their own attack comes rocketing back. Stunned, they see the arrows screaming toward them, one of them crying out, "What is happening?" Both are impaled and drop dead. The masked mage strolls past their bodies, casually wondering aloud where that old geezer Spiegelman is. Back in the chaos, Russell throws up a protective barrier, shouting, "Spiegelman, are you all right?" In response, Spiegelman slams his palms on the ground, raising a wall of solid earth. "Which absolute lunatics," he roars, "would dare ambush the Indominus excavation site?" Russell, his face grim, spots a disembodied arm twitching on the ground. He immediately recognizes the work of the undead. "There's only one group," he mutters, depraved enough to use the dead as weapons. Spiegelman's eyes go wide with disbelief. You can't be serious. Are the pagans involved in this? My apologies, Elder, Russell says urgently, but I have to go protect someone important. I'll meet you in front of the ruins. Spiegelman is completely floored. Is there someone more important than M.E.? Elsewhere, the warrior Hecate stands firm, a massive axe in her grip, facing down a grotesque monster. She swings her axe in a devastating arc and wonders where these creatures are even coming from. She raises a hand, spotting one of her injured soldiers, and calls out, "It's safe now, come this way." But as they start moving toward her, they freeze in terror, seeing the black iron warrior lumbering toward them. I'll finish him in a single blow, she thinks, launching herself at him with explosive speed. She unleashes a vicious strike with her axe, aiming right for his neck. She slides across the floor, spins around, and sees him standing there, completely unharmed. No way, she thinks, her confidence shattered. He's totally fine even after that hit. The black iron warrior finally acknowledges her. Well, look who it is. Fury boils inside her as she thinks, if only I had a proper sword right now. But then she notices the fear creeping into her fellow soldiers' eyes, and knows she can't let their morale crumble. She is Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the Endymion kingdom, and she has a duty to protect her people. A vibrant purple aura erupts around her body. Her opponent just grins. Doesn't matter what the situation is, this is going to be fun. At that very moment, Russell's voice cuts in. In that case, we should make it even more fun. He blazes toward the black iron warrior, a spear of pure flame in his hand, and slams into him. The attack sends the massive warrior stumbling backward. Russell then turns to Hecate and asks, "Are you all right, member of the supply crew?" That's a weird way to refer to someone, Hecate thinks, baffled. The black iron warrior pushes himself up, declaring, "The wielder of the spear of flame. You must be a divinity from the flame tower." Russell smirks. "I'll take care of this guy. You lead the others to the entrance of the ruins. I already promised the elder I'd meet him there." Meanwhile, Spiegelman has made it to the entrance where the injured are gathered, shouting, "Everyone just hang in there a little longer." Back at the fight, Hecate asks doubtfully, "Are you going to be okay by yourself?" Russell reminds her, "You said you'd give me a chance to repay my debt." A faint smile plays on her lips as she and her soldiers turn to run. "All right," she calls back, "I'll leave this to you." The black iron warrior cracks his head to the side. "It would have been way more fun if you had both attacked me together." Russell just laughs and replies, "Oh, don't worry, we are going to fight together." The black iron warrior looks confused. "What are you talking about?" And in that instant, Pepper reappears and blasts a torrent of fire right at him. Russell activates Overheat and Blaze Lance, his skills flaring to life. He begins channeling immense power into his flame spear, thinking, if I add the formula for explosions right here, it'll work. He enhances his weapon, empowering it with the Blaze Lance, explosion skill. But the black iron warrior just dismisses his efforts, sneering, "You think petty tricks like that are going to work on me?" And thunders forward, brandishing his hammer. Russell roars, "You think this is just some cheap trick too?" Before hurling his spear like a javelin. The spear impales the warrior and detonates in a blinding fireball. Meanwhile, a squad of soldiers is in a full-blown retreat. When Jaren materializes right in their path, stopping them cold, one of the soldiers gasps, "Sir Jaren, where have you been? The enemy is pushing forward with everything they've got." In response, Jaren's sword becomes a silver blur, slicing down in one perfect, deadly arc. Later, he gazes down from a mountain peak, his eyes locking onto a group of figures, and his thoughts drift to Spiegelman. He wonders if they're setting up a defensive line around the ancient ruins. At the same time, Hecate and her retinue finally reach Spiegelman, but she instantly cocks her head, a sixth sense screaming that something is wrong. Jaren, watching from above, feels his breath catch in his throat. "Princess Hecate," he whispers in disbelief. Just then, an explosion rips across the horizon. Back at the battle, as the smoke clears, it reveals the black iron warrior, critically damaged, with shards of cursed metal peeling off his body. He thinks to himself, "This curse-forged black iron, it's shattering." Russell steps forward, a smirk on his face. Well, finally get to see your famous face. And I gotta say, it's not much to look at." The black iron warrior snarls, "You arrogant little fool. Don't get ahead of yourself," he growls, before launching himself at Russell, his aura flaring to life. Russell is stunned, his mind racing. That aura, he's using the knight's heart they transplanted into him, the very power they struggled so hard to grant him. The warrior channels the stolen energy, making his hammer glow with a menacing light. "I'm going to rip you to shreds," he bellows, smashing his hammer into the earth. But Russell is already a blur, dodging the impact zone. He thinks, he's fast, but that monster. Russell slides to a stop, digging his heels in, is on another level. He then propels himself forward, unleashing his Blaze Lance cutter skill, carving a deep, glowing wound across the warrior's stomach. The hulking figure chokes, collapsing to one knee. Russell looms over him, his spear leveled, ready to deliver the final blow. "Time to finish this," he says, his voice ice cold. Suddenly, a massive torrent of water crashes into Russell, blasting him off his feet. He gets up, completely drenched, and shouts, "What the heck just happened?" Looking at his soaked clothes, he wonders, "Wait, did I do that?" In that moment, a shimmering portal tears open, and the masked mage calmly steps out. This intense pressure, the mage muses, his voice distorted. It's quite useful, if nothing else. The Black Iron Warrior forces himself to stand. "Shut up." Startled, Russell refocuses. He won't miss his next shot. He activates his Cyclone skill, whipping up a vortex of pure flame before launching his fiery spear right at them. This time, he thinks, there's no escape. The masked mage, however, just grins beneath his mask and conjures another portal. This one opens right at the entrance to the ruins, directly in front of Spiegelman, Hecate, and all their soldiers. Russell's blood runs cold as he watches the scene unfold. On the other side, the soldiers stare in confusion at the swirling fire cyclone, materializing from nowhere. "What in the world is that?" a panicked soldier screams. Hecate's eyes are wide with horror, as Russell's own flaming spear comes screaming toward them. Spiegelman is frozen in absolute shock. "No!" Russell screams in terror, but the spear slams into the ground, triggering a devastating explosion. As the smoke finally clears, Russell sees nothing but total destruction. "No," he whispers, stumbling forward. "Princess, Elder." A weak hand rises from the debris. "I'm here. It's Spiegelman." Russell scrambles to his side, his eyes taking in the blood and the dead bodies scattered everywhere. "Are you okay?" He collapses to his knees. "I'm so sorry." At that moment, Jaren walks through the haze, carrying an unconscious Hecate in his arms. Shocked, Russell cries out, "Princess!" Spiegelman's only thought is for Princess Hecate's safety. Russell rushes toward them. "Thank goodness you're safe." He looks at Jaren with pure gratitude. "Sir Jaren, thank you for saving the princess." Jaren smiles, a cold, empty smile, and then brutally shoves his sword straight through Russell's stomach. Russell chokes, blood pouring from his lips. "Sir Russell!" Spiegelman screams in pure horror. Out of the chaos, Pepper lunges at Jaren like a rocket, but the masked mage opens a portal right in his path, swallowing him whole. The mage scoffs, "That little pest has been getting on my nerves. Damned insect." Using what's left of his strength, Russell sends a telepathic message. "Pepper, my body. I have no strength left." Jaren turns to the mage, his voice sharp. "I'm pretty sure I told you to take Spiegelman hostage." The mage just shrugs. He can still be the hostage. Enraged, Spiegelman tries to attack, screaming, "Jaren, how could you betray us?" The Black Iron Warrior brings his hammer down hard on Spiegelman. "Shut it," he grunts, "old man." The masked mage then finally seems to notice Hecate, casually asking, "So, who's the woman?" Jaren glares at him. "That is Princess Hecate. With her, we can control the entire Endymion kingdom. And because of your foolish little games, everything was almost ruined. Still," he sighs, "it's all good, as long as she's not dead." But then, Russell staggers back to his feet. "I won't let that happen," he growls, clutching the blade buried in his gut. "You are not going to have your way." The Black Iron Warrior starts moving toward him, a predator closing in for the kill. This ends now. With that, Russell pops the Cloud Ring's mist skill, right as the warrior charges in for the kill. "This is payback," the masked mage snarls, spotting the thick fog and immediately launching a counter-assault, screaming for him to just die already. But it's a feint. Russell triggers Dragonification, rocketing high into the air, and completely vanishes. The masked mage is floored. The mist wasn't just a simple smokescreen. A sudden, deafening explosion rocks the battlefield. The mage starts frantically tearing open portals, a chilling realization dawning on him. He finally gets why everyone else got completely wrecked. He doesn't even need to see it. He can feel it. A tidal wave of mana that completely shatters all logic. He surrounds himself with a chaotic web of portals, his mind racing. What the hell is even happening? Out of nowhere, Russell skewers him with a blazing spear. A wild laugh rips from Russell's throat as he declares, "Face it, I'm a straight-up monster," before carving into him again. Across the battlefield, Jaren gently sets Hecate down, his mind made up. If any survivors are left, the entire mission is a bust. He unleashes a double casting of the Bloody Flame sword skill, then hurtles toward Russell with twin blades of fire, roaring for him to bring it on. Russell spins to face the new challenger, feeling the raw power of Dragonification beginning to fade. No time to waste. He surges forward, gripping his spear so tight his knuckles turn white. He decides to bet it all on this one final, desperate strike. Their attacks collide in a cataclysmic blast. The smoke clears to reveal Russell on his knees, hacking and coughing. He looks up to see Jiran, a gaping hole blown through his chest, staggering before collapsing backward. Russell barely manages to turn his head, locking eyes with the masked mage. The mage lets out a curse under his breath. Shh. In the end, he just passed out, he scoffs, muttering to himself about Jiran. Must have thought he was the only one with two hearts. What an idiot. He sneers. And you're no different, Russell. Oh, I know it. A sinister shadow falls over Russell as the mage points a trembling finger at Jiran's body, declaring, he is the possessor of a power that rivals a dragon itself, a chimera's heart. Russell watches in pure horror as Jiran's form begins to twist and warp into something inhuman. Russell's mind reels. A chimera's heart. That means his mana pool is practically infinite, completely off the charts. The transformed Jiran extends a hand, clenching it into a fist as a terrifying crimson aura explodes from his body. The masked mage sees that same deadly energy and feels it coil around his own throat, crushing the air from his lungs. Were you? Jiran's voice rumbles, holding back just to force my hand? Just to make me use this heart? He lets out a dark chuckle. I know you wanted this. His gaze locks onto the glowing magic circle on Russell's chest. You've jumped a few circles yourself because of that little trinket, haven't you? He smirks. And don't get it twisted. I didn't push you to lose against that other clown. Jiran casually flings the mage aside like trash. But you were right about one thing. I just got the order of operations wrong. His eyes gleam with pure malice. First, I'm going to erase Russell Raymond. A hand made of pure aura shoots out, yanking Russell through the air and into Jiran's vice-like grip around his neck. You put on a pretty good show, he admits, but in the end, you couldn't save a single thing. He hoists Russell into the air. It's over. His red aura erupts outward, and the entire protective barrier around them shatters like glass, leaving the masked mage utterly speechless. A crack has formed in the spatial disruption field, something that should be impossible, and Jiran is loving every single second of it. Barely conscious, Russell lifts a hand, summoning a volley of flame arrows and gasping, "It's not over." He fires, but the arrows sizzle out harmlessly against Jiran's aura. A cruel smile spreads across Jiran's face. "Oh, I see. A change of heart, is it? Fine, I'll grant you the hero's death you crave." He then hurls Russell straight into the shimmering spatial rift as Russell's eyes widen in terror. The jagged edges of the collapsing barrier slice into his body, pulling him into the void. Jiran's voice booms after him. "Enjoy being ripped to pieces in there. Die, cursing your own incompetence. For the little time you have left." The scene cuts abruptly to a sterile white room. Russell bolts upright in a hospital bed, screaming. A nurse rushes to his side. Sir, can you hear me now?" He's panting, his chest heaving. He stares at his own hands in utter confusion. Where am I?" She replies. "You're at Camelot Capital Hospital." He echoes the word. "Hospital?" "The battle," he says urgently. "The ruins. What happened?" The nurse just looks at him, bewildered. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you mean." He grabs her shoulders, his eyes wild with panic. "The princess and the elder, are they safe?" Just then, the door to his room opens. An orderly comes in. "Hey, sir, you need to calm down." The nurse quickly explains. He was admitted after he suddenly collapsed with seizure symptoms during his cleaning shift at the Louvre Museum. The words hit Russell like a physical blow. "The Louvre? What are you talking about?" "Pepper," he shouts desperately. "Where is he?" As they grab his arms to hold him down, a cold, horrifying dread washes over him. He's back. He's returned to the time before he regressed. The memories of the battle flash through his mind. No, it felt too real. It had to have happened. A doctor enters the room, and with a flick of her wrist, magical ropes snake around Russell, restraining him. My, she says. "What's all this commotion? Let's all just calm down," she suggests smoothly, "and we can discuss this somewhere more private." A little while later, Russell is sitting numbly inside the doctor's office. She confirms what the nurse suggested. Ever since he collapsed in the museum, he's been suffering from severe, persistent hallucinations. Russell shoots back that it's impossible. He's never had a hallucination in his life. The woman just nods, saying she gets it, and assures him she's thought this through before laying it all out. Then, she leans in. "Have you ever heard of the nightmare tree?" She paints a terrifying picture of a malevolent tree that traps people in their most beautiful dreams, letting them waste away from starvation, only to feed on their corpses. Russell's eyes narrow. What the hell does that have to do with me? She explains that unfortunately, the pollen from a nightmare tree exhibit at the museum had leaked out that day, and he wasn't the only one affected. Several other visitors reported the exact same symptoms. Stunned, Russell can only ask what she means. She gets to her feet, scribbling on a notepad as she speaks. "The good news," she says, "is that the museum is footing the entire bill for his treatment." She then gently urges him not to cause a scene and to just accept the settlement money they're offering. His mind races. Could his entire life have been just one long, elaborate hallucination? She slides a document toward him. This is your official written diagnosis, she says. So when the museum representative visits, you'll be able to collect your compensation. She straightens his chair for him. And now, it's time for you to wake up. But a voice screams inside him. No, Master Daraya was real. She had to be. Sometime later, 2 guards are posted outside the majestic Daraya Palace. As Russell approaches, clinging to the belief that the memories, the sensations, were far too real to be just a dream. One of the guards barks at him to halt. Russell announces he's there to see Master Daraya, thinking, she'll recognize me. She has to. The guards just trade confused glances. Who? One of them mutters. Desperation claws at Russell's throat. As he pleads in his mind, please, don't let this be a dream. He forces the words out. I am Russell Raymond, a former disciple of Master Daraya. The guard scoffs. Master Daraya's disciple? The other one shakes his head. Never heard of anyone by that name. He calls Russell a certified lunatic and orders his men to throw him out. That's when something in Russell snaps, his fists clenching in pure rage. He breaks their grip and makes a mad dash for the palace, screaming for them to just let him see her one last time. He shoves past them, cursing his own powerlessness. Just as Russell is struggling to his feet, crying out for his master, an opulent carriage rolls to a stop. From its window, the face of Daraya appears. What is all this commotion? She asks coolly. A guard explains that some madman from the flame tower is there, claiming to be her student. A flicker of amusement crosses her face. My disciple? She repeats. Her eyes then land on Russell, cold and vacant. Do I know you? The words shatter his world. His legs give out, and he collapses onto the cold stone. Without a second glance, Daraya simply orders her driver to move on. Later, his eyes fall on an artifact, and he wonders if this entire nightmare was truly caused by the nightmare tree's pollen. A wave of uncontrollable fury crashes over him. He roars, smashing his fist against the display case and shattering the glass. It's all nonsense. He thinks frantically, if this is a dream, then for God's sake, somebody wake me up before I fall any deeper. There's no way any of this is real. At that exact moment, alarms begin to blare, and guards come storming in. One of the guards demands to know who he is while another grabs him in an iron grip. Get him out of here, another barks. Russell screams in denial, his voice raw. This isn't happening. Looking back, Russell realizes that after that day, he spent years trying to prove his life hadn't been a lie, but every attempt was utterly futile. As the years crawled by, he desperately fought against this incomprehensible new reality. But time is a cruel enemy, and it slowly chipped away at his spirit. One day, a person hands Russell a newspaper. He unfolds it, and a familiar face stares back. Alan Page, under a massive headline, hailing him as the youngest Spear Tower Master in history. Russell is floored, thinking to himself that in the end, a nobody like him never would have gotten a chance like that anyway. The scene cuts to Walker Hill Academy, with expensive carriages lining the path to the main hall. A little while later, we see Russell quietly sweeping the garden. He reflects that he never imagined he would crawl back to this place. He'd forced himself to empty his mind, to kill his ambitions. And finally, he killed the man he used to be. You know, he thinks, this life isn't so bad after all. In fact, it's probably the perfect life for the broken person he's become. But just then, a commotion from across the yard shatters the quiet. He peeks out from his work to see a group of boys ganging up on a kid named Spiegel. The ringleader, Koma's son, gets in his face. What gives you the right to act so cocky? He demands. You need to learn your place. The bully mocks him, spitting that just because they acknowledged him a few times doesn't mean they're suddenly equals. Russell just watches from a distance, telling himself this has nothing to do with him, that he should just ignore it. Spiegel, however, refuses to back down. He declares that no matter what they say, he's going to become a great mage. Koma's son lets out a nasty laugh. Why would a moron, who's got mana vein narrowing, even bother talking so big? Don't forget the crimes your family committed. The other boys grab Spiegel, holding him still, as Koma's son ignites a small flame on his fingertip, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, a mark that will be seared into his memory forever. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Spiegel slams his eyes shut. When he finally dares to peek, the scene is pure chaos. Every single one of his bullies is down for the count, and in the distance, Russell stands there, perfectly still. All he's thinking is how much of a mess this spot has become. A little later, Russell is just trying to enjoy a sandwich, but he's getting seriously annoyed by Spiegel tailing him like a shadow. Spiegel slides in beside him, pretending to be absorbed in a book, claiming the location is just perfect for concentration. Russell's eyes dart around, instantly clocking that they're being watched. The same thugs from before freeze up and make a run for it. Russell mutters something about mana vein narrowing, adding that he knew a kid just like Spiegel who used to go to this academy. Spiegel immediately asks what happened to him. Russell just tosses his sandwich, his whole vibe shifting as he says the kid was expelled. He explains that the kid couldn't shatter his own limits, just another piece of trash doomed to fail before even getting started. For any mage, he continues, mana vein narrowing is basically a death sentence. Game over. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is give up. But Spiegel just replies, I can't, and starts to walk off. That's when a chief calls out to Russell, waving him over. Russell strolls up to him and asks what's going on. The chief tells him to be smart, warning him to cut ties with the kid, because if things go sideways, he'll be caught in a world of trouble. Russell plays dumb, pretending he has no clue what the chief is talking about, so the chief lays it all out. He reveals that Spiegel is the son of a traitor who was cast out by the Red Tower Master himself. The words hang in the air, a fallen family. Meanwhile, in a land far away, a skeletal head glows with a sinister aura, declaring that the Age of Guardians is drawing to a close. It issues a command for their return, to be announced at Walker Hill Academy. Back in the present, Spiegel grips a crystal, whispering to himself, just a little longer. He's gritting his teeth, fighting through waves of agony, when Russell appears and asks why he can't. Just drop this obsession with becoming a mage. Spiegel turns to face him, as Russell demands to know how he can possibly refuse to quit. Spiegel's answer is simple, because I made a promise to my mother. As if on cue, the pack of bullies shows up again. Koma's son smirks. So this is where you two have been hiding out. He admits they messed up last time, but today will be different. Russell sees them closing in and tells Spiegel, watch carefully. This is the only path you have to become a mage. Koma's son, totally lost, asks what he's talking about. In reply, Russell's fist ignites with raw mana, as he plows right into the group. Later, Russell is just chilling at a garden table, while Spiegel is grinding, running endless laps. Faster! Russell barks, reminding him that his survival will literally depend on the gap he can create between himself and his enemy. He's thinking about the techniques Overload and Wizard Body, which are designed to make a highly trained muscular body take over the job of faulty mana veins. Unlike a full-grown adult, whose physical development is complete, a kid in their prime growth years can maximize the effects. Later, during combat training, Russell thinks that Spiegel's progress is painfully slow. He sweeps his legs, knocking him flat. After that promise you made, is this seriously all you've got? He asks, but Spiegel, full of grit, just pleads for one more round. Flash forward to the practical magic exams. Spiegel unleashes a piercing ice arrow that sends Koma's son flying. He's sent tumbling across the arena. A student in the crowd gasps, no way, Spiegel won. Another kid points him out. The guy with the mana vein. Narrowing? Someone else comments that even though the skill gap was massive, it was still an epic win. Koma's son, seething with rage, mutters a curse and vows revenge, saying they will regret this. Spiegel turns, his gaze finding Russell. He thinks to himself that it's all thanks to Russell that he's now a second circle mage. He thinks of him as his uncle. On the other side of the arena, however, Koma Frederick calls out Russell's name, his voice dripping with contempt. It's been a long time, he sneers. You insect. Russell turns, the name instantly clicking into place. Koma Frederick. The scene then cuts to later, with Russell beaten to a pulp, covered in bruises. He's slumped on the floor as the chief apologizes, reminding him, I warned you not to get mixed up with him. Koma stands over Russell, his voice bitter. Because of you, my son has been humiliated time and time again. A memory flashes in Russell's mind, and he lets out a weak laugh. Now I get it, he mutters. His son pulled the same damn stunt. Koma crouches down, hissing that Russell clearly doesn't understand the situation he's in. He states that with his connections, he can get not only Russell kicked out, but also that kid he seems to cherish so much. Russell bites his lip hard, then he starts to laugh, a cold, empty sound. You really think I give a damn about that kid? He says he only egged Spiegel on, because it was entertaining to mess with him. Later, we see Russell packing his things, remembering Koma's final order to get out of the academy immediately. He grabs his bag and heads for the door, his last thoughts on Spiegel. A moment later, Russell is walking alone, heading straight for the academy's main gate. Where do you think you're going? Spiegel demands, his voice sharp. Russell simply says, I'm leaving. Stunned, Spiegel can only ask, what? Why are you leaving? Russell's knuckles turn white as he grips his bag, trying to bolt, but Spiegel plants himself directly in his path, cutting off the escape. Did you not hear me? He insists, his voice rising. I ordered you to stop. Right there. That's when Spiegel notices the dark bruises marring Russell's face. What happened to you? He asks, shocked. Russell's reply is laced with ice. What do you expect from someone like me? You must have really bought into that whole teacher act. He sneers, then shoves his way past, deliberately slamming his shoulder into Spiegel's. Don't be so delusional. The cruelty of the words hits home, and Spiegel's eyes begin to flood with tears. In another part of the city, Koma reclines in a lavish carriage, stroking his chin. This, he muses, is precisely why he cherishes money and power. They let him bend the entire world to his will. His arrogant thoughts are shattered when a squad of mages materializes on the road, their magic crackling as they block his path. Koma jolts upright, outraged. What is the meaning of this? How dare you obstruct the path of the House of Frederick? Before he can get an answer, a blinding light erupts in the distance, followed by a violent, ground-shaking explosion. The sound of the blast reaches Russell, and without a second thought, he sprints back towards the academy. He arrives to a nightmare scene. The entire campus is being devoured by flames. His eyes go wide with disbelief at the sheer scale of the destruction. Amidst the chaos, a mage radiates a sinister aura, his voice booming over the screams. Let this assault herald the grand revival of our cult. We will infect this world with terror and despair and create an ocean of blood. The sickening green aura spreads like a plague, consuming people and structures alike, setting the academy ablaze. From the smoke, an ice arrow flies, striking the mage. It's Spiegel. The mage slowly turns, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Well, it seems one little guppy managed to survive. As this unfolds, Russell slips into the burning academy, his heart pounding as he spots Spiegel facing down the terrifying foe. The mage conjures a swarm of pink energy needles, chuckling. You're an amusing one. Why aren't you running? He taunts. Aren't you afraid to die? Spiegel stands his ground. I bought enough time for the others to escape, he answers, his voice unwavering. I'm satisfied with that. Russell could feel it from here, the suffocating, immense magical power. Not even the top professors could take this guy on. He remembered clenching his fist, dreaming of growing strong enough to protect everyone, of becoming that perfect guardian when he had the chance. But waking from that dream, he was just powerless. What can I possibly do now, he thinks, his instincts screaming at him to flee. He's right. I have to run. There's no reason for me to die here. The mage scoffs. You should know your place, you weak little punk. Oh, I know I can't win, Spiegel admits, his jaw set with grim determination. But protecting people is what a guardian does. The words hit Russell like a physical blow. He explodes from the shadows, yelling, Spiegel, you idiot. That naive fantasy of yours will get you killed. In a blur of motion, Russell drives a sword into the mage's side. The mage roars in fury, swatting him away like a fly and cursing the damn insects that dared to oppose him. Seeing an opening, Spiegel unleashes a Circle 3 ice bolt, pelting the mage with a storm of frozen shards. As the mage recoils, Russell scrambles for a fallen spear, lunges forward, and thrusts it deep into the villain's neck, ending him for good. Spiegel rushes over. Russell, are you okay? Russell clutches his side, blood seeping through his fingers. It won't stop bleeding. You have to go, Russell gasps. More of them will be here soon. Spiegel shakes his head frantically. I'm not going alone. He grabs Russell's shoulder. Are you trying to turn me into a teacher who can't even save one of his own students? The word student makes Russell's breath catch. Then go, he pleads. Survive, and become a guardian. It's just one more promise. It won't hurt, he adds, his voice a whisper. Even if it does, tears streaming down his face, Spiegel grips his hand tightly. I promise, I will become a guardian. Master. With that, he turns and runs. Russell watches him disappear into the smoke. He was always like that, from the very beginning. Just like me. A lost dream. The courage I threw away. That's why I hated him, and why I liked him so much. His thoughts are cut short when a bald, imposing mage steps out of the flames before him. Stop! Russell yells as a warning. Spiegel whips his head around to look, just as the bald mage raises a hand with a condescending sneer. This piece of trash isn't even worth using circle magic on, he proclaims. Russell's mind races. Thanks to him, I was able to survive. Fire suddenly erupts around his body as a core truth of magic clicks into place. It's the circle, not the spell itself, that dictates its power. He activates the blink skill, instantly reappearing directly behind the mage. He drives his spear forward, but the mage counters with an explosive burst of light. As the light consumes him, Russell's last thought is, I have to live, for Spiegel's sake. The scene dissolves, reforming into the strange, shimmering mirror worlds. Russell awakens to a serene voice. The Temple of Mirrors declares that it is time for you to go. He looks down at himself, then at the endless reflections. Where is this place? Am I finally awake? Looking around, another version of himself asks, so, how was that world? The reflection explains. The dream you held on to so tightly, you lost it. But you found it again. And in the end, you protected it. Then, he sees an image of Spiegel, and his world shatters. Spiegel? You didn't make it out? He lunges, smashing his fist into a mirror. In the end, he chokes out, I couldn't protect anything at all. The temple's voice echoes, calm and absolute. You are wrong, Russell Raymond. The heir to a dragon's power has been completely deceived. Who are you? Russell demands. The Temple of Mirrors answers with a chilling revelation. I am the master of this corrupted realm, it declares. But you know me by another name, the Temple of Mirrors. Russell's world shatters. Is that really you? He stammers. The temple's voice echoes with certainty, explaining its true nature. This place doesn't show you illusions. It exposes the deepest anxieties festering in your soul. For you, it's that crippling question. Why were you, of all people, granted such immense power? Russell glances down at his own hands, a bitter memory surfacing. Even with this gift, he thought, he was still nothing more than a third-rate mage. He could still hear Blaine's accusation, sharp as a knife. I saw you run with my own 2 eyes. The temple's voice cuts in, twisting that knife. So, are you worthy of this power? It taunts, adding, you once had your own answer to that very question. The reason flashes through his mind. It was always to become a shield, a guardian who could protect everyone. His hand clenches into a fist, his voice thick with renewed conviction. It was so I could get stronger and save even more people. He drops to his knees, a dawning horror on his face. This entire time, was it all just a test? The Temple of Mirrors confirms his suspicion. Yes, and you surpassed your own ideal, proving you could be their guardian even without these abilities. You achieved it through the simple choice to put others before yourself. From the reflection, Spiegel's voice rings out, I will not forget our promise. A real smile finally breaks through Russell's turmoil. He presses his hand to the glass, whispering, Spiegel. Instantly, the mirror fractures into a million pieces. The temple declares that the figure materializing before him is no trick of the light. It is the very courage he fought to protect, the same courage that will now define his future. A wave of understanding washes over Russell. He can finally honor the vow he's held for so long. As the heir, it's time to emerge with a new light. The mask dissolves from his face. In its place, he transforms into Spiegel, leaving his old self utterly speechless. A system notification chimes. By absorbing the dragon's blood and reconstructing his very being, he has claimed the first golden mask. The scene smashes to the raging battlefield. Jaren smirks. Someone certainly made an entrance. Was that you, Alan Page? Alan kneels before the princess, head bowed in apology. Nearby, a mysterious masked mage eyes him. I've heard tales about the genius, Alan. Hecate and Spiegman are bound and helpless on the ground. Without a word, Alan explodes forward, lunging at Jaren. He slams a fist into his target, an energy shield erupting around him to parry the immediate counterattack. The masked mage nods, impressed. He sized up the situation in a heartbeat. To make a move like that with such little intel, a bold play. The mage sounds almost admiring. Seriously, who would have thought he'd use the artifact as bait to rescue the princess? Alan wastes no time, slicing through Princess Hecate's bonds. He levels a cold stare at Jaren. Well, that doesn't change a thing. Are we done messing around? Let's finish this, right now. Jaren soars into the air, a sphere of crackling dark energy forming in his palm. First, we shatter this barrier, he bellows. He flies towards an ancient monument. Spiegelman recoils in shock. That's a relic from the Age of the Gods. Hecate watches, her hope fading. Is there nothing we can do? Jaren's mind spins with betrayal. Forget handing the artifact over. He'll use it to show the entire world that he is their superior. A memory of Blaine's words, all I did was believe, fuels his rage. Jaren screams, break. As he aims the divine power at the barrier, his attack makes impact, but fails to leave a scratch. And then, something impossible happens. A hand phases directly through the shimmering wall, catching the relic mid-air. Everyone freezes. The masked mage is floored. A weapon from the Age of the Gods. Couldn't even dent it? Is it stuck? Alan Page squints. There's someone on the other side. Right on cue, a figure steps through the barrier. It's Russell, wearing the golden mask and wielding a blazing spear of pure flame. Jaren's jaw drops. That mask! It's impossible. Russell wastes no time, blasting towards the masked mage. The mage desperately rips open a portal to defend himself, but Russell's charge plows right through it, the raw force of the impact sending the mage flying. Jaren is stunned into silence, his mind reeling. Did he just tear a portal apart with his bare hands? Russell calmly frees Spiegelman, whispering something in his ear. As Spiegelman and Hecate turn back, utterly bewildered, Spiegelman asks, wait, what did you just say? Russell reaches up and removes the golden mask, revealing his true face. I'm just glad you're both safe. Jaws drop. Hecate can barely whisper his name, Russell Raymond, while Spiegman just stammers, how are you even here? A smirk plays on Alan's lips as he thanks his master, commenting that he never expected the bet to be this much of a cakewalk. Hecate reaches a trembling hand toward Russell's face, unable to process that he's back, that he's alive. He gently catches her hand, his eyes flicking upward to the real threat, Jaren, hovering in the sky. We can catch up later, he says, his voice dangerously low. Right now, That pathetic little punk is seriously getting on my last nerve. Your return changes nothing, Jaren sneers. I'll still kill you and take that artifact. Power surges through his body, so violently it shreds his clothes to pieces. The volcano roars to life behind them, erupting as the two warriors collide in a cataclysmic explosion. The mask is mine, Jaren screams. Russell deflects the blow. Was this all Blaine's master plan? He demands. Shut your mouth, Jaren retorts, smashing him away with a whip of his monstrous tail. In a flash of pure energy, Russell uses Blank to teleport directly behind him, poised to strike. Just stop this, Jaren. Admit it. Admit you're nothing but Blaine's puppet. He unleashes a torrent of spear flames, but Jaren vanishes into thin air. Russell's attack slams into the mountainside, triggering a massive explosion. Jaren reappears, his voice cold. The truth is simple. I am no one's shadow. He channels his energy into his blade, activating Jaron's originality, the grandeur skill, and hurls the empowered sword straight at Russell. A split second later, another blast rocks the battlefield. When the smoke clears, Russell is on one knee, grinding to a halt, as he barely blocks the sword with a desperate wall of flame spears. If only I had that mask, Jaren thinks, then I truly would be his shadow. Power makes anything possible. He knows this better than anyone, but without it, he'll just have to rely on raw strength, gripping two swords as he prepares to charge. Meanwhile, Russell reaches into his inventory. He pulls out a mask, slaps it onto his face, and declares, "Power isn't what matters most." A system window materializes. It notifies him that the mask is amplifying his cognitive abilities and forcibly awakening his dragon's blood, unlocking a second-stage dragonification. A prompt appears. Use the mask? Hell yes, I'll use it, he declares. Courage is what comes before power. He activates the second dragonification, and his body explodes with energy. Jaren scoffs at the mention of courage. What a load of crap, he sneers, spoken like someone who's never truly known darkness. Russell glares back, his flame spears crackling. You're wrong, he states, his voice ringing with conviction. I've been in that darkness too. The only difference between us is that I followed the light. He clenches his fist, drawing all the scattered spears together, and unleashes his original skill, Magical Spear Gay Bolg. The individual flames merge, twisting into one colossal, devastating spear. More nonsense, Jaren roars. Then prove it. Prove to me what this light of yours really is. He lunges forward. Russell meets his charge head-on. The world goes white in a blinding explosion. As the dust settles, a kneeling figure is revealed. It's Jaren, defeated, bleeding, and simmering with pure, undiluted rage. He glances down at his severed arm, then at his fallen body a few feet away. How? He wonders. Even with a chimera's heart, why can't I reach him? Russell calmly walks toward him. It's over, Jaren. Give up. But Jaren struggles to his feet, dozens of grotesque arms sprouting from his back. You shut up, he screams, a fit of coughing racking his body. I can't lose. A system window pops up in Russell's vision. Only 10 seconds of second dragonification remaining. Russell sees the timer and grits his teeth. Yeah, well, same here. I can't lose either. He pours every last drop of power into his magical spear, lunging at Jaren with a final, desperate roar. Die. Then he triggers the overheat skill. His own body erupts in a final, massive detonation. When the smoke finally clears, Russell stares in disbelief. Jaren is still alive, coughing up blood. He's dragging his broken body across the scorched earth, muttering, "It's not over." He tries to push himself up, but his strength fails him. He thinks of the chimera, of his all-consuming desire to become a dragon, a dream he'll never see to its end. Is this my destiny too? He whispers. As Russell watches, the volcano begins to rumble and erupt again. Just then, a voice cuts through the chaos. It's Hecate, calling his name. She's waving, running toward him with the rest of the group. Russell manages a weak wave back. Suddenly, Pepper slams into his back from behind. Russell turns, his face softening as he sees the terrified kid. Hey, it's okay. I'm okay. Pepper just clings to him, sobbing his heart out. Thank God, Russell murmurs. Let's go home. Let's go back to Endymion. Hecate offers a small, relieved smile, watching Russell sink to the ground, cradling the crying Pepper in his arms. Sometime later, a mysterious masked mage silently retrieves Jaren's severed hand from the volcanic ash. He turns and steps through a swirling portal. The scene cuts to the grand hall of the Endymion Supreme Court, where a judge's voice booms. Jaron, a mage of the Red Tower, has conspired with pagans, endangering the security of this kingdom, and his teacher, the Red Tower Master, is also held responsible. Defendant Blaine, step forward. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Blaine's face is a mask of calm. I do not. It was my own negligence, and my failure alone, that I did not see this conspiracy. He bows his head slightly. The sins of the student must be borne by the master. As the Tower Master, I will accept whatever responsibility is deemed just. But then, a powerful voice cuts in. The Archduke of the Empire, Bismarck Rathmos, raises a hand. Your Honor, may I have a word? His gaze sweeps across the court. While the judge is not wrong, he begins, it is an undeniable fact that the Red Tower Master has made immense contributions to our nation. I propose we resolve this matter with 6 months of probation. The judge gives a solemn nod, and a faint, chilling smirk plays on Blaine's lips. Doria's hands lock together, her knuckles white. She realizes they're all tangled in this web. Her gaze flicks toward the king. She desperately tries to read his next move, knowing full well the Archduke will never stop challenging the crown's power. Sometime later, Russell is in a fresh uniform, his sharp reflection staring back from the mirror as Spiegelman lounges nearby. Spiegelman cracks up, saying, Damn, I guess clothes really do make the man. That look is fire on you. At that moment, Hecate sweeps into the room, announcing, So, this is where you were all hiding. They snap around, bowing in unison. Greetings to Her Highness, the princess. She gracefully brushes back her hair. Please, stand. If anything, I should be the one greeting you, the heroes who saved my life. Her voice is heavy with genuine gratitude. She gathers the hem of her gown, sinking into a deep curtsy. Especially you, Sir Russell. Completely blindsided, Russell stammers, Pardon me? She shoots him a playful wink. I do hope to see you again, she says, before gliding out of the room. Russell just stands there, utterly stunned, squeezing his eyes shut to refocus. This is his one shot to burn the Raymond family name into the public consciousness. Later, we see Russell, Alan, and Spiegelman kneeling before the king himself. The king's voice resonates through the hall. Today, we gather to celebrate these knights and their incredible service. And after we honor their group triumph, we will recognize each man's individual contribution. He raises a ceremonial sword, resting it on Spiegelman's shoulder, and proclaims that Spiegelman, a mage from the Yellow Tower, stood his ground against the mages, who dared to threaten the kingdom's peace. For this valor, he is granted 200 gold coins and 2 potent mana-enhancing pills. Spiegelman bows his head. As your majesty commands. The king then moves the sword to Alan's shoulder, declaring, Sir Alan Page, second son of Count Page and warlock of the Spear Tower, you fearlessly defended our lands against the vile mages, who were hunting our sacred relics. For your valor, you are granted the Medal of Dawn Morgenrot and the title of Baron. Alan also replies, As your majesty commands. The king's voice booms again. And lastly, Sir Russell Raymond, raise your head. Russell looks up. The king's tone turns to ice. In the past, your father abandoned his post, an act of cowardice that put our entire kingdom in grave danger. It is only logical that my ministers question your family's loyalty. So right here, right now, you will prove it. Russell asks for clarification. The king explains. The master of the Flame Tower has already reported your advancement to the 5th circle. Doria mutters under her breath. The deeper the darkness, the more fiercely the light shines. The king affirms, with that kind of power, no one will ever question your worth. In that instant, Doria sees the king's master plan. He's going to make Russell Raymond into a national hero, a symbol to completely dismantle the Archduke's faction. Russell unleashes his circle projection. A massive ring of fire erupts around him. He knows it's just a first circle party trick, a basic spell, that reveals his elemental affinity. But for a room full of non-magic users, it's the most spectacular show on Earth. He begins to expand the circle of fire, pushing it across the floor. Hemingway stands there, jaw agape, whispering, The 5th circle. That's an insane level of growth. A bald nobleman is completely floored, remarking, That is absolutely amazing. The king says, I once believed your father was a withered flower, but who could have possibly guessed he was hiding such a brilliant seed? Russell responds, Your Majesty's praise is far too generous. The king places the sword on Russell's shoulder one final time, and declares, Regarding the unique case of the Raymond family, I am elevating your title to that of Count. In addition, alongside a third-class military merit medal, I am granting you the authority to levy taxes on 10,000 households in the city next door. Russell answers, As your majesty commands. The chamber erupts with chants. All hail Raymond! All hail Raymond! The king places a hand on Russell's shoulder. Rise, he commands. As Russell gets to his feet, the king leans in and whispers, Thank you for saving my daughter. I say these words not as a king, but as a father. I want to repay this debt. Tell me what you desire. Clasping the monarch's hand, Russell's mind zeroes in on the one thing he truly wants. Later, Russell is perched on his bed, just staring at the dragon's heart. He can't believe it. He was so worried about how he'd ever acquire this thing, and it basically just fell into his lap. The dragon's heart looks like a shriveled, ugly rock right now, but he knows its true form will awaken the moment he floods it with mana. He just hopes he's strong enough to handle the backlash. He focuses his power, pouring it into the artifact. The heart suddenly cracks, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface before it explodes into a cloud of dust. From inside, a single horn materializes. He scrambles backward, his heart hammering against his ribs at the sight. The system window flashes. The dragon's heart has revealed itself. You have obtained the Forgotten King's horn, lightning essence. Russell closes his eyes, preparing himself for the ordeal to come. A memory slams into him, the feeling of being chained down, his own raw screams echoing. He grits his teeth. This is still way more manageable than the agony he endured when he absorbed the fire essence, and cracks his eyes open, only to find a bizarre energy crackling around his hand. He instantly recognizes it as raw thunderbolt power, realizing that even without fully absorbing it, the energy has already juiced up a third of his fifth circle. That's when the system window flashes, alerting him that he's maxed out his absorption of the Forgotten King's horn lightning essence, and any mana beyond that limit will now be tucked away inside him as latent potential. His mastery over the intermediate lightning attribute has officially hit its ceiling and has just leveled up into an advanced understanding of the element. But then, things get weird. The lamp and everything else in the room spontaneously ignite as Pepper suddenly morphs into a gigantic form. Russell freaks out, yelling at Pepper, "Dude, did that lightning power you up too?" Without answering, Pepper zooms outside. Russell scrambles to the window, shouting his name. He hops onto the windowsill, tapping his chest as if to ask, "You want me to come with?" In response, Pepper snatches him up in a massive claw and soars into the sky. "Whoa, hold on," Russell yells, completely blown away by the sight of a shooting star blazing past the full moon. He realizes Pepper's glow-up wasn't just his size. His flight speed is on a whole other level now. He mutters, "Being this big, dude, means you're a much easier target." He wonders if he should be concerned, but Pepper just starts transforming his wings, wrapping them around Russell until they fuse and form a brand new pair of wings right on Russell's back, leaving him totally speechless. Russell whispers, "Swift wings, forged from pure spirit flame." He decides to call them spirit wings. With the new lightning essence, his intermediate fifth circle mana, and now these incredible spirit wings, he feels like he could take on any opponent without even flinching. He clenches his fist, raw power exploding from him. The scene cuts to a flashback. Professor Hubert is speaking. "I hear the master has a mission for me." Dariah presents a letter, explaining the job is to run protection for Count Kimberly, the special envoy from the Keel Kingdom. See, the Keel Kingdom's military might is lacking, but they've managed to stay neutral, because they're sitting on a mountain of mana stones. The catch? A pro-empire noble, Marquis Jorio Comanche, has been trying to pull the empire into their business. She figures that rather than let the empire gain control, Count Kimberly decided it was smarter to team up with them. We slam back to the present, where Professor Hubert is lost in thought, knowing this Keel Kingdom mission won't be a walk in the park. Just then, Russell appears, calling out to him. Hubert turns around. "It's been a while, Russell," he replies. "It sure has. Glad to see you're looking well." Then he gets straight to it. "You're heading for the Keel Kingdom right now, aren't you?" Hubert is shocked. "How did you know?" Russell informs him. "I'm coming with you. The master already gave me the green light." But inside, Russell's real thoughts are grim. In the original timeline, Hubert is fated to die on this very mission. A system alert pops up with a new quest. Make it back alive with Hubert from the unknown danger. The rewards for clearing it are 3 advanced grade and 5 intermediate grade edible mana stones. Russell knows there's no talking Hubert out of this, so his only choice is to tag along and rewrite fate. Sometime later, Russell is flying high above, scouting ahead, as Professor Hubert blazes through the forest below. Hubert shouts up, "We're almost there. It's reassuring to have you along, Russell. But what's your real reason for coming?" Russell plays it off, "Just trying to score some new achievements. Besides, we've never tackled a mission together before, so I wanted to seize the chance." With a burst of speed, he flies ahead to scope things out, knowing that the failure of this mission results in 2 things: Hubert's death and the Empire sinking its claws into Keel's internal affairs. This basically confirms that the Empire is behind Hubert's impending death. His objective here is crystal clear. He's stunned when another system window pings with a new quest: escort the special envoy of the Keel Kingdom safely and enter the kingdom's territory. The clear reward is 5 intermediate grade edible mana stones. Up ahead, he spots people locked in a brutal fight. He's startled, thinking he has to neutralize the threat from the Empire and stop Hubert's death before it can happen. He unleashes his flare cannon skill, blasting the area with a storm of fire. Kimberly, seeing this unfold, is in utter shock. That's 5th circle magic, he thinks. Who in the world is he? At that moment, Russell lands gracefully, his fiery wings collapsing back into the form of Pepper. "You're Count Kimberly, correct?" He introduces himself. "I'm Russell Raymond, a mage from the Flame Tower, assigned as your escort." Kimberly immediately recognizes him. "The famous Sir Russell," he exclaims with gratitude. "The moment we left the castle, we were being hunted." Stunned, Russell turns to look at the remaining hostiles. "Could you please wait for a moment?" He feels a sinister red aura pulsing in the distance. This one's at least on Spandam's level, he thinks, and might be an even deadlier warrior. A nearby enemy warrior barks out, "The Count couldn't have gotten far. We need to buy more time." The warriors rally around McCree, responding with a resounding yes. With a sickening laugh, McCree descends on them, slicing the warriors clean in two. Russell's blood runs cold. He can't believe his eyes. But it's him. It's really McCree. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the area, the very ground buckling and shattering beneath their feet. There's no doubt in Russell's mind now. McCree was the one who killed Hubert. But just then, a figure drops from the sky, landing gracefully. "Glad to see you're in one piece," he says, introducing himself as Hubert, a powerful mage from the Flame Tower. Kimberly slams a fist to his chest in a salute. "I'm Kimberly," he says, his voice thick with relief. "I seriously owe you my life, man." Hubert's eyes drift to the fallen soldiers. "I can already smell them," he says grimly. "The Imperial Army." Russell looks over, surprised. "The Imperial Army? They're not even trying to be sneaky about it. This means one of two things. Either they're so arrogant they don't care who sees them, or the situation is so out of control they can't afford to waste time on stealth." The reality of their situation hits Kimberly like a truck. "For real?" Russell asks. At that exact moment, the carriage door creaks open and Camilla steps out. Russell can only ask, "Are you the princess?" She pulls back her hood with a small smirk. "So, you're every bit as legendary as the rumors say." She gives a slight bow. "I am Princess Camilla of the Kiel Kingdom." A short while later, they're on the move, with Kimberly riding piggyback on Hubert. He explains the situation. Marquis Comanche is making a major power play, trying to force a marriage between his son and Princess Camilla, all with the Empire's blessing. The guy is absolutely ruthless, but I think we finally shook our pursuers. He then looks at the mage. "So, is there a reason you're going full sprint mode?" Hubert's expression is grim. "They were on our tail the second we left the fortress. I'm willing to bet. There's another squad flanking us from the other side." Russell, carrying Camilla in his arms, scans the tree line. They seem to have created some distance, and he can't spot anyone following them. Still, he can't shake this terrifying feeling in his gut. Suddenly, his instincts scream. A blur of dark red energy slices through the air toward them. "Everyone, get down!" The attack whistles just inches over their heads. As they dive to the ground, it slams into the trees, sending a shower of sparks across the forest floor. Hubert shields Kimberly, pushing him down. "Hurry, get out of here," he yells. "We'll hold him off." But Russell's voice is low and filled with dread. "He's here." He looks up, and there he is, standing right in front of them. Hubert freezes, his face going pale with shock. He recognizes that aura. This isn't just a man, it's a walking disaster. McCree Hughes, the Empire's greatest sword, known only as Tiger. McCree's eyes lock onto Russell, black hair and red eyes. "You have to be Russell Raymond." A system window flashes in his vision. A new mission to escape the danger of McCree Hughes and make it back alive with Hubert is now active. The rewards for clearing it are 5 advanced grade and 7 intermediate grade edible monostones. Russell can barely breathe. The raw pressure pouring off McCree is absolutely insane. The swordsman's voice is cold steel. "You took my disciple's life. Now, I'll make you pay." He lunges, swinging his blade in a deadly arc, unleashing his skill, Sword Crimson. Russell slams his hand on the ground, activating Earthquake Doublecasting and his Protect Shield skill simultaneously. A massive earth shield erupts to block the attack, but McCree's sword shatters it like glass. He spots Hubert, who clenches his fist. Jagged stone pillars rocket up from the ground, attempting to trap McCree. At the same time, Russell leaps forward, his flame spear igniting as it causes a massive explosion. He slides back across the ground as McCree scoffs. "You've only learned a few cheap tricks, haven't you, you damn idiot's disciple?" He flexes, and an explosive aura erupts, wrapping his entire body in power. Russell is floored. How is it even possible to cloak your body in an aura like that? McCree stabs his sword into the floor. "In return, let me show you something interesting." He channels his aura into a second sword, making it glow a sinister fuchsia, and activates the sword fuchsia skill. He hurls it straight at Hubert. The blade zips past, slicing a deep gash near Hubert's stomach. McCree smirks. "That sword is forged from the bones of a dragon, corrupted by the blood of 10 mages. It's the perfect weapon for killing your kind." He then blitzes toward Russell to finish him off, but Russell moves in a flash, grabbing Hubert and blasting off the ground. They shoot higher and higher into the air. McCree's attack obliterates the spot where they just stood. He looks up, a hint of surprise on his face. That was an impressive response. Then he notices the ground below them is starting to glow. Are those firebomb stones? Russell grins from above. Try dodging this. The ground erupts in a massive chain explosion. He knows a stone designed to detonate on strong impact and devastate the area should be more than enough to throw McCrae off his game. He gently helps Hubert sit down. Get ready. McCrae's voice cuts through the smoke. Are you trying to buy time for your friends? You know you can't beat me. Russell looks at Hubert. When I give the signal, you run to the princess and the count. I promise. I'll buy you enough time. Hubert grabs his shoulder, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you telling me to leave you behind? Russell just smiles. Trust me. I'm coming back with you. McCrae's body flares with power. Are you two done with your little chat? Russell turns to face him, crackling electricity gathering around him as he unleashes his chain lightning skill, spreading a web of thunder across the battlefield, and screams that this is Hubert's cue to bolt. As Hubert sprints for his life, Russell unleashes a torrent of flames, hoping the firebomb stones will buy Hubert the precious seconds he needs. But he knows better than to underestimate McCrae. He's going all in, activating every single skill in his arsenal. Cloudy Ring, Thunderstorm, Dragonification, Stage 2, and the magical spear G-Ball. He knows this is it. He's pouring every last drop of his power into this one single attack. The world erupts in a blinding explosion. On the other side of the battlefield, Hubert throws up a protective barrier around Kimberly and Camilla, shielding them from the blast. The shockwave obliterates everything in the vicinity, and as the dust finally begins to settle, a winded Russell collapses to the ground, panting, wondering what just happened. It looks like his gambit paid off, but suddenly, McCrae's chilling voice slices through the air, snarling that Russell has royally screwed up now, and that he better not expect to die a quick death. The villain stands, his arm thrust forward, having blocked the entire cataclysmic blast. Russell's mind races. No way! He tanked that? McCrae tries to brandish his dragonbone sword, but the blade won't budge. He growls, asking what in the world is wrong with this idiotic weapon. That's when a booming voice echoes from the sword itself, questioning how he dares to harm the Dragon Lord with the remains of a dragon. Russell freezes, completely stunned by the voice. It's the exact same one he heard when he stood before the Dragon Heart. He scoffs, calling the situation completely absurd. Then, a massive, spectral black dragon, the Divine Dragon King, materializes behind Russell as he wonders if this could actually be the real Divine Dragon King. The ancient dragon declares that as the Dragon Lord, Russell will be granted his power for a brief moment, and he begs him to eradicate the vermin who has disgraced the dragon name. Russell, still in shock, addresses the Divine Dragon King and tells him he has a question. The king simply instructs him to seek out the other dragons, explaining that their very existence will forge a link between Russell and him. He will rise as the master and the sole beacon of hope for the dragons left in this world. A tidal wave of power surges through Russell, his aura exploding outwards as he feels an absolutely overwhelming strength course through his veins. He clenches his fist, thinking that even though he doesn't fully grasp the Dragon King's words, with this kind of power, he might actually be able to pull this off. At the same time, the Dragonbone sword ignites, searing McCrae's arm, completely severing it from his body and sending it tumbling to the dust. Russell sees his opening and lunges forward to strike, his spear blazing as he unleashes the Overheat X Blaze Lance skill. But McCrae simply regenerates his arm in an instant, grips his sword again, and spits that he seriously underestimated him. He taunts Russell, asking if he really thought losing one arm would make a damn bit of difference, and adds that those arrogant eyes of his are the spitting image of his father's. He sneers, asking if all Raymonds are so full of themselves, and lunges in to attack. Russell dodges backward, demanding to know how McCrae knows his father. McCrae just scoffs, saying he knew him intimately, admitting that he always dreamed of gouging those arrogant eyes out himself. But regrettably, another person beat him to it. Russell demands to know what he's talking about. McCrae calls him a naive fool and asks why he ever believed it was only the Empire that had a hand in his father's death. Enraged, Russell swings his spear, but McCrae ducks under it and delivers a devastating counterstrike. Russell leaps back, but the blow still catches him across the waist. He grinds his teeth in pain, thinking, what is this pressure? McCrae mocks him, sneering that he couldn't even dodge such a basic attack, calling him pathetic and a total letdown. As he clenches his fist, gathering energy for another brutal assault, Russell desperately jumps to the side, but McCrae is already there, attacking again, saying he's way too predictable. Russell throws up a protective shield around himself, but McCrae's strike shatters it like glass, landing a solid hit that sends him flying. McCrae jeers, asking if he seriously thought he could win. With such a pitiful amount of talent, calling him a clumsy little brat, he lectures that no one can reach a higher plane without making a major sacrifice, and that it's far too soon for a kid like him to even dream about it. He winds up for another attack. Russell rockets into the air, countering the blow, and thinks that he has no choice but to face reality. This man is a superhuman, an opponent on a completely different level. McCrae charges toward him to continue the onslaught, but Russell unleashes his windwave skill to intercept him. It's useless. McCrae bats it aside with his sword like it was nothing. Russell is reeling, thinking that the guy is blocking every single one of his attacks. He wonders if winning is even in the cards, but he instantly shoves the doubt aside, resolving that he will not back down. He materializes a mana circle, unleashes his gravity skill, and thinks that he's about to show this monster how a true mage gets it done. With a flick of his fingers, he ignites a storm of fire, triggering a colossal explosion as he rapidly retreats. He's stunned to see McCrae engulfed in the inferno, but a monstrous hand shoots out from the flames, reaching for him, as McCrae roars that he dares to use such lowly, petty tricks on him, vowing to end his life. Russell feels the suffocating pressure, and knows that McCrae is right. With grim determination, he activates Cloud Ring and calls forth his ultimate technique, the Lightning Giant skill. A storm of thunderlight erupts from him. He lets out a raw scream of agony, his mind locked on a single, terrifying thought. To climb higher, you have to be willing to lose everything. Giving up this weak mortal shell is a price he'd pay 1,000,000 times over. McCrae is just frozen, his mind reeling at the absolute insanity unfolding before him. Russell stumbles back from the brutal kick, his mind racing. By flooding his muscles with pure electricity, he's just cranked his speed to an explosive new level. The time has come. He finally unleashes the trump card he's been hiding this whole time, Swift Charging Lance. Summoning his magic spear, he channels Russell's own signature skill, Deadly Strike, and catapults himself forward in a blinding flash. McCrae's eyes widen in shock, but he roars and charges head-on to counter. The two collide with devastating force, and a spray of blood erupts from Russell's mouth. His body is shattered. Russell collapses to his knees, gasping out the single word monster. All McCrae does is laugh. Grabbing Russell by the back of the head, McCrae relentlessly smashes his face into the stone-cold floor. As he struggles, Russell knows he just needs one more opening. A bloody smirk twists his lips as he coughs. "You still look like a beast, Sir McCrae." Then, bam! A surprise fireball erupts from his hand, scorching McCrae's arm and slamming the giant to the ground. Russell stalks toward him, looming over the fallen behemoth. "So," he sneers, "how's it feel to crawl on the floor like a pathetic little bug?" McCrae tries to stammer out a reply, his voice shaking, but he's cut short. A new voice rings out, belonging to Nicolo, who declares, "It's time for you to die." A colossal explosion of power rocks the arena, and blood splatters across the ground. Nicolo stares at the aftermath, completely floored. Unbelievable. He can't wrap his head around it that Russell, all on his own, could push McCrae that far. The kid just pulled off something legendary. In that moment, Hubert returns with the squad, only to find Russell lying unconscious on the blood-soaked ground. It hits him, then Russell's desperate, impossible struggle has single-handedly altered the destiny of both Endymion and Kiel. After this, nobody will ever question his power again. Hubert sprints over and scoops Russell into his arms, just as his eyes flutter open with a faint, weak smile. He whispers Hubert's name, and in that moment, Hubert knows he's witnessing the birth of a true hero. The scene fades, shifting to 10 days after the incident. We find Russell in deep meditation. He can feel that even after all this time, he hasn't completely recovered. His wizard's body might be resilient, but this battle showed him just how impossibly high the barrier to becoming a true superhuman really is. He knows with chilling certainty that if Sir Nicolo hadn't arrived exactly when he did, he would have been the one dead on the floor. Placing a hand over his chest, Russell admits that while he's definitely gotten stronger, he's still got a ridiculously long way to go. His thoughts drift to the divine dragon, King's words, that strange command to find the dragons. Their very existence is the only way to connect with the king. Russell is baffled. Why now? Why dragons? Everyone assumes they're extinct. He can't help but wonder if there are any left alive in the entire world. A short while later, Hubert pulls up a chair beside Russell. "I'm starting to think," he says quietly, "that the Empire might not be the only group involved in this." Russell nods, a grim memory flashing in his mind. "I agree," he says, recalling McCrae's taunt. "He asked me why I assumed only the Empire was responsible for my father's death." Hubert covers his mouth, deep in thought. He could have just been trying to mess with your head, but it never hurts to be cautious. I'll have the Flame Tower launch a covert investigation into the matter. Russell gives a grateful nod. "Thanks," Hubert adds. "The Master was beyond worried. She's just so relieved you're safe." He then slides an elegant letter toward Russell. "Take this." Russell eyes it curiously. "What is it?" "It's an invitation," Hubert explains, "to the royal banquet." The scene cuts to Russell standing awkwardly at the lavish party, squeezed into a formal suit. He mutters that maybe it's just because he's used to wearing robes all the time, but this formal wear is definitely not his style. Just then, Daria spots him, her face beaming with joy. Russell, I'm so happy to see you looking healthy. She grabs him by the arms, her eyes shining with pride. You've gone and accomplished something incredible once again. As your teacher, and as the master of the Flame Tower, she declares, there is nothing more rewarding than this. At that very moment, a new figure approaches them. It's been a while, he remarks. Daria turns, her expression one of pure shock. I never imagined I'd see you at a banquet, she says. Jillian just smirks. I couldn't pass up the chance to witness the rumored divinity for myself. Russell is stunned, thinking to himself, no way, this can't possibly be the Jillian I've heard stories about. He blurts out, are you Sir Jillian Parsons? Jillian grins, clearly pleased. I'm glad you know of me. It will make our conversation go much more smoothly, he says. Now, you gotta understand, Jillian Parsons is a living legend, a weapon master and a superhuman who can wield an aura. The man is a master of 18 different types of weapons. Russell is just reeling, wondering why such a powerful figure would seek him out personally. Jillian leans in slightly. I heard you gave that monster McCrae quite a bit of trouble. Russell just plays it cool, saying, it was nothing but dumb luck, but Jillian isn't buying it. Luck favors the skilled, he counters. You did an exceptional job putting McCrae down. He then adds, McCrae and his followers are nothing but a pack of scum. Russell is taken aback. Hearing that kind of raw language is one thing, but hearing it spoken so freely in the middle of a royal palace feels like a whole different world from the mercenary corps. Daria simply nods in agreement. He is absolutely correct. Jillian then takes Russell by the arm and asks him a question, wondering if he's been keeping up with his spear training, pointing out how built his muscles are. Russell admits he's still just grinding out the basic spear forms. Jillian then grabs his hand and slips a ring onto his finger, telling him that while fundamentals are crucial, breaking past your limits demands a real master's guidance. He says if Russell ever wants that guidance, he just needs to bring the ring and find him. Russell has to ask, why is he being shown such an insane favor? Jillian just scoffs, saying it's not a favor, it's like giving extra fertilizer to a tree that shows serious potential. Daria cracks a small smile, thinking to himself that this guy is a true warrior hiding in a nobleman's clothes. Russell promises he will absolutely take him up on the offer. In that very instant, a herald's voice booms, announcing that the radiant son and sovereign of Endymion, His Majesty, the King, has arrived. As the king and Hecate stride into the chamber, the entire crowd bows low in a wave of respect. Hecate's eyes find Russell, and a faint smile touches her lips. His Majesty ascends the platform and calls out for Russell, Raymond, and Hubert. As they kneel before him, the king declares that they acknowledge Russell's monumental contributions to the alliance with Kiel, and their recent, decisive victory, announcing that Hubert will be awarded 500 gold coins, 100 prime war horses, and the taxation rights over 1,000 households in the kingdom's southern region. Hubert, completely stunned, expresses his profound honor to His Majesty. But the king continues, his voice ringing out, declaring that Russell will be granted 3,000 gold coins, and that 3 cities in the western part of the kingdom are now officially designated as Raymond County and fall completely under his rule. The news hits Russell like a ton of bricks. An official steps forward, presenting a formal document. His Majesty clarifies that the scroll contains the names and locations of the 3 cities that now form his new county. Russell accepts the decree, his voice thick with emotion, as he tells His Majesty how deeply he is honored. He thinks to himself, at long last, I have my own land. I'm one step closer to restoring my family's name. The king raises a glass high, announcing that these rewards are a fitting tribute. He invites everyone to get back to the party, encouraging them all to celebrate their legendary victory. In no time, the hall is once again filled with celebration and dancing. Nearby, a lady-in-waiting stands looking worried. Hecate notices her troubled expression and softly asks what's wrong, addressing her respectfully as, Your Highness. Hecate gestures toward Russell, who's completely mobbed by a crowd of girls, and remarks with a hint of amusement, Count Raymond seems to be quite the sensation. Trust me, if he didn't like the attention, he'd know how to shut it down. What do you think he's trying to do? She muses. The servant suggests that maybe Hecate should ask him to dance, but Hecate just shakes her head, saying she'll wait for now. She leans in conspiratorially. They say you shouldn't come on too strong with younger men, and sometimes, patiently waiting is an older woman's greatest asset. The servant looks absolutely starstruck, asking, Your Highness, where did you ever learn such game? At that exact moment, Russell politely apologizes to the girls and starts to make his way through the crowd. Hecate sees him coming and murmurs, Is Count Raymond heading towards me? Russell walks straight up to her and extends his hand, asking with a charming smile, Your Highness, may I have the honor of this dance? She accepts his hand, then throws a smug, I told you so, glance at her servant. Moments later, they're sweeping across the dance floor, and Hecate comments, Sir Russell, You look like you have a question burning a hole in your mind. Russell admits that she's right, reminding her that she once said she would watch over him. He finally asks her why she said that. Hecate playfully retorts, "And why are you asking me now?" She then remarks how unusually talented he is for his age. "But that's not the only reason," she says, gently cupping his cheek. Russell flushes crimson and stammers an apology. Hecate just smiles. "As you can probably tell, your face is very much to my liking." Russell stumbles back, startled. "What are you trying to say?" Without warning, she grabs him by the waist and pulls him close. She explains, "I don't know if you realize this, but a woman doesn't say that to a man she has zero interest in. Well, most women don't. And I am not that kind of person. I'm not asking you for an answer right this second," she adds. "I just hope that when you do answer, it will be a yes." Sometime later, Russell is sitting outside alone, processing the fact that while he always knew she was a bold woman, he never dreamed he'd be on the receiving end of a confession like that. The narrator kicks in, explaining that Hecate Rathmos is the king's only child, the person who is literally next in line for the throne. Russell is weighing his options. Accepting her feelings is, without a doubt, the smartest move he could make for his family's future, but he's still completely conflicted about his own heart. Just then, Alan appears, apologizing for interrupting his brooding session. Russell just says, "It's no problem at all." He was just trying to sort through his thoughts. Alan says he's glad to hear it, and then drops a bomb. "I've come to make a proposal." A surprised Russell asks what kind of proposal he means. Alan explains that he thinks it's high time they finally settled their wager. Russell is completely stunned by the suggestion. And in another scene, Dariah is seen holding a letter, a grim look on his face. She'd been puzzling over why the old master sent the message, and now it all clicked. He wants to pull the plug on their wager. Russell mulls it over. Alan did mention he'd loop in both their masters. He'd been expecting contact, but this was way sooner than he'd braced for. She asks him for his take. Russell glances at the system window, a smirk touching his lips, and says the bet was slated for 3 years, but he doubts they'll need anywhere near that much time. A notification blazes to life in his vision. The mission, to match Alan's level within 3 years, has been officially cleared. The payout is insane. A relic from the era of the gods, once owned by the Blue Tower Master, plus a top-tier mana stone and a consumable item. Dariah just grins, saying they might as well roll with it. A short time later, they stand before the Colosseum, a legendary dueling arena protected by a magic barrier. So powerful it could absorb a sixth circle spell and the sword aura of an expert swordsman without a scratch. Russell gazes at the arena, a flashback hitting him. In his past life, he was a lowly second circle mage. He never in his wildest dreams imagined he'd one day be standing on this sacred ground. Dariah slams a button and declares, "There's no reason to drag things out. They should kick it off immediately." Hemingway hits a button of his own, remarking that it'll be a real show, seeing how long Russell can keep up his tough guy act, pointing out this magical shield was a joint creation of the two tower masters. He tells Russell not to sweat about collateral damage and urges him to unleash his full power, for all to see. Russell sizes up Alan, the prodigy known as the mage among mages. And yet, at this very moment, the power gap between them is almost nothing. He knows that in a battle between equals, the deciding factor is always distance. He explodes forward, aiming to close the gap and unleash hell. Alan instinctively leaps back, his mind racing that the key is maintaining space. This feels less like a mage duel and more like fighting a berserker knight. The guy must be insanely confident in his offensive power and his durability. The Flame Tower's burst damage is stronger than the Blue Tower's, so he summons a storm of sharp projectiles with his Icicle Rain skill, aiming to shred Russell. Russell sees the barrage of frost needles screaming toward him, and has to admit, as expected from Sir Alan, that casting speed is off the charts. He immediately answers back with his own Fire Rain, launching a blistering counteroffensive. All the while, Dariah watches the epic clash from the viewing box. Hemingway murmurs that it's just wild to think Russell could replicate Alan's formula in that split second. Just then, Russell blitzes toward Alan again, thinking that the opening is his. He unleashes his fire lightning technique. Alan vanishes in a flash of light as he thinks, blink, dead set on denying him any ground, until the bitter end. He has to halt his opponent's advance, so he casts his earthquake skill. Slamming his palm on the arena floor, the ground begins to shatter and erupt. Russell just powers through it, thinking that in a chaotic situation like this, even a beast like Sir Alan would struggle to keep creating distance. His plan is simple, keep cornering Alan relentlessly. In response, Alan unleashes Ice Age, flash freezing everything in a massive radius. Russell just lets out a laugh, thinking that freezing the entire floor just to stop the shaking is an absolutely monstrous move. Alan's voice cuts through the cold air. "Sir Russell, I believe it's time we stop feeling each other out." He follows up with another Icicle Rain, but Russell erects a massive firewall to intercept it. Suddenly, he feels his hand begin to lock up with frost, and curses internally, wondering when Alan managed to tag him. At this rate, his movements are going to be seriously compromised. Alan casts the Frost Stop skill to lock him down. Meanwhile, Doraya turns to Hemingway, demanding to know if he taught Alan the forbidden secret magic of the Blue Tower. Hemingway simply retorts that Alan is his chosen successor and questions why that would be a problem. Alan raises a single finger, noting that Sir Russell's growth has been truly mind-blowing. He admits he'd love to see more, but with his master waiting, he has to put his fun on hold for now. He then unleashes the Aqua Field, a vortex of crushing water aimed at Russell. Russell sighs, reluctantly saying that he really didn't want to show this off, and uses his blink skill to close the distance instantly, his body now cloaked in a suffocating aura. Alan is stunned, thinking that the energy pouring off Russell is both primal and savagely violent. He finds himself completely unable to move. Doraya's jaw hits the floor as she cries out, "Dragon fear." Hemingway is just as stunned, realizing that it all makes sense now. He always knew Russell's talent was freakish for his age. The kid must have inherited a dragon's bloodline. He stares in disbelief as Russell's hand physically transforms into the claw of a dragon. Doraya argues that it's impossible. She's positive that Russell's parents were both completely ordinary people. Hemingway counters that, if that's true, then there's only one other possibility. A high-ranking dragon must exist somewhere in the Raymond family's ancestry. Alan forces himself to float in the air, thinking that the raw magic Russell is now wielding is enough to make his entire body quake with fear. He realizes, with dawning horror, that Sir Russell isn't the only one who's been hiding his true power. Alan begins gathering an immense amount of energy, preparing his ultimate attack. Russell watches him, recognizing the signs of a massive, wide-area spell. At that scale, it could probably freeze an entire legion of soldiers solid. He knows that if he can't shatter that magic right now, with a roar, he declares victory, unleashing Overwhelm ×6 as his magic spear materializes in a flash of light. Alan screams, "Let's end this now." A wave of absolute zero explodes from him, racing to encase Russell in ice. Russell throws up a desperate block. A primal instinct screams that this is no ordinary frost. This is a chill that can freeze not just mana, but the very fabric of time. A memory flashes his brutal fight against McCrae Hughes. Without that life-or-death experience, breaking this kind of magic would be a pipe dream. Instead, he pivots, his spear carving an arc of flame that shatters the air. Alan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. No way. He's moving too fast. There's no time to even blink out of the way. He knows he has to defend this instant or it's game over. But he's paralyzed, watching in horror as Russell closes the gap in a heartbeat. In a blur of motion, Russell grabs him by the waist and slams him into the ground with a bone-shattering explosion. When the dust finally settles, Russell stands over him, the tip of his spear hovering inches from Alan's eye before lowering to point directly at his heart. Alan lets out a dry, broken laugh. He knew it would come to this. He concedes, his voice a whisper, "I've lost." Instantly, the system pings. A glowing window materializes. Mission accomplished. For his reward, Russell is getting a highest grade, edible monostone. A second notification pops up his other prize, a genuine relic from the era of gods, is being delivered via Hemingway. Across the arena, Doraya erupts into a cloak of fire and stalks toward Hemingway, her voice a low growl. "Did you bring it?" she demands. "The relic from the era of gods. You promised." Hemingway sighs, the fight draining out of him. The bet is lost. We lost. As the Blue Tower Master, he declares that he can't go back on his word. He rips open an inventory portal and pulls out the legendary item. Doraya smirks. "I honestly can't believe you're giving this up," she teases. "You really went all in on this one, didn't you?" Sometime later, Russell sits in a carriage, examining a wickedly sharp dagger. He traces the name etched into the blade, Sowing Thorns of Arachne. A legit relic from the era of gods, it mimics the power of the goddess Arachne, the ability to literally cut and stitch space itself. This dagger can slice open a hole in reality. He studies the fine chain that connects the dagger to a small, sharp needle. If he channels his mana into that chain, he can actually sew dimensions together, joining the space he can see. With a pocket of space he just created with the dagger. The power to just cut space is already OP, but to combine it too? The strategic possibilities are off the charts. This thing would be an absolute game changer for ambushes, or creating the perfect defense. Just then, the carriage driver calls out, "We have arrived at Autumn Moon Castle, my lord." Moments later, Jillian spots Russell and greets him with a wide smile. "Glad you could make it." Russell nods. "Thanks for the invitation." Jillian leans in. "I heard the news. Is it true you actually defeated Sir Alan?" Russell just scratches his neck, playing it cool. "I just got lucky." He glances around the room. "Is this your office?" "It is," Jillian confirms. "Why?" Russell gestures to the walls. which are covered from floor to ceiling with weapons, because it looks more like an armory than an office. Jillian laughs and casually picks up a spear. It didn't start out this way. The more I trained, the more weapons just sort of piled up. You said you use a spear, didn't you? Russell nods. I do. Without another word, Jillian thrusts a spear into his hands. Here, take it. Russell is completely stunned. Whoa, why are you just giving me this? Jillian's eyes gleam with intensity. If I'm going to teach you anything, I need a proper assessment of your skills. Let's have a quick match. Show me what you've got. Russell taps his fist against his palm in a formal salute. It all clicks the memory of Jillian's sudden invitation. So this was the real reason for the summons. Still, he couldn't deny it was a golden opportunity. A chance to get direct training from a weapon master. He gives the spear a spin, leveling it at Jillian. If he can level up his spearmanship right here, his future fights will be a cakewalk. Jillian smirks. You've got sharp eyes. I'll even give you the first move. Russell explodes forward. Then I won't waste it. A moment later, Russell is flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. He can't believe it. He didn't even use magic, and I still got completely dominated. So this was the level of a true weapon master. Jillian stands over him. How does it feel? Your reflexes and strategic thinking are sharp, he says. But you have absolutely no natural talent. Eyed for the spear. Then again, for someone who's completely self-taught, he admits, you're actually insanely impressive. In his head, though, he was thinking, this kid is going to be incredibly entertaining to watch grow. Russell pushes himself to his feet, dusting himself off. Should he have just used his magic? An idea sparks in his mind. I didn't expect a free lesson, he says. So how about a deal? I'll come train here once a week, and in return, I'll be a sparring partner for your knights. Jillian considers it, sparring with the knights. Not a terrible offer, but it wasn't nearly enough to make their arrangement fair. A huge grin splits his face. I accept, but it comes with a condition. Jillian simply asks what he needs. A short time later, the entire order of knights is standing in formation outside. One of the knights mutters to another, asking what's going on, saying he's never seen the whole squad assembled like this before. His companion whispers back that the rumor mill is buzzing about a visit from Sir Russell. Another knight chimes in. Wait, you mean the mage? The guy who blew off McCrae Hugh's entire arm? Another knight jumps in, adding that the stories claim he has actual horns and breathes fire. The first knight scoffs, laughing that it's complete nonsense and asking what he's supposed to be, some kind of circus act. Another knight hisses for them to shut it, because the Lord is approaching. And just like that, Jillian emerges onto the grounds with Russell walking calmly at his side. In perfect unison, the knights bow, greeting their lord. Jillian announces that since they're all gathered, he'll get straight to the point. Starting today, every last one of them will face Sir Russell in 2 sparring matches. He clarifies that for the first round, they can use all the magic and aura they want, but for the second round, those powers are off limits. A wave of shock and confusion ripples through the assembled knights. A knight blurts out if they're seriously expected to fight with no aura and no magic. Another questions if that's even a fair fight, wondering if it wouldn't put Sir Russell at a crippling disadvantage. Internally, Russell realizes the objective of this whole exercise is to hone pure, unadulterated skill, not just to grind experience. For that goal, ditching magic is actually the smarter move. He steps forward, formally introducing himself as Russell. He says he's looking forward to their guidance and asks if they should jump right into the first match. A system window pops into his vision, declaring the mission. Spar with the Knights of Autumn Mooncastle, crush them all, and build a consecutive win streak through these duels. The reward for clearing it is an edible low-grade Mona Stone, with the system tracking his win streak, but the counter resets at the start of each week. Russell thinks to himself that he might as well farm some extra bonuses, since he's already here. Moments later, a knight named Rohakan steps up, sword drawn, and introduces himself. As a 4th-grade knight, he declares it's an honor to cross blades with such a renowned hero. Russell just gives a nod. He signals for the match to begin, gripping his spear tightly. Well then, he says. And with that, he explodes forward, launching his attack. Russell internally notes the knight's speed and his picture-perfect form. It was like something lifted straight from a swordsmanship textbook. To think a mere 4th-grade knight possessed this level of technique, this was undoubtedly the result of Sir Jillian's intense training. Russell effortlessly parries the blow, sweeping Rohakan off his feet. With the tip of his spear aimed at the knight's throat, he asks if he wants to keep going. Rohakan concedes, admitting his utter defeat. A nearby knight whispers in disbelief, asking if his friend just saw Rohakan's movements. His companion replies that now it all makes sense. There was a damn good reason he wanted to fight without relying on magic. Jillian observes their expressions, knowing their pride just took a massive hit. After all, they just lost a contest of pure martial skill to a mage. A memory flashes in his mind as Russell declares he's ready for the next challenger. but he insists again that they do it without any magic. Jillian reflects on how a proposal he initially accepted on a whim has now ignited a fire under every single one of his knights. At that moment, Vincent appears, asking if he might have the honor of a match. With Sir Russell, a knight gasps, unable to believe that Sir Vincent himself is stepping into the ring. He points out that Vincent is a second-grade knight and asks if this means Sir Russell is already too much for even the third-grade knights to handle. Russell thinks to himself that a second-grade knight, one strong enough to rival the vice-captain, will be an incredible source of combat data. He thanks Vincent for the opportunity. Sometime later, Jillian remarks to him, "To think you actually fought Vincent to a standstill. It seems I've been underestimating him." Russell just replies that he got lucky. Jillian scoffs at the idea of luck and asks what chance Vincent would have had if Russell had actually used his magic. Russell admits that while he can't say for sure, even if Vincent had been a first-grade knight, the result probably wouldn't have changed. As Russell follows Jillian, he thinks to himself that he isn't bluffing. He's a fifth circle mage now, which puts his power on par with an expert-grade knight. Later, Jillian pauses before a heavy door, advising Russell not to sell himself short and warning that too much humility can easily be mistaken for arrogance. Russell accepts the advice, promising to keep it in mind. He grabs a large lever on the wall and says that, all that aside, it's finally time to give him the gift he'd prepared. He pulls the lever, the door groans open, and he explains that inside are books, tomes he has spent a lifetime collecting during his journeys across the entire continent. He points out that the spearmanship manuals are on the left and tells Russell to pick whichever one he desires to master. Russell is floored by the sheer size of the collection, realizing it would take ages to properly go through them all. For now, he needs to focus on finding a definitive path for his spear techniques. After a good while, Jillian is found sitting in a chair. He asks if Russell has finally chosen a book. Russell stands before him, holding two different tomes, admitting he's completely torn between them. He lays out the two options, the Six Union Heaven, Shattering Arts, and La Mancha, both legendary manuals on spear mastery. Jillian glances at Russell, knowing his insane potential, and warns that the Six Union Heaven Shattering Arts is brutally difficult to get the hang of. But if someone could actually perfect it, they would wield the most dominant spear technique in existence. La Mancha, on the other hand, is a masterpiece of efficiency, celebrated for letting its user fight with zero wasted movement, which is a game-changing advantage. He then admits that if it were him, he'd go all in on the Heaven-Shattering Arts. Russell places his hand over the books and announces his decision right then and there. This prompts Jillian to ask, "What about La Mancha?" Russell explains that as a mage, a refined spear style that can be adapted to any situation is a much better fit for him than one built on pure, overwhelming force. He feels that by picking this, he's making a tactical choice based on logic, rather than just chasing raw power. Thinking like a true mage, Jillian puts a hand on his shoulder, showing his respect for the decision, and tells him to now pour everything into mastering La Mancha. It hits Russell again. Every time he's around Jillian, the dude gives away priceless artifacts without a second thought. He's unbelievably generous, but Russell knows there's always a catch. Jillian smirks, reminding him not to forget. He still has a date with the knights for a sparring session. Fast forward, and Russell is in a carriage, rhythmically tapping his pen. He's thinking about how the simplest moves, swing, slash, stab, block, are supposed to connect, flowing together into one perfect line. And it clicks. He's hit a plateau again. Staring out the window, he realizes it's been a year and a half. A full year and a half since Sir Jillian gave him La Mancha. Just memorizing the basic forms was an epic struggle in itself. But to truly perfect the technique, he needs to grasp its core meaning. And for that, he needs absolute focus. But his life is filled with way too many distractions. Suddenly, a system window flashes into existence. Mission complete, become a 6th circle mage. He's broken through his limits, and is now officially leveled up to a full-fledged 6th circle mage. The rewards start popping up. 1 highest grade monostone, 5 advanced grade monostones, 5 intermediate grade monostones, 20 low-grade monostones, and a special 6th circle completion bonus. He just stares at the system window, totally stunned. He knows that reaching the 6th circle is about intense training and a moment of sudden enlightenment. There are no shortcuts. The words of the Divine Dragon King echo in his mind, saying that to bond with the dragons, he first has to find them. If he can, he'll become their master and their last hope in this world. The question is, how in the world is he supposed to find any trace of dragons? Then he remembers poring over ancient texts and uncovering 4 potential locations. He's already investigated 2 of the sites, but they were complete dead ends. This leaves only the Red Mountain Belt, Canyon, and Curl Island, and the Canyon feels like a much stronger lead. The problem is, trying to explore it at his current level would be a suicide mission. He decides to put Curl Island on the back burner until after he's stronger. Instead, he sets his sights on the Red Mountain Belt Canyon, with a plan to venture into the underworld, rumored to be hidden in its depths. The scene rips into a flashback. Daria asks Russell if he's seriously planning a trip to the underworld this time. He tells her he is. She warns him that the underworld belongs to the dwarves. It's not a place humans can just stroll into. He tells her he's aware of the risks. She suggests that if he absolutely has to go, he needs to pay a visit to Whitey, the White Magic Tower Master. He asks if she's talking about the White Magic Tower Master, and she confirms it, explaining that the master is half fairy. Because of that, she might have some intel that could help him. We snap back to the present, with Russell standing outside the palace. It dawns on him that dwarves are technically part of the fairy race, so Daria was onto something. He's suddenly jolted by a sound right behind him. Meanwhile, Daria is by a window, realizing she forgot to tell Russell something crucial. She just hopes they've already crossed paths by now. Back with Russell, Olsen lunges at him, throwing an arm around his neck and saying it's been a minute. Youngest. A little later, Olsen and Russell are on a floating platform, and Russell mentions he also applied for the overseas research expedition to the underworld. Olsen laughs, saying he thought he was going to be lonely, since the place isn't exactly a hot tourist spot for research, but having Russell along means things won't be boring. Russell asks if Olsen has ever met the White Tower Master. Olsen confirms he has, so Russell asks what she's like. Olsen pauses, searching for the right words, before saying she's kind of like a cute, but seriously eccentric girl. As they walk down the hall, Russell replies that he'll just have to see for himself when they meet. After a few more moments, they approach a specific room, and Russell is completely thrown off. It's a really cute room. Inside, he spots Amelia Merwin, the White Tower Master, sitting on a sofa and cuddling a teddy bear. She looks up and chirps, "Welcome." Olsen dips into a respectful bow, but Russell just freezes, his jaw practically on the floor. This woman? She's none other than Amelia Merwin, the Master of the White Tower, a legend who commands the very wind and spirits. And Russell's getting hit with this insane wave of pure mana radiating off her. He figures it's gotta be because she's half-elf, a vibe he's only ever gotten from full-blooded elves before. Olsen's geeking out, whispering that if the Tower Master herself remembers their names, Russell must be seriously famous now. But Amelia just glides over to Russell, completely ignoring his clout. "It's not your reputation I care about," she says, her eyes locked on him. "It's this freaky mana signature you've got." "Tower Master," Russell manages to say. Her eyes narrow. "You've made a pact with a spirit, haven't you? There's no other way for a human to have mana like this." He just nods, his mind absolutely blown. No one has ever caught that detail before. Then she drops the big question. "Summon it. I want to see this spirit you're contracted with." Russell's instantly on guard. "May I ask why?" Amelia lays it all out. "The underworld, the place you're so desperate to get to. You can't just walk in. You either need to get lucky and stumble upon a hidden portal, find a map that points to one, or have a special artifact that can sniff them out." Russell connects the dots. "And we don't have any of those things." So you're saying we need a spirit." "You catch on quick," Amelia smirks, and with that, Russell calls him out. Pepper pops into existence. Amelia immediately scoops the little guy up in a massive hug, squealing, "Oh my god, he's adorable." She realizes he's not just an intermediate spirit, but a rare mutant type. "What's his name?" she asks. Pepper just lets out a happy little growl in response. After a while, we cut to Bismarck, meticulously trimming a tree with a pair of scissors. He mutters, "I thought you had some class, Charon. Guess you're no better than Hypnos." "What do you want at this hour?" he snaps. A voice echoes from a skeleton skull. It's Charin. "I'm here because it's contract day." "Hypnos, the guy you have a deal with, is tied up," the skull says. "So they sent me instead." "The contract." Bismarck muses. "Has it really been 5 years already?" As Charin talks, a sickly green aura flares from the star-shaped mark on his head, instantly ripening an apple in Bismarck's hand. As Bismarck raises the fruit to his lips, Charin purrs, "It's time for you to eat," flexing his power. "If only we could do this forever," Karen says with a smirk. "You could even be immortal. Too bad about the side effects, right?" He taunts, then switches gears. "So, you know that Daria's little disciple is headed to the Red Canyon, don't you?" "Of course I know," Bismarck growls. "Anything to do with that hag? I know." "I get why you're stressed," Charin says. "The Red Canyon is right next to the Amazonas forest. You're worried the kid might stumble into our business." "And yeah," he admits, "with the whole situation with Blaine and everything else going down, you're right to be paranoid." "Relax," Charin reassures him. "The operation is deep in the forest, way off the beaten path. They'll never find it unless they're specifically looking for it. So don't worry," he adds. "Unless something's been opened." Bismarck's eyes narrow to slits. "What did you just say?" Charin backpedals fast. Nothing. I gotta bounce. Lots of other clients are waiting for me." But inside, he's fuming. The nerve of this low-level cultist acting so high and mighty. Bismarck mutters under his breath. The second I take the throne, the very first thing I'll do is… He stops dead, horrified, as a plant next to him instantly withers into black dust. A chill runs down his spine as Charon's voice seems to echo in his mind. Looks like I'll have to speed up my plans. Meanwhile, a carriage rattles across a desolate wasteland. Inside, Olsen's hyped. Dude, it's a good thing we've got you, Russell. Then he turns to the spirit. No, thank you, Pepper. Because of you, we can actually find the underworld. He remembers Amelia explaining that with Pepper by their side, they could totally track the aura of the Earth spirit, Gnome. That would lead them straight to the underworld's entrance. Russell just brushes it off. Nah, it's all Pepper, not me. Olsen peers out the window at a city looming in the distance. Well, looks like we made it. Welcome to the Red Canyon. Russell gazes out too, and even from this far away, he feels a strange, ancient power humming from the rocky landscape. He wonders to himself, maybe I can find a clue about the dragons here. I say we skip the city, Olsen says. All business. No time to waste. Let's head straight for the canyon. He looks at Russell. What do you think?